Yo! How's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Crazy Monkey, Bleed, Violence, Marksman, Zoe. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? Hey, Bimmerbot, how's it going? I'm actually gonna make this quick because they've started the interview now, 5 minutes early. So I hope we're all good. I'm on early because Rob is about to do, or just about to start his D4 interview with the two devs. So we're gonna quickly swap over there because he has literally just boosted up. I've got him up on the screen. And hey, I mean, we're probably not going to get any mega news by the given what happened in the previous one, but who knows? We might get some interesting information. So let's just move straight over there because otherwise we're going to miss some stuff. All right, let's turn that down, and let's get the sound of the browser up. You guys also have to let me know if you can or can't hear. You should be able to.
Comparison to, you know, like going into like higher difficulty and leveling up there?
I'll say like we don't
Yeah.
necessarily like the disparity between the campaign and the rest of the game right now, but we also don't want to just like take it away from the campaign and not give other vectors to create like a satisfying and sort of lucrative experience while you're leveling. So I'll try and be efficient. Like I think right now when we look at the leveling curve, we feel like the early 1 to 20 levels just feel a little bit too fast. You're leveling constantly, like every 10 seconds, and we just feel like that sort of cheapens the overall experience of, the sort of zero to hero power fantasy that Diablo is known for. So we kind of want to like slow that down, but then take all that time that we've sort of taken away and put it into, the sort of 50 to 60, or take it out of the 50 to 60, I should say. So overall, the same exact leveling time to level, but we just want to slow down the beginning part a little bit. Now, that's not exactly what you asked. But the sort of campaign stuff is something that we're taking a look at. We also want to like reward quest XP from certain quests a little bit more through the difficulty tiers, right? That'll help level up Nightmare Dungeons and Whispers and that sort of thing. So that is something we're looking into and we want to add to the game. And we think that'll sort of encourage you to play on hard and expert, right? If a Whisper turn in, or the individual Whispers or Nightmare Dungeon completion scale off of difficulty XP gained. And we think that'll like sort of create more of a competitive space between the campaign and the rest of the game. And then one more note is that we're also looking at the season's journey as like kind of the replacement for the campaign. If you don't want to play the campaign, I think the season's journey is like a good place to earn skill points and things like that. And I think right now one of the things that's sort of missing from that is some XP hits. So those are some of the things we're looking at.
Yeah, I really like that answer, in particular, like making higher difficulty more rewarding, because like this is not only a problem I feel oftentimes in the leveling, but also in the end game where you're not really getting like a crazy amount of rewards if you challenge your character. So if you can do something like in that direction, like what you mentioned, and like going more into like making when you actually like really challenge a character to make it more rewarding. Because I also noticed this, for example, like fighting Duriel and like his horse of maggots in the Helltide, like the new thing in season 11, like that felt awesome. But it was also the same for those like maggots that you can kill with the divine gift. They give XP globes, but those globes, like they give the same XP, whether you did them on normal or on hard or even on expert or something, right? So is that also something that you might want to look at? Because it's just like wasn't rewarding if you were challenging yourself in a harder difficulty.
Yeah, it's definitely something we're looking into. I will say there was like a bug where all the maggots were dropping XP globes also, which was creating kind of a crazy, insane leveling curve. Yeah, there's specific maggots, the Duriel maggots, and they have lots of XP globes in them because, they're Duriel maggots. So that's something we're fixing. We're also looking to make sure to compensate the overall curve and difficulty for it.
Okay, that's cool. I mean, I gotta say, like, leveling felt great. I was like initially worried because we didn't have any skill points to begin with, but I think you guys like tuned it already pretty well. And then if like the harder difficulties get a bit more rewarding, that's gonna be great.
I think we forgot it in the patch notes, so I'll just say it here and then we'll make sure it's in the patch notes. We actually did a pretty big baseline monster health and damage change. So in no way, shape, or form was this like, oh, we're gonna slow down the game and we want you to play longer. It's more like, if we're not going to give you 15 skill points to start, we should probably rebalance the base monster health and damage, which we did. And we want those skill points and Paragon points that you earn from the season's journey to feel like actual rewards, right? Like if we just took them out and didn't touch monster base health and damage, then you would just feel like you're treading water, getting back to the point where you were in the previous season. We don't want it to feel like that. We want those skill points and Paragon points to feel like a meaningful reward. So I'll just pull a number out of my ass. I think it was like, I'll give you an example of the amount of change we did. I think it's like we'll use level 50 as a baseline. I think monsters have like 60% less health at level 50 or something insane like that. And like you don't really notice when you're playing the PTR, it just sort of feels good. But those were the changes that we've made, and we're dialing in for season 11 launch as well.
Yeah, from how it felt to me also, like it was like just as fast as season 10. It felt very smooth throughout the way. So I think it was already
I agree.
a good
I
job
like
if
the leveling
more
curve, to be
difficulty
honest.
becomes more rewarding. And it's perfect to me. Going on, like we have the reintroduction of the capstone dungeons on the PTR. I really like to see them come back, and also that you don't necessarily like lock all the difficulty behind the capstones now. But that being said, I noticed this in the capstones, but also in Diablo 4 in general, that bosses in particular often feel like they are like just overwhelmingly tanky and not really that engaging, at least from my perspective and from some of the sentiment that I hear from the community. This is like true in some capstone dungeons. It's also true specifically in the tower later on. So are there any like plans to rework like some of the boss designs, or to rework some of the numbers to make the fights like less about like it being a damage sponge and a bit more interesting, and maybe like a bit more on the dangerous side as well?
Yeah, on the tower end, a lot of that was kind of like a scaling bug, I guess, to some degree. So a lot of the tower bosses have had their health kind of brought in line with what you might normally expect from a boss at that tier in the pit, as an example, right? Because it scales a little way.
Makes sense.
As far as capstones are concerned, we kind of made one big change is they don't have resilience going forward anymore. So
Oh, that's
when
nice.
season 11 launches, there's not going to be resilience on the capstone bosses. But beyond that, the goal is to make them a bit less tanky, but a bit more dangerous.
I like that.
And then specifically across the game bosses, it's just tuning, right? We're looking at it, but for those two features,
Don't
they
just
should
be
be
a
way
damage check,
less
be a defense
tanky and
check.
not be like 5-minute tower fights and stuff like that at the end.
Yeah, that sounds great. That's perfect for me.
Yeah. Real quick, I think it's an interesting insight. You'll probably appreciate this, Rob. Is like at a systems level, when we went and tuned all the rarity stuff, bosses were gaining. Trying to translate, it's all like Excel numbers, right? So it's hard to like create a player-facing value.
Oh yeah,
We
give me some
kind of
numbers, man.
nerfed
That'd be
on.
awesome.
Well, it won't mean anything, right? I'll
Let's
tell
say
you
like
what we see,
Tower 100.
which is like bosses had like an additional 4,000% HP. 4,000% doesn't really mean anything to you because it gets translated into something else. But you can think of it as like the bosses at a baseline are, if you take your average Sea Hag or dungeon boss, it's
Yes.
probably somewhere around like 60% of what they were from season 10. So all bosses across the game had like roughly a 60% nerf if they were a dungeon boss, and then it carries over into Varshan and Duril and things like that, but at a lesser degree. Like it probably was like, I don't know, like a 10% HP nerf to Duril, for example.
That's great.
So all the bosses did get nerfed in
Yeah.
terms of HP.
Thanks for sharing this. I mean, we also love to crush numbers. So 60% less. That's good. That sounds really good, man. Like looking forward to be seeing that like once the season hits. Next, I want to talk about itemization, masterworking, tempering, that kind of stuff. So with the new ethics pool expansion, like you guys added like a ton of like new defensive aspects with the way that monsters are more dangerous and stuff. But it also feels like very hard now to get some items, especially like when you're enchanting. I noticed this specifically, like I don't know, you're trying to get skill ranks on your gloves or something, or a certain passive on the amulet. It feels like much harder and often takes like dozens of rerolls at the enchanter. Are there any plans to make the enchanting like, I don't know, like some more way to target it than just like pure RNG? Like maybe you add, another option. Like I think right now we have 2 options and then no change as the third option. Like would you guys be open to adding like 3 options and then no change, or something like that? Because it's just like, I don't know, like there's like 5, 6, 7 new affixes on each item, and it just makes getting what you want like a lot harder, especially enchanting.
Yeah, I'll say like a couple of things that we changed from the PTR.
Nice.
As an example, is that we've added cooldown reduction to gloves,
Oh, nice.
rings,
That's big.
and I think
That's
so.
huge.
That's already like 3 more sources of CDR.
Oh, that's huge.
And we've also reduced, or we've changed the weighting of the CDR affix to be the same as like your average, affix, like crit chance and things like that. So it's
Yeah,
like
yeah, that
roughly
makes
4
sense.
times as more common.
Yeah.
So we are definitely
Nice.
looking at places where we can just sort of allow those types of things. We like that legendaries are sort of like create your own unique, right? We like that they're a little bit more random than the unique. So That is something we're always paying attention to. In terms of enchanting, I will say like it is a priority for the team to be looking more into crafting and end game of Diablo. I feel like we haven't like really hit the item modification or sort of slot machine, if you will, crafting loop that we know and love from Diablo. We think like we have a lot of like vertical growth on like make your item better, but we don't really have enough of the like how do I like try and make this item really cool and awesome if it doesn't start out cool and awesome. So that is something that we are looking into, and we want to service better as part of the end game.
That's cool. Is that also something that you're looking to do on amulets? Because right now, even in the live game season 10, it's very hard to get like the amulet that you want. Like most players want an amulet like a main stat percent and then 2 useful passives, right? And now with the new system, it's going to be like main stat and then 3 passives ideally, because I just don't see a world where you ever want like life per second on your amulet versus, like 2 + 2 to heavy-handed or +2 to envenom or whatever passive that gives you 10% damage or something. So is there any like any plans to like maybe like I don't know, like make it a bit easier to get the amulet that you want? It's just so crazy now. Like I tried even with the cheat vendor, even with infinite obols on the cheat vendor on the PTR, I couldn't get the amulet that I want. It was not possible.
Yeah, run some more Undercity. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think that is something that we're always looking at the affix list, and I think it's a good point. It's something we can definitely take away and look into. Some of it is like a really tricky balance, right? We're always trying to make sure that the affixes that do roll on base gear have some use or purpose, right? And I think life per second sort of like is in that category where
Life
it's
per
like really
second
hard
was valuable
to really
in the
put a
PCL,
nail on it,
a lot
right?
more than
It's
what
like,
it is
well,
right
it's really
now.
good early. So does that mean we should like take it out of the pool entirely in the end game? And
The thing is,
that's something that the team struggles with.
The problem is what it's
about.
competing. You always got to see like what it's competing against, right? Like if you have life on an amulet, like life per second, or you have like 10 multiplicative damage or something.
Yeah, I
like,
mean, Rob's
it's
right
just like either the life per second value needs to be like absolutely crazy, or that passive needs to be, I don't know, +1, or there needs to be like maybe there's a cap of only 1 passive or only 2 passives on the amulet. But I mean, you can in theory even have 4 passives on your amulet. So the RNG is just out of this world with this.
I totally hear you on that. Like I think like to dive a little bit deeper into the philosophy, right? Like it's good to have affixes that are clearly not for your build or clearly not good compared to some of their affixes, because it creates that sort of high and low, right? Like if the amulet was always good and it reliably was always good, I think you wouldn't have that dopamine of like the triple talent or the passives, right? So it's something that we're really careful about on not trimming out too much. If anything, we've heard a lot of feedback on this for like masterworking and tempering, where we've taken out some of the high highs and low lows, and people are like, oh, it kind of feels flat now. And it's like, yeah, that's what happens when we sort of streamline this and we bring in the high highs and low lows. So to give a real clear answer, I think like it's one of those things that we'll take away and look at it. I think like we do like the dopamine jackpot of multiple passives, but it's probably too much right now. It's probably too RNG. It's probably too 1 in a trillion, right? So I think that's something we can like slowly chip away and dial in, but it's not something that like we'll sledgehammer and say, okay, all the talents are now, or the passives, sorry, are now like 100% weighted, and everyone has amulets, and everyone's running around with a ton of passives.
Okay, awesome.
Red shirt.
And then one more question about the itemization part about that is we have a lot of cool affixes now. Like I like that we have like attack speed on weapon and this kind of stuff. But sometimes, especially in my chat and to newer players, this can lead to a lot of confusion, because we have this like 2 different attack speed caps. We have like category 1, category 2, and then they get attack speed on the weapon, but maybe it doesn't even give anything to them because they're already at the cap and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you see like potential of like simplifying this or consolidating these like 2 caps to make itemization more clear, and maybe have like just 1 cap, it stacks up to 200, like simplify it a little bit, because the game doesn't tell you about this anyway.
I agree with this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we don't like, and we're working on making better. So nothing to share right now, but it's on our radar, and it's something that we are going to make better. As a philosophy thing, I kind of hate caps also. So I think as a team, we don't really like caps. It's Diablo, right?
It's caps to the fun, man. I keep saying that.
I know, it does cap to the fun. So that is something that we're looking at for attack speed and things like that.
Nice.
We want to make sure that
Probably
it is
not for
clear
season
if
11
we do have
then,
caps.
but-
Ideally, we don't have caps, and that's something we're always trying to balance around.
I like it. Awesome, man. Cool. Okay, then sanctification. Now, this is like a little bit of a controversial one, as I'm sure you guys have seen, like based on some of the forum talks and stuff. So I really like sanctification as a great concept, but its introduction, like almost kind of like the main season 11 mechanics. Like, I mean, that's at least how some people perceived it. It has like raised a lot of expectations about the system within the community, right? And well, I personally like mainly see it as like the final, you know.
Oh, what's happening here? Stream? Oh no, that's not good. Oh no. It isn't me. Oh, that's actually a real shame because it's going really well. Oh no. It's alright guys, we'll wait. I'm actually really enjoying this dev interview right now. Restart. Okay, it looks like it's back. It looks like it's back. Something's obviously gone wrong here. No? It's a Twitch thing. Apparently it's still going on YouTube.
Hello?
Can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry guys, give me 1 second. I think it was something with my internet.
No worries.
It's the German internet here. We have a reconnect feature for the stream, but I hope it just works now.
Okay, looks like we're back.
We hate
Mechanic seems to have raised certain expectations within some parts of the community. Like, while I personally see it mainly as like a final gamba step, you know, as an option to fix like extra gear and make it even better. And many players, like, they don't see it as optional, but rather mandatory, you know, to sanctify their gear. And then obviously they have like a chance of breaking it, like at the end of the progression, like curve of the item, right? So how would you respond to that perception? And what is the original like intent behind this like sanctification system?
Good question.
Yeah, I'll start with the original intent, which is it totally is supposed to be this sort of final Gamba moment, right? Like you're going to get a bunch of swords that are sort of similar, and maybe you have like two you have two swords that have two GAs. And you're like, well, I really want potentially to get the other one to be better, right? So we like that you can slam it, and it potentially sometimes makes
fair.
it better than the current one you have equipped. So we think that's like really healthy for the item game because it means you're always excited about getting new items to try this final step on it. So that's the intention. I think you're totally right. The putting it in the seasonal sort of front and center space, there's a lot of expectations that it's going to feel very powerful. It's always going to be really good because we've sort of created that precedent with seasonal powers and things like that. So we do think we sort of were a little bit too conservative. We were trying to tune it for more of like an eternal approach because we want something like this in the game. And that's why I was a little bit more conservative. And we've heard a lot of feedback that it doesn't feel as exciting as like a new seasonal mechanic. So that's something that we're looking at to make better and make it more exciting for season 11.
Okay,
I will say, like,
nice.
as a dev insight, it is an interesting challenge for us in that we want to add to the game and enrich the game and make the game bigger overall. But we find when we add seasonal mechanics, there's like a lot of pressure for this to be really bombastic, really sexy, super power budget breaking, and just constantly adding those things over time is sort of what's gotten us into this like crazy bloat and power creep. You can think of mythics like this, right? Everyone's running around the same 3 to 4 mythics because they're really exciting and cool, and they broke the power budget, and it's like, let me keep all these. So it's a challenge for us to come out with something like this, then immediately integrate it into the game. So we're sort of taking an approach more of like, let's add something really cool and exciting. We're going to take big risks, and then we're going to take it back, and then we're going to sort of retool it and see how can we integrate this idea if we like it and the players like it back into the game that enriches the overall experience. Because we don't want, for example, like to touch on chaos uniques, is like, okay, we added chaos uniques wholesale to the game, and 6 months from now, everyone is running the exact same 4 mythics, and everyone on the Spiritborn's running around with Rod of Kapaleki on their boots, and there's no build diversity, and the game has sort of narrowed in a lot of ways. So,
And to add one thing is, you know, you kind of, I think you mentioned earlier before we had the cut, it's like this idea of there's some mixed reactions and mixed feedback a little bit. And I think part of that is different parts of the community have different expectations over what the systems and stuff can provide. For some people, their expectation is like, well, if I'll put in the time and I'll sort of semi-deterministically get to the place that I want to go. Right. Whereas I think there's a subset, you know, not comparing sizes. There's a different set of people who are like, no, I just want like any crazy shit to be able to happen. Right. And I want it to be like hyper rare and super difficult to do. Not in terms of like a mechanical challenge in the game, but just as, oh, it's a thing that can happen. Holy shit, jaw dropped or something like that. Right.
Yeah.
Like is the commonly cited example. And whenever we add those kinds of things, like we were kind of doing with, you know, sanctification or even the amulet thing you were talking about, It's, oh, hey, that seems really out of reach. That RNG seems really out of reach, but it feels required. I think figuring out ways that we could position these things in the game where they do feel like, oh, that's a crazy cool thing that can happen, versus if I don't get this, I fail outright,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Is just like a constant balancing act that we have to look at. But my hope is that we can eventually kind of have everyone happy with the stuff that we're making fitting in and slotting into their experience in the right time and place. I think if we can do that, then everyone can kind of walk away like, oh yeah, crazy shit can happen, but it's a bonus. I don't actually need it to happen, right? But it's a
Okay.
really challenging balance.
Yeah, I see. It's just like I think the community is very split on this. So I have a few follow-ups on this. So like with the way things are going, like would you consider like allowing like a little post sanctification like edits, for example, letting us add sockets or letting us swap the aspect? Because it happened to me. Like I was running an aspect on the item and then I sanctified and I got the same aspect. Like so would you be open to like look into like allowing some of these like minor modifications?
Um, I think right now we really like the idea that it's a final step. Like, I think
Okay.
it's important that you sort of like have this, moment where you're like, oh, should I do this? Right? Because I think that adds to the anticipation of the moment and the
Yeah.
drama of the
I
moment.
get where they're
And I
coming
think
from.
the more we sort of allow, modifications post, it's sort of a slippery slope. It's like, well, why not enchanting also? And why not changing the temper? And I think like it's certainly something we're willing to get feedback on. We do want to try it in its full form of like the full Gamba.
Okay.
I think there are some nice things though that we can potentially look at on like, yeah, if you have this aspect, maybe we won't roll that aspect because
Yeah.
that literally is worthless, right?
Yes.
At the same time, like the high highs and low lows, right? Like if you're
This
gonna do
fair.
this on 3 different items and one of them it happens, it's like, well, yeah, go find another sword, right? But I think it's definitely something we'll we'll take feedback on, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So
I totally like that. Like that, it incentivizes me to pick up like all the one greater affix items because like a good one greater affix
you
item
never know.
sanctified is better than a 3 greater affix with a bad sanctification. So it really adds like more like reasons to pick more items and to keep more items because they can possibly throughout modifying it be better. So I really like that part. One more thing about sanctification is the indestructible outcome. So yeah, well, obviously, like this was like I think kind of like the intention to have this as a like a nothing outcome. But
Yeah.
would you consider like either because the RNG is pretty crazy? I don't know if you would consider removing it or at least like reworking it slightly so it's at least useful to something like maybe, and I saw this a lot in the community, make it for all characters. I remember from the Rex interview, you guys were like looking into more ways to support like, having a second character and all this stuff. Maybe it could reduce the level requirements of the item to 0 or something instead of making it indestructible. Like that was one idea that was out there. Is that on the table? Something like this?
Yeah, I mean, I love the level requirement. We love the alting. I think probably for season 11, that's probably not something we're going to be able to do. But to touch on like the indestructible, yes, we are looking at essentially removing that outcome and giving you something as a bonus in return. And I think again, it's in the
You
spirit
said
of like
removing or moving? What do you say?
remove
Sorry.
it, like indestructible
Yes.
won't be an outcome. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Okay,
So
they've
yeah.
Okay, that's a big double.
they've removed
but
indestructible. Nice.
yeah,
Okay, that's good.
I think it's something that, like, again, to be super clear, I think the sort of perspective we're taking on it is like, okay, it is a seasonal power thing. We're going to go crazy with it. It's probably going to be very generous, right? I think if we ever bring it back as a Gamba step, I think it does need to be a lot more conservative,
Yeah,
right?
fair enough.
To hit that like sweet balance of it's a bonus and it's something I'm really only looking to do on duplicate items. I think the median outcome has to be pretty close to like the top end outcome or it starts to feel mandatory. And I'll give you an example. I think tempering suffered from this, right? When tempering recipes was a 1 in 5, and one of those was double projectiles for the core skill you were using, it just felt infinitely bad to get the core skill you weren't using, and that median is just far and away so far removed from the top end outcome that I just don't think that's it creates a really unfun experience, right? So really to repeat myself, and I apologize, like I think like the eternal version, if we end up bringing it back, like if players really enjoy it, I think we're probably going to squish those bounds a little bit so
Yeah,
the top end
that's fair.
outcome isn't just wildly better than
But
the
then it's
median
just
outcome.
part of the game loop, isn't
So
it?
yeah, so we're going to remove the indestructible. The other thing we're also doing is looking at essentially tying more of the rarity of the item to the craziness, crazy bad outcome. So as an example, probably going to make it so that rares sometimes have crazy bad outcomes, right? It's like you're going to get a bunch of rares. We're not super worried about that. But a mythic ancestral, probably not super cool if, your Shaco gets the G8 CDR removed, right? So we're probably going to remove the bad outcomes for like the higher quality items.
Yeah,
But we still want that randomness on some of the lower quality items because the fantasy is really cool, right? Like, oh, I got this normal and legendary item. What if I could make it super fucking awesome? And now it's like an ancestral with like, I don't know, like a mythic aspect on it.
Hell yeah, that's really cool. I
That's really
love
nice.
these changes, man. That's great.
That
I think
sounds
that
good.
fixes like a lot of the gripes that people have with sanctification as of now. But we'll see when it comes out. Next topic I want to cover here is toughness, attack power, and just like the stat changes that you guys did. So I was very happy because I'm coming from D3. You guys know, like I love D3, and I feel great to get the toughness like returning from Diablo 3. But in its current form in Diablo 4 on the PTR, it was a bit unclear to me and also to many others what the number actually means or what it actually represents. There's like no intuitive way for you to know if you are like ready for a certain tournament or world here. Before you could always know like, okay, if I have like 50 or 70 all-res, or if I have like close to armor cap, I would be like, pretty good on surviving. But now you basically have no idea what does it mean to have 100,000 toughness? What does it mean to have 500,000 toughness? So would you consider adding maybe some kind of like recommended toughness, maybe to like the world statue or something to help the player like gauge like how much they need for their survivability?
Yeah, that's something that we're looking into. It's been really good feedback on the toughness system. I think the suggested toughness is something we're looking to. It's a tricky balance, right? Because I think you could look at attack power and say, well, attack power isn't actually super clear. It's not exactly correct.
That's one of my next
right?
questions. I mean, if you want to go into it,
okay,
that also works.
So it's a tricky balance to not enter into the attack power territory. We're trying to tell you, like, well, really, you just need X amount of toughness and you're going to be fine, because it's like, well, like Farshawn or one of the lair bosses, maybe that's a cool fishing thing we could do.
Yes.
The lair bosses, might one-shot you, and you're like, what the fuck, Blizzard? Like you said, I just needed this toughness, and I got slammed by Duriel. So it is something that we do want to just give a little bit more feedback to the player on like what's going on with toughness. Really, a lot of the toughness changes were to from our perspective, like we don't like caps, right? And we felt like defensives were pretty shallow, and we wanted more sort of leg room and progression to the defensives of the game. And we also just wanted more consistent EHP or effective health. We felt like there were just so many different conditional DRs that you had to stack once you're sort of capped at your armor and resistances, that it just created a lot of disparity between the classes, and it made it really hard to scale up monster damage. Like we want to scale monster damage, we want defensives to be part of the sort of deep end game and something you have to pay attention to. So toughness was just a nice like, oh, we can kind of like make this a little bit more clear to the player because we're moving to a rating system which scales much better in an infinitely scaling game.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so on the attack power then, as a displayed stat, this can be like pretty misleading right now, especially for new players, because they kind of like get somewhat debated. Like if you have damage percent on an amulet, or you have +2 to Envenom passive, the Envenom passive is conditional, so it doesn't show on attack power, and the additive damage, which is just in this large pool of all the other damage stuff, like basically gives nothing. And I always get this question like, why am I not doing the damage that you do, or what are you doing with your attack power and stuff? So are there any plans to improve that, or how the attack power is calculated or communicated in the UI?
Yeah, I think so we are changing it to just be your weapon damage. So that will help with like, oh, I have a two-hander versus a sword and shield. So there's no more calculations that it's doing. It's just going to tell you what your weapon damage is, because we felt like we agree it was misleading, right? People were trying to make itemization choices around attack power when it was meaningless. So we just said, you know what, we're just going to make it weapon damage. Weapon damage is really important, right? So you always want higher weapon damage. That is for sure accurate. And that's the change that we're going to be.
I mean, unless you're playing something like Thorns, but that's very like niche. I mean, that's another like that's great. That sounds good. Like it's just very hard to explain this over and over again. So very cool to see like the UI and the tooltips represent that. That's very cool. I want to talk about like with the toughness changes again, like in end game setups, especially in season 11, like certain builds like with Melted Heart and like some of the Spiritborn evade builds with like a bunch of barrier. I think it was crazy for toughness. Like it felt like I was already like in the ultra end game, like I'm very close to immortal again, even with having like very dangerous monsters. Do you plan on keeping like pit and tower monster like damage scaling like the same, or would you consider like at some point like having the higher tiers, like also with like the boss HP reduction, like maybe make them more dangerous, like on the very high tier? Like I think in the beginning it was already like very tough, but towards the end I felt like I was outscaling the content like way easy with my toughness, because as far as I know, the monster damage doesn't keep scaling in those towers.
Yeah, so we have made a change where we've kind of chilled out on the damage scaling from Torment 1 to 4. It felt like it was like pretty aggressive, considering you weren't getting as much DR
a lot of
HP.
hardcore people will
So
be happy
sort
about
of
that.
chilled out the monster damage from Torment 1 to 4, and then we are planning on continuing to scale monster damage at some rate past Torment 4. So you're totally right. At 100, we stopped scaling monster damage. We are looking to scale it by some amount every tier after.
Nice.
Of course, within the bounds of reason, right? Because like you start to hit a diminishing return on a lot of your EHP gain. So that is something that we're dialing in currently, but we do want to continue to sort of ask the player to consider their defenses. We don't really like the idea that you're just running around immortal.
Yeah, cool. And I mean, you guys said it in Rex's interview as well, that there is like some more potential like group synergy coming. And I think right now with this, how it works right now, like bringing like toughness, damage reduction buffs to the group felt kind of underappreciated. So I think with that change, that's also going to change a lot. And you maybe want, some guy that heals you, that gives you toughness, that stuns the monsters like the rogue does, for example. So I think that's a really cool development, like for the high tiers, like actually make it dangerous, make it more like exciting, and make it less of a damage sponge. So that's also another cool change.
We want like some of the elites to be like, should I even engage this elite, right? Like I assume we're going to talk about the tower at some point, but like I think like what's really cool. What's really cool about that, right, is sometimes there's some cool strategy on like, you know what, I'm just not going to fuck with that elite. Like I'm going to skip this one because it's going to take me too much time, or it's going to wreck my day. When we think that kind of strategy in the really deep end game of Diablo is fun. So we want to maintain that.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah, I think it's good to move on to, I want to do the pit first and then the tower after that. So in the pits, you guys added Belial and with the eyes and stuff. I think it's a great addition baseline. Like they keep the pace up and they really help to prevent like these monster shortages, because sometimes in the live game, I mean, I guess many of you listening here know this, like sometimes you just run out of monsters to kill, and that never feels good in a pit or in any ARPG, because you just don't have enough progress to spawn the boss and you have to backtrack or something. So by clicking the eyes, I think it's really cool on higher tiers and stuff that you can like get extra progress. But I heard a lot of frustration from controller players, but also for myself. Sometimes there's like, when you're doing like a high tower tier, like there's like some monsters like right on the eyes and you can't click them, and it's a whole fuss on a controller. It can be very frustrating. So would you consider like making them maybe like auto activate, or like any other way of triggering them when you like walk near them or something like that?
Yeah, by the way, I'm really excited that we're being able to try some crazy stuff in the pit. And I know it starts kind of simple, right? But it's like, okay, now that we have this tower off on the side, we can start just doing kooky stuff here. And the monster shortage thing that you're talking about, like, is something we actually attacked very specifically in the tower. So in the future, the hope is to actually backport that stuff and just eliminate that issue entirely in the pit. For Belial Eyes specifically, the plan is that when Season 11 launches, if you get near them, they'll pop.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice.
So you won't actually have to do the hard interact. You could just like physically walk near them to some short radius, and then they'll just pop. So
yeah, that's
change forthcoming.
All right, cool. You guys are killing it, man. That sounds awesome. Like I'm even more excited for Season 11 now. So one more thing there. Like the main reason like for running pits to me was like I farm my glyphs, I farm XP, and I have also a nice way to farm obols. I don't know if it was bugged on the PTR, but on the PTR, the XP significantly nerfed, obols completely removed. I don't know, can you explain like the reasoning behind these changes and like what the design goals are? Maybe it was just a bug, I don't know. But I think they added a nice touch of variety and an extra convenience to run them, because we talked about this earlier, like running high pits was already not rewarding at all.
Yeah, it's definitely a bug.
Okay, so XP is not going to change, and obols are going to stay.
Yes, yeah, it's a bug that the obols aren't dropping. We did some XP backend changes, and we're looking into why it's there's such a big disparity right now.
Okay, because it feels like XP is like half basically, and obols are gonna come back. Okay, that's nice. Because I was like thinking maybe they move it to the Undercity or something, but I think it's really cool to have some extra incentive basically of farming that.
Okay, good.
So that's really cool to
see.
Yeah, it's a PTR.
Okay, yeah, nice. And then I always want to like talk a bit more about the XP, and the most efficient pit here that we farm right now is really focused only about speeds, right? You from my perspective, if you want to be efficient, we had that word a lot in the beginning. If you want to be efficient, you always play a tier that is in no way challenging to your character. Because the way that the reward scale, in comparison to D3, for example, we had like 17% health, and then I think we had 7% XP. In Diablo 4, it's like 20% health, and then 1% or less than 1% XP scaling. So it always feels like you're only forced to do speed content if you want to be efficient, right? Obviously, you can try to do higher PTs, but it always ends up completely inefficient. So are there any ways to change that, and what's like the future direction that you want to take with this like challenging content and the rewarding system around it?
Good question.
Yeah, I think this is sort of like endemic to, I would say, the game right now, which is, you can get very quickly into a situation where you are just blasting, let's just say Torment 3. But Torment 4 is just so much harder that you can't even go into Torment 4, and nothing in Torment 3 challenges you. And we don't like that scenario where you don't feel like you have some place to push into and have like a more sort of rewarding and difficult experience. So that's like one thing we don't really like about the current how the Torments are tuned, is that it's to sort of feast or famine. So that is something we're looking into. We want to add some more Torments to sort of smooth out that journey, because we think it feels much better when you feel like you have a place to fall back to just sort of turn your brain off and blast and farm. We love that. We don't want to like take that away or make that feel like it's an ineffective way to play the game. At the same time, we don't like that there isn't like that next sort of mountain to climb, where you can challenge yourself and play in a difficulty where you can actually sort of get by and you feel rewarded for it. So that's something we're tackling, and that will carry over into the pit, right? Because the pit is very much tied to the torment tiers. So nothing for season 11, I think, in terms of huge swings, but it is something that we are trying to make better, and we want to make better for the future.
Awesome. Yeah, that's cool. I just want to be like, rewarded for more challenge. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to call him to say the thing. So, kind of like intent for like how we view these kind of peaks in the game is we've kind of often referred to this internally as a series of summits, right? I climb to the top of this mountain, and then from there I can see all these other places I can go, and all these other challenges and places I can travel, journey to and challenge myself to go climb, right? But when the game just kind of feels like it's just this nice perfectly flat thing, that's what it kind of feels like, right? It's flat. So we really want to make these high points that you can push yourself to, and then you can see all these other things that you can challenge yourself to do in terms of a journey.
Cool. Okay, nice. And then the last thing about the pits, and this also translates into the tower. Like there is quite some disparity in some of the maps, right? You have this like open desert, like the pit map, and then you have sometimes these like narrow spots where you run into dead ends and stuff. And this can just lead to like a lot of frustration and backtracking issues we talked about earlier. So also in that direction, like, I mean, maybe you adding more monsters, like you talked about that earlier already, but are there also like updates planned for like the map generation and how those works to like streamline and make this like a little more fair and less fishy? Because fishing was a big thing in D3, and to some degree, like if you want to get on the leaderboards, I think you will have to fish for the maps. And any improvements we can expect in this direction?
So I think Tower is it's not perfect. We're not pretending it is. We've already found a bunch of bugs from people posting screenshots and stuff everywhere of Tower maps. So thank you for that. Keep going. We will keep iterating and fixing those things up. But you can kind of look at the difference in generation rule sets between Pit and Tower as an indication of places that the Pit can go. And again, I mentioned this in a previous stream, like we've rebuilt the backend like completely to be able to be smarter with some of this stuff. So I'm just gonna rapid fire some things that Tower does, and some things it's gonna do when we actually hit season 11 proper, right? So Tower generates maps going screen up, like up, right? You don't actually ever go back. You don't go down screen. So with our isometric camera, it's actually much harder, even if it's like a little bit, to play down screen of where your character is. So generally speaking, you're going up toward the left or right corner, or in some cases, kind of just like straight up. The dead ends, there's not really dead ends south of you. There are some cases where there are very minor, as small as we can make it, dead ends north of you. Again, your camera can see further into those. You'll know they're a dead end before you actually walk too deeply into it. Some of the changes that we're planning to make when season 11 launches proper is to make sure that the highest value stuff doesn't actually even spawn in those dead ends. So there's not going to be elites and things like that, tucked away in a closet 5 miles off screen or whatever. Everything's going to be on this kind of main path. So there's going to be some navigation tests, right? Like being able to know that I'm actually headed the wrong way and things like that. And that's just part of the overall mastery of Diablo 4. I know all the tile sets. I know generally how they roll. That makes me better than the person who keeps walking to a dead end. Look at that schmuck. He doesn't know that that's what the tile does. I know, so I'm better,
It's the
right?
map
So
awareness.
situations like
Yes.
that, we don't want to. Yeah, exactly. It's like full mastery, right? When we say mastery, it's not just my gear is good. I have
Yeah.
knowledge of the game at such
Knowledge
a
should be
deep,
important.
fundamental level that I can like, look into the thing and say like, I know where the algorithm is going, right? It's a learnable thing to some degree for some of our best players. Um, the all this stuff eventually we're really excited to eventually take it back to the pit, but when it gets there, this consistency is not the primary goal, right? The benefits of everything we're doing right now shaves off all the worst cases. There is no long ass tunnel going to the left, but I was actually supposed to go right. Like that just doesn't actually happen in the tower in the same way that it happens in the pit. So yeah, we're going to take those things away, but we're actually open to doing some crazier stuff, more open layouts in some cases. Maybe some more densely packed ones than usual. And there are some cases where tile sets have disparities that are kind of baked into the art, right? Like art's beautiful, but it's like, well, caves are caves,
Yes.
right? And forests are forests, and there's not really a difference. So we're also removing some of the kind of the more narrow, tunnely stuff when season 11 launches, and we're kind of taking those
Nice.
offline for a while until we can figure out a solution to reintroduce them. But again, that's tower, and pit can go as varied as we want. We can have dungeons that are significantly longer, significantly shorter, wider, crazy shapes and stuff like that. But no matter what we do in the pit, the intention is not to say like, ha, we put the exit behind you and there's 7 miles in front of you. Isn't that variety? It's like, no, that's not variety. That's just dumb. So eventually we'll shave off all those, variety that's just bad, right? Strictly bad in all cases. But there will be a bit more wider range of possibilities in the pit
That's
eventually.
fair enough.
And tower is going to be this narrow, but tower we're looking at as kind of the foundation that we're going to build the pit off of in the future.
Hell yeah. Well, that sounds cool.
Yeah, and to give an example that I love that we talk about, Zavin and I, is like it's probably not cool if 1 in 10 runs, I'll use D3 as an example, like jail, jail's the best fucking, layout. It's amazing. It's probably not cool if, the tower 1 in 10 rolls jail because now you're just fishing for jail. But we're super cool with that in the pit, right? Like we actually think that's awesome. If sometimes you run the pit and you get this insane clear, like we actually think that's really fun. So that's why it's like really cool that we can branch them because we want the pit to be a little bit more varied, a little bit more wacky, and it lets us do crazy shit like all goblins and things like that, right? And it's not going to hurt the competitive integrity that everyone's looking for out of the tower.
Yeah, cool. I mean,
Yeah,
tower is
I've seen a lot of I've seen a lot of like commentaries like, oh, the tower is so close to the pit. It's like, yeah, technically true. My perspective, pit's too close to the tower. The pit's the thing that really needs to go to crazy town.
Yeah, that's fair
And
play.
I think one of the reasons we're seeing that feedback is, well, that's because the pit is like this very strictly, rule set guided thing. And obviously that's great for a competitive mode. And so tower is going to be ideally the best version of that we can make, better than what the pit can provide. And once we have that, pit can just run. It can just do whatever the hell it wants.
so on that note, because I also heard that a lot, I feel what would like change how people like see it in their mind is like it starts with how you open it. I feel like right now you open it like opening it at the same spot, just in their minds it's the same thing. So I would like, I don't know if you guys consider like giving it like a stronger identity, like maybe have like a big physical beautiful asset like a tower structure or something in the city. I think there's a lot of like dead space all around with like a unique visual asset, like maybe even like a short quest line or something to introduce like tower as something like completely separate from the pit, because I feel like it just starts right there with how you open it, and that's why it's the same in so many people's heads right now.
Yeah, the decision to kind of put them together was honestly kind of out of convenience. I know you mentioned there's a lot of dead space, but one of the issues that we've got is we have a lot of towns, we have a lot of capitals, and not everything is everywhere. And the more objects there are to add, the more difficult it becomes to start actually populating this thing across the game. So because these things are so integrated in terms of their underlying stuff, it just made sense to put it in the same object. That being said, the long-term plan is there is going to be some experiential differences between the two that are more pronounced. Things like the reward structure is going to be wildly different in the tower. There's going to be,
confirmed rewards from
eventually
Tau
we'll
at
have
some
some more
point.
flavorful stuff, not mechanical stuff, just like fun stuff that can happen in the tower as well. So over time, they will diverge a bit, but keeping in the obelisk just lets us make this a very portable thing. Because something else that we're looking at is saying, well, what can we do to try to make it that you're not just like trapped in Karagar forever? Right? Like maybe
Okay.
you can go somewhere else and do some of these things. And so kind of condensing the number of interaction points lets us be more flexible about that in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool that we can like test all the tower stuff like right now. It's just like, you know, so many people, they're gonna like see this as the first time, and that's how they're gonna like feel about it, right? Like if they see it for the first time, and right now, the way I understand it, there's not gonna be any rewards for the tower when it launches in when the beta of the tower launches in season 11. And I think one of the biggest problems is also there's not gonna be, as far as I understand, there's not gonna be an inspect feature. And I think this is like also going to be a big frustrating point for a lot of players. So can you like maybe share a little bit if this is this a feature that is prioritized like early post the launch, or also like when do you guys think roughly like these rewards are going to come in? Because like for like a total casual player that doesn't really care much about the leaderboard, like he just hears about this like new tower end game, and then like why would he go do it, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna just answer this in reverse order, but I'm gonna say everything I'm gonna talk about is not in season 11.
Yes.
It is long-term plans. Some are shorter than others, right? But it's something that we know we're gonna be developing Tower for a while. It's not gonna happen in one seasonal cycle. So in terms of inspect, so the game has a profile. You can set that profile to private. I'm saying this because separate to that, the intention is you can view builds on the tower. So your profile setting private has no bearing on people's ability to see the build that you ran. So long term, no secret builds
They
on the
can't hide
leaderboard.
it.
Everyone
That's good.
look at it. No hiding. You're gonna operate in daylight, right?
That's good.
Everyone
Caring is
can
caring.
see what you did. Right, and we think this is really important to kind of preserve some of the integrity of the tower.
Absolutely.
But also just I think something that makes Diablo really special is this constant like communication about what's the right thing and being able to see what other people do and things like that. And we don't want to erode that with the tower, right? We actually want to celebrate it. We want to put a big spotlight on it, like holy shit, that guy got first. What did he do? Right? And then can I do the same thing better? Maybe I see the build and I just don't know how to do it. What is he actually executing in terms of commands? What's his skill and things like that? And like I said, there's a whole other information layer that we are anticipating and expecting and building towards, where it's like, well, you can copy my build, but I know literally every square inch of the game better than you, so it doesn't really matter if you copy my build. So in terms of skill expression, we're just looking at it as one more facet, but not something that we have to like protect. So build viewer. Other thing you mentioned is rewards. So I'm going to talk about this conceptually as two things. One is tower rewards and what is leaderboard rewards. So tower rewards are not aimed at people in terms of their competition with other people. It's more about your competition with yourself. So the idea is, and right now we're thinking this is like it'll be reset, right? So new season starts eventually when this is, and we'll clear the board. Is to create kind of a pseudo reputation system for the tower exclusively, that the reward rank is tied to your ability to clear certain difficulty tiers. So as an example, there's a reward
I've
at
literally
tier
worked on a
1
system like this
completion, and
before.
there's a reward at 5, and then
So I know
10,
exactly
and
what
it goes
you're saying.
all the way to 150. And this would be stuffed with functional rewards, gear, currencies and things like that, but also transmogs in some cases. So this is like the really big, I don't care about the social aspect. I don't care about being number one. I just want a really good way to push myself and incentivize myself to push further and further up the tower, further and further up the difficulty tiers. And that's something that's going to be exclusive for the tower rewards, right? That's tower. Leaderboard rewards. So we've talked kind of about this like cyclical approach where every, n amount of time we reset the leaderboard and then people have to go and vie for first place again. So we're still talking about what that duration is going to be. There is no like final call. There's probably going to be mention about like a 1 week cycle or a 2 week cycle or whatever. We're going to listen to the community. If people have thoughts, please post them. Please talk about it. We read all this stuff. But whenever a cycle ends, the idea is that we look at the top some amount of people. I'm saying some amount because, it's the top 10, top 100, top 1,000, I don't know, across all the leaderboards, right? All the class leaderboards, 2-player, 3-player, 4-player, and then a hardcore version of all of those, right? Top placements across those boards. The idea is we would also give some functional rewards, right? So there's gear, currencies, things like that. But there's two new things that we want to really develop. And these are the things that are, again, going to take a while. So rewards, this is why they're not immediately available, right? Because we want to make sure Tower is super high integrity space before we start giving out some prestige stuff.
Yeah.
So one is
I
prestige
actually can relate
titles.
with that.
The idea being that your character earns the right to have this title, and there's some special formatting and visuals on that, and it looks different than all the other titles
that's cool.
in the game, right? And it belongs to that guy, not your account, right? Not your season. You can't just equip it on a level 1 or anything like that. It belongs to that guy. So holy shit, that guy got first place on the Barb leaderboard or something like that, right?
Yeah, that's
The
cool. I
other
really
one-
like the idea with the milestones that you mentioned, like having like certain milestones for certain, like, I don't know, if you every 10 or every 5 tiers or something that you personally beat, you get a milestone reward. That's going to be cool. And this inspect feature, I think, is also so important to help shine light on, like, if there is like some potential bugs that are going to go on. Because with the introduction of leaderboards, people have, at least some people have some incentive to, like, unfortunately, like, hide these bugs or not share them or something, right? And so if you have an inspect function, like, you can definitely figure this out much faster if potentially there's a bug going on or something like that.
The last kind of big thing that we're talking about doing right now is something we're calling Halos, which is an exclusive cosmetic that your character can equip. Again, it belongs to the character, right? You can't just make a level 1 and say like, oh yeah, he did the thing. It's like, no, that guy did it. And again, this is a very exclusive list of people are going to be able to do this. It's the top placer placements from across the community. So we're looking for ways for people to celebrate it, to have bragging rights. And the reason why we don't have all these rewards in place right now is like, for any of that to make sense or matter, everything actually has to be functional. It has to actually be balanced,
Has to
right?
be fair.
It has to be, let's say, it has to be perceived as fair by the community. It has to be accepted by the community. So we want to make sure we do that before we just start handing out candy, right? So we're committed to doing this. It's going to happen. All eyes right now are on making sure Tower is a competitive place, that it has leaderboard integrity and things like that. You know, we've talked about SSF and things like that potentially coming to help strengthen those things, and that would be its own section, right? So imagine the person who did Barb SSF potentially in the future, and they've got a Halo. It's like, oh shit, that guy did that all by
Hardcore Barb
himself.
SSF.
Hardcore Barb
Hardcore,
SSF, yeah. All knows I play hard, so he's keeping me honest.
This all sounds really good.
Yeah, that sounds like very, very fun. And like also like if you're just in the city and some people can see it, oh, this guy has the I don't know the rank 1 giga wings or something, like whatever, right? And that's gonna be pretty cool. One last thing to touch on that, and maybe you already considered this or something to maybe consider. In D3, I think it was great with how you had this like pop up, like there was like the dopamine hit that Rux was talking about 2 days ago as well. Like when you actually did the rank 1 or when you did a rank, there would be like a broadcast to your like entire friend list. You would see like a nice pop up, like I don't know, you did rank 1, this is your final time, and this kind of things. Like that was also completely missing from this like PTR version. So are there like these UI updates, like that's also like planned, I guess?
Yeah, absolutely. What we have right now is good. It's functional. It's just to like do a simple layer of communication for this to not feel like nothing happened. But the plan is eventually to embellish a lot more, to give more information, to provide information about your rank, potentially where you sit in relation to other people and things like that across the leaderboard. Yeah, we've got big plans for the communication layer of this as well.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, we did a
All right.
broadcast in the past.
So the next big last topic I have on the season 11 stuff is like class balance and how you guys approach it. So with season 11, obviously, like the power level has been extremely, extremely high with some crazy power creep. And now in season 11, like that seems to go like a bit more down to earth, right? We don't necessarily need builds to hit for like 2 quadrillion damage and all this stuff. However, there is a valid concern I feel in the community about the class balance. Like right now we have so many like builds in S tier. I think in my tier list we have like 16, 17 like S tier builds that are all like crazy, crazy good in season 10. And that does seem to narrow down, at least based on the PTR observings, that does seem to narrow down quite a bit with season 11, and power level obviously goes down. So how does the team like evaluate this like class balance, and what is it balanced around? Is there maybe like a certain tower or pit level that you guys think a build should be able to reach? And if yes, how high would that be, or how do you approach this entire like class balance?
Yeah, I think I can help answer this. So one change that we are making from the PTR is we're reducing the pit tier scaling,
Yeah,
so
I
that
figured they would
generally
do
that's going to
this.
give, I don't know, 5 to 10 tiers to all
Yeah,
builds,
I
and we
thought they
think that's
might do
going to push
this.
them much
Ooh.
more into like the deeper pits, right? We are trying to like just holistically, not just in season 11, look at all the places where we feel like we're just giving out power for power's sake and it's bloating the overall system. We sort of have two categories of power. One is, we want there to be chunky bonuses that you can look for, right? Like legendaries, uniques, and we think those are really fun and cool. And those are always multiplicative, obviously. I think the places where we're not super convinced that it's adding a ton of coolness and variety to the game are like, you could look at the skill tree passives, for example. It's like, do all 15 sources of multiplicative damage need to be there? I think that's something we're talking about. Paragon glyphs are also sort of a place for that, right? It's like debatable. Like, is it cool to have this big multiplier on the Paragon glyph? It's like, yeah, like it incentivizes you to push in the pit. But, I think there's also something to be said about aggregating a bunch of statistics to slowly sort of make your character stronger. And I think right now we sort of emphasize too much on like the multiplicative bonuses. So, sorry, that was a long answer to my question. So we are looking at reducing the pit tier scaling. As far as like what do we consider viable, I think like generally what we've been thinking about is like we've noticed that a lot of players sort of anchor around like maxing out their glyphs, and I think we've been pushing a little bit closer to like, okay, S tier means that everyone can sort of max out their glyphs in the pit. So that's why we're giving sort of everyone 5 to 10 pit tiers. We're probably not going to land in a place where everyone's doing 100 in season 11, but we're looking for like 80, 85, and we kind of want at the top end, that's sort of where players are going to be landing. Our hope, there might be some crazy stuff that people cook up or crazy things that sort of push past that, but we think generally that's like a pretty healthy balance to be in. But it's always sort of a sliding scale depending on what the community feels like an important milestone for the game is. It's to give maybe a more broad answer is, I think we sort of want to architect the game in a way where you have satisfying endpoints where you're like, okay, I did this thing, like to go back to what Zavin was saying on the summits, like I've scaled this summit, I've like maxed out a glyph, or I've beat this capstone, I'm feeling really good. Do I want to keep going? And I think like that's the question we like when the players ask themselves is like, should I keep going, or do I want to make a new character, or do I just want to take a break for this season and come back refreshed for another exciting season in 3 months? So that's sort of our thought process when it comes to the overall class balance of the game.
So the tower and pits, they're going down like 5 to 10 tiers. But Torment 4 difficulty, I mean, I like this. That stays roughly the same as it was on the PTR, right?
Roughly the same. Yeah.
Okay, nice. Okay, the next one might be.
And
Yeah, go ahead.
monster damage is a little bit lower in Torment 4, I think.
But it scales up higher in higher tiers of tower
Exactly.
and pit.
Yep.
Okay, I think that all sounds really good to me. Many players were kind of upset about the removal of the perma teleport. Like this is like a big discussion point that was on the forums, also in my stream, and I generally totally
went there,
agree that Sorg in speed farming has been overperforming like crazy
He's
compared
trying
to
not
all
to
the other
laugh, look at
classes.
him.
Like it was like night and day difference. However, I would have always loved to see, more buffs to slow classes, like the necromancers, like the druids. For example, maybe we talked about the caps earlier. We are a removal of the movement speed cap of the 200%. So do you think there's any chance, or maybe there's some technical limitations to it if you want to talk about it? This kind of approach of like, I don't know, increasing the movement speed cap similar to how we had it in D3, it was completely uncapped, or maybe like making it into 300 or 400%, to not like, take the fun away from the Sorgs, but make the other classes also feel like more fun in that direction.
Yeah, so I'll touch on the Sork teleport one real quick because I'm not sure if we've talked about it recently, but we are looking to reintroduce some of that power back into the Oculus. So if you have the unique for your teleport, we think it's a good compromise. It's like, okay,
it's not free.
If you want to do this crazy teleport thing, then you should have the unique, and you should probably have to cast teleport on your bar. The evade stuff on frame was a little bit crazy. And then we've also looked at some of the other, I'm sorry, Rob, classes like Leap, right? Because we felt like it was just blowing the Sork teleport out of the water, and we've tried to bring those two more within harmony there.
Okay.
I think as far as like the movement speed caps, I think it's a symptom of, when you're to go back to that like idea that so much of the game sort of right now revolves around speed because you hit a point where the only way to become more efficient is to go faster. I think that's what's putting a lot of pressure on having to go extremely like blazing fast. Like we're like it feels like 2 to 3 times faster than like Diablo 3 even, for example. And we think that that's more of a problem on like the difficulty not scaling appropriately with the rewards, right? Like you can imagine if there were more sort of torment tiers and things like that, it'd be more on like, well, how do I actually kill monsters effectively? But in the current state, you're overkilling monsters by like 10 to 20 times, even sometimes like 50 times. And the only way to become more efficient is to move faster. So to sort of put a period on what I'm saying, like we kind of want to ensure that monsters and difficulty and rewards are scaling so that the only way to be more efficient isn't just to move, 50 screens a second, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I always like speed, and I don't know. Like I still like.
Well, really,
love to
everyone
see-
loves speed. Yeah.
Everybody loves speed, and it just felt so good in D3. Like I could be on my spin to win bar, and I could move around at 500% movement speed, or on my God Demon Hunter Gears of Dreadland 600% movement speed. I just spin around. It felt so smooth, and I'm often missing that. In Diablo 4
Okay.
right now.
It's super fair.
Yeah. Quick time check. So we have like about 5 more minutes. I have like 2 more questions about class balance, and then some rapid fire questions about like what we might see in the longer future. Does that sound good? Are you guys good with that?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right. On the PTR, in terms of like class balance and stuff, there was a lot of hype and a lot of cool things like about the mythic rework from the Melted Heart of Selig. Players loved to see like iconic build returns. Like I personally really love to play the Hoda Whirlwind Barb. Like this Barb we played in the popular season 2. I really had a blast with this. And obviously there's been a lot of discussions about like potentially like capping all of this. We talked a lot about caps and how I don't like them personally. So I'm not a fan of these hard caps, but those builds, especially Hoda Barb, that was clearly overperforming. So what's your approach to these? It was not only on the Barb, right? We also had a Druid that was uncapped, a Necromancer that was uncapped. So how do you plan on like balancing these outliers without, kind of limiting the creativity and uniqueness of these like, high resource, like main stat stacker kind of builds?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is very similar to, on the PTR and in seasons, we want to try insane things, right? And like part of what makes a really insane Diablo sometimes is like staring into the abyss on like, oh God, if we mess up the tuning, the entire game breaks, right? And the players love that, right? Like they're super eager to see us try and break the game, and they're also very eager to break the game. So, that's why we're trying these types of things. The Mythic Unique, why not do something crazy? We did find in the PTR that, yeah, it was causing some insane problems, and it also just didn't feel good to see everything that expended all resource have these caps baked in. It felt like it was really removing a lot of the creativity and fun of the game, right? Like even if it was perfectly balanced, it just didn't feel good. So we are going to be changing the amulet to keep the spirit of it, which is we want there to be sort of like this primary resource mana shield type of mythic unique. We think that's like a cool thing to have, but it's going to be much more tame. I think it's like doubling your resource, but then the conversion from damage to resource is much higher. So you're still as tanky as you were on PTR. We're just not creating several thousand primary resource. And we've also removed all the caps that were talking to resource as part of that change.
Thank you.
Yeah, so everything's uncapped again.
Yeah, and then you can like keep scaling it into the end game. I really love the approach there, where you like it starts out very slow, like a bit like on the weaker side, like you just equipped it. It's not like you're an instant god instantly, and you have like very nice ways of scaling this with the character all the way into the end game. Love it.
Totally. So that was our approach on that.
Cool. Last question for class balance is about snapshotting. This has been like a major topic for a long time already, especially with certain like buff dependent builds, like the Cataclysm setup, like with this Melted Heart re-emerged on the PTR, and you have to like snapshot the overpower and the passives and do like a very specific skill rotation. I always feel like many players like dislike this entire playstyle where it like fully revolves around the snapshotting LCOD like ZDPS. So in the past it was like kind of like the stance that this is intended on the Cataclysm Druid, if I understood this right. So how do you approach like balancing like these kind of interactions, like keeping them interesting, but without making this like snapshotting like feel mandatory?
Yeah, that's a great question. Like as a team, we really don't like the snapshotting of like swapping out gear, then casting something. And we also don't like when the snapshotting revolves around like luck of the draw, like overpower feels like this, right? It's like if I didn't overpower this run, then the run is fucked, and we don't like that. So we're looking at mechanics that are obviously causing a lot of these snapshotting problems. Like I think concealment, for example, had this on the Rogue, where you conceal to get guaranteed crit and vulnerable, and then you would obviously snapshot that on your Dance of Knives, and we don't like that kind of thing. So we're moving more towards like duration buffs and things like that because we don't like encouraging this kind of playstyle. As far as like our main culprit, it feels like overpower is like sort of the main source of a lot of these really terrible snapshotting circumstances because it is so luck based. I will say one thing we do like though, and it's sort of like counter to what I just said, is I think if we say your next Cataclysm is going to do all these crazy things. We like that the entire cast of Cataclysm is going to do these crazy things. What we don't like is that when you cast Cataclysm, there's a chance that it's going to overpower that then makes it ridiculous, right? And we don't like that part of it. So we don't like snapshotting. We're looking at some of the more egregious mechanics that cause this really feel bad RNG snapshotting that we don't like.
Okay, cool. All right, there will be like a rapid fire section here for the end. So I'm just like, answer what you can answer, guys, like however you want to answer it. This is this is also about like a more like long-term future. So any chance we see a popular chaos powers return, like maybe as an aspect or similar what you did in the past, such as like the savagery power, for example, on the druid, like that really enabled like, the raven build and made it like pretty crazy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're always looking to bring back some of the different mechanics in a way that like enriches the build diversity. So it's definitely not off the table.
Okay, cool. And any chances for the like activity Chaos Rifts to come in like some form back? I think there was like a really fan favorite mechanic, like just having the Chaos Rifts pop up, and people love doing them.
Yeah, I mean, again, like it's something that like players really loved, and we're gonna look for ways to bring back the things that players loved into the game. We've done this with like season 2, where we learned about like Blood Harvest and things like that, and we merged it into Helltide. So yeah, it's definitely something that we are looking into and wanting to bring back in some shape or form.
And last in that direction is, go ahead.
Big success has been kind of taking it offline so that when we do put it into the game, we put it into the game in a way that is responsible and actually adds instead of overshadows everything else, right? So it just lets the team have kind of a cycle. And eventually, if stuff is really cool, we want to keep it too. We just have to make sure that it actually fits in properly to the game because we also have, season 11 is bringing its own things too.
Yeah, I think it's a really big challenge, like, especially on Chaos Armors right now, right? Because they so much cannibalize like all the defensive and even the utility aspects that we have in the game. Because so many people are calling for, they should just keep the Chaos, armor. But like, it's gonna be like super hard to balance that, and I can totally see like why. First of all, this is not easy and might not even be possible at all, right?
Yeah, I think like we could totally do it. I think our worry is that the game becomes really fast, like quickly stale and boring, right? If everyone is equipping the exact same chaos armors and the boots and pants, right?
Yeah.
It's just not going to be a good. Everyone's going to then say, "Oh, the build diversity sucks," and it's
there's
like,
no
well,
more defensive slots or anything then in this case, right?
Exactly. Yeah, we've just broken all opportunity costs, which creates a lot of cool choices. On the chaos rift, like I think an interesting dev insight here that I think we really like. What we really like about chaos rifts, and I think it's something that we want to do more of, is that chaos rifts sort of integrated itself across the whole game, and we really like that sort of idea that it's not just this, green Helltide where I have to go to this thing. It's something that can sort of show up, and we really want to kind of do more of those types of things where it broadens and enriches all the activities as opposed to like you have to go to this one place. There will be some times when we say you have to go to this one place because, we don't always want to do the exact same patterns over and over, but yeah, I think that was something we really liked about Chaos Rifts.
All right, yeah, that sounds interesting. I hope this is going to come back in some sort of form. Chaos Rift's just really cool overall. Then one quality of life feature that many people ask for, like especially like with gold being a bit of a shortage, and maybe also with the potential sort of cell phone coming into the game. Any chance we can get like a sell all button at the vendor?
Yeah, I think so. I'll answer this in a way I hope feels good. It's more efficient. We'd rather you get all of your gold from picking up and killing things as opposed to like picking all this shit up off the ground, then going to sell it. Like we don't even really like how that's working with salvage right now. Like salvage was meant to make you feel good about the things you're getting, and it's clear the audience and the players don't really like that paradigm. So our sort of long-term intent is that more of the gold comes from the things that you're doing and less from the items you have to sell. Ideally, what that looks like is that how do I get gold? I just have to play and I have to kill more monsters, and we'll just juice the amount of gold we're giving. Excuse me, sorry, that was terrible. The thing we did do in season 11 is that overall monsters drop way more gold piles, and that obviously scales with difficulty tiers. So I think like the amount of gold piles that normal monsters drop went up by like 800% or something insane like that.
Whoa, that's a lot.
So killing normal monsters is going to drop way more gold,
That's
and
good.
then elites, when you kill elites, they're going to drop also potentially up to like 15 gold piles if you get really lucky. So and we've injected a lot more gold into the monster killing portion of the game as well.
Yeah, I think I've also seen this like in the pits with Belial influencing it or something. There was also like this big gold prize that you mentioned. That's gonna be pretty cool. Next thing is about trading. Like, would the team ever consider like an auction house or an in-game trading market? I know this has been asked a lot, but is there any like hope or any development on this?
Not currently talking about doing any kind of additional trading systems or anything like that. I mean, quite kind of the opposite right now. We're primarily focusing on what is a version of solo self-found that can be in the game. But honestly, never say never. Like I actually, there is no plans, but that doesn't mean there's never a plan ever in the history of Diablo 4. Who knows? But it's not right now on our radar or something that we're thinking about.
All right, fair. What do you think about the DPS meter or something? At least like maybe in the target dummy area, because sometimes it can be really hard to figure out like what's more damage, this aspect, that aspect. I feel like just a very like baseline DPS meter to understand performance, or maybe even at a world boss or something like that. That's more dedicated, but maybe on the target dummy, any chance for that?
No plans for it right now. I think it's something that we obviously like giving players stats, like Zavin was just talking about in the tower, wanting to give more information to the player. So it's not a never thing. It's just we currently aren't looking at it right now, but that doesn't mean that we're never going to add it.
Okay.
It's sort of a priority thing on like where do we want to focus our time, and this is something that we know that players want. So as it becomes more of a priority to players, it's definitely something we can take a look at.
Okay,
I think if you think about a tower as being this like streamlined thing, if we're really successful, it starts acting as sort of the benchmark, right? And the kind of the benchmarking tool. So right now, what other information we might need to provide about your run, we're really focusing on making sure the tower can actually provide that. So like, oh, I know how well I did and what I did, right?
Okay, yeah. I mean, it kind of does. But it would still be cool to have like some way to tell at some point. But okay, I have 3 more of these, and I think then that's gonna make a good roundup here. Boss materials. I think you increased like some of the stack size. I think it's still not enough. Like, can we have it like, I don't know, stack up to 999 or something? I still have all these stacks in my inventory so much, just filling it up with the lack of stash space right now.
Yeah, I'll ask a cheeky question. It doesn't mean that we're changing anything. I want you to think about this, and I want to hear, what your chat thinks. A lot of this would be a lot easier if we could just make this a material or currency. That obviously comes with a lot of trade-offs. So that's something we've talked about. Hearing feedback on that would be really helpful. But if it was all currencies, it would make this significantly easier and more manageable.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be tradable in this case. That's what you were hinting at.
Exactly. That would be the trade-off.
I think that would be okay. I mean, right now you can't like really like share the boss kills anyways. I felt that. I mean, I'm totally okay with that. That sounds good to me. It also fixes, some of the problems.
I think that's the way forward. I mean, look, we don't talk about RMT much, but it sort of stems that too, doesn't it?
Cool.
Okay.
Similar direction, like stash, but also like clan features. Like, in Path of Exile, you have these like shared stashes within your clan. Even in, I'm going to say it, Diablo Immortal, there was like a ton of cool clan features. Like right now, it just feels so bare bones. Like the community aspect of, I love to play with other players. Like we're playing an online game. Diablo is open world. I mean, obviously a bit contrary to solo self-found. Like I like to see so many options, right? Like everybody just plays however they enjoy playing the game. But right now, it feels like there's very minimal support for like any kind of like clan feature or clan stuff. So are there like any plans like in this direction, like for the like midterm future or something?
So one thing that we are supporting on the leaderboard, I know it doesn't like scratch the itch here that you're talking about, but just kind of like indicative of this, as we move on development, what is the stuff that's useful right now that we know we can just kind of take action on? So as an example, in the leaderboard, we are talking about doing like filter options where you can see people based on your relationship to them. So I can see my friends, clan, things like that. Long term, I think we're just kind of listening to what the community actually needs from it. I'm generally of the mind that like, yeah, lots of games have lots of features. Even some Diablo games have those features. But if we're gonna bring it over, I want to make sure that like we do the due diligence to make sure it fits in the game and actually supports the stuff that we are building towards. I think there have been cases where we have taken a feature from a previous Diablo title even and said like, okay, we're gonna put this into the game, and it's like, well, the context is completely different. So it doesn't actually hit the same way as it did. How could it? Everything else around it is different. Clans are not such a, disparate feature, but it's still something that we want to be kind of careful about. Lots of games do like progression and things like that. There's nothing we're actively talking about right now, but as we start developing Tower, and it is a really big social system having a leaderboard again, right? We're open. We kind of want to hear what people want to do with it and what kinds of things they want us to develop. It's going to be very transparent, I've mentioned before. So if anyone has any thoughts or anything they desperately want and think is really important, tell us. We're listening.
Will do.
Yeah, I'll give a really clear example of like it just, the context of D4 is very different. We're always looking to add big quality of life additions to the game. I'll point out Armory. I think Armory was something that, everyone was sort of clamoring for because it's like, well, D3 had this, and we added it to D4. And frankly, like there are some people that use the Armory, but I wouldn't say it's anywhere near the amount of people that used Armory in D3. And that's because itemization and like the crystallization of your build in Paragon, it's just all completely different. So that's why we try and take a sort of measured approach on like, okay, what are the things the community is asking for? How is it going to impact Diablo? Is this the right thing to be focusing on right now? We just added the Party Finder. Time flies. I guess it was a year ago, in the expansion, and like that was a way to sort of surface and serve more of the social players of the game. So I think it's just important that we think about the context, and we're also driven by a lot of the feedback. So if this is a big thing that is continuously brought up and there's like a huge volume of people that are like, man, I really wish clans were more part of the game, maybe that becomes part of the tower, right? Like there's a big clan drive for the tower. That's something we're always listening to. And one thing, sorry, it's a long answer. The other thing we are looking to do to support social a little bit more is being more lax with sort of some of the party interactions, right? Like we were just talking about it earlier, but that is something that going forward we want to be a little bit more open to the idea that you could make a ZDPS build and the only purpose of you is to make your friends and allies cool. Like we think that's a fun missing piece to the overall
Yeah.
puzzle of what you can do in D4.
That's awesome. It always like in D3 was always like a nice way to catch up as well. Like if you, I don't know, you like for whatever reason you have some IRL stuff and you're starting the season a week late, you can just join the party and be like the support player in the beginning until you're strong enough in Diablo 3, to help your group and something like that in D4. I'm all for it, man. That sounds great. That sounds great. Second to last one. I have personal interest in this as well because I still have my first barbarian that I made on the launch of Diablo 4 and I did the level 100 and the first Lilith kills and everything. I really don't want to delete that character, right? But we have very limited character slots. Would there be a chance for maybe a rebirth kind of feature, like similar to how we have it in D3 to keep these old OG characters kind of alive in a way?
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's something we have talked about. There's no timeline on this or anything like that. There's some additional complexities. Again, we were just saying like, yeah, take a thing that existed and put it in this game. There's always little differences, always little gotchas and stuff like that. So we want to make sure if we make it, it's for the player experience of Diablo 4 first and foremost. But no plans, and it's not even a guarantee that we're going to do it exactly like maybe people think about it, right? So I don't want to say like, yeah, explicitly that feature is going to make it. Like, it's not that. But the problem space you're describing is very real. We all feel it, we all see it, we all know it, right? And as when Vessel launched, right, you had some new slots, you had a new character you were going to make. Eventually, your players who are really playing the game a lot and making new characters all the time, they're going to max out their
Yes.
slots, all of them. And then what happens? And as you recall, we were just describing a potential new feature, right, with the halos where it belongs to that guy. So there's stuff that we
Nice.
have to work through. And again, this is there's a very long future and long road ahead for Diablo 4 as a whole. It's not just like this one feature. So we're in constant development. Like Diablo 4's got a bright future. I've mentioned that before. I'm going to say it again. I'm happy to always say it. So
Sounds good.
stay tuned. More information as we know. Yeah.
Hell yeah. And
Totally.
also,
I'll even say I feel this, Rob, like we're playing like 3 different versions of Diablo 4 and I have like an internal account where I don't even like deleting internal characters. It's like, oh, but I played this one so much. So
yeah.
totally
You get
agree
this
with
like
the problem
attachment
space.
to your characters, like, oh man, this was the character I
Yep,
played on the
same
launch
button.
of this and that. And,
Exactly,
I don't
yeah.
want it. I feel bad deleting it. There's like so much nostalgia on it. But that's
Still have my day one wizard from Diablo 3.
Yes.
I've rebirthed that like I don't even know how many times. It's literally my day one. I'm like never deleting that. I've deleted other things. I don't care.
All right.
That one never going anywhere. Right.
Okay,
like,
so
we
you're
get it.
hearing us loud and clear on this. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, the last question with this like bright future in mind. So there recently was an announcement for Diablo 4 coming to China on the 11th or 12th of December. And parallel, there's this event called the Game Awards. Should Diablo fans be watching that? What do you guys think?
Good question. Good way of putting
Everyone
I
should
think
be
every
watching
gamer.
it. Oh, gamers.
Every
We're
gamer?
gonna watch it.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone should
I
watch
thought-
it. And
yeah.
Diablo
Wouldn't miss
gamers
the Game Awards.
Yeah.
Okay, we ain't missing it. I mean, that's going to be close to the season launch, so I'm really excited for that. Sounds good. Thank you so much, my friends, for taking the time, joining
That
us
was a
here.
really smart way of putting
being
that
so open
question.
about all the things coming for Diablo 4. Really appreciate the transparency and all the insights in those changes to come. Thank you so much, my friends.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you,
This
Rob.
is fun.
All right, talk
Yep.
soon. GG, take care.
GG.
See you guys. GG.
All right, my friends. That's been the developers. How you guys liked it? Let me turn on the chat.
All right.
Whew. Man, I was sweating a bit when my internet
missed
cut
the- you
out
missed
in the
all
middle,
of the
dude.
things.
What the fuck was that?
All right. Let me.
Dude, it cut the fuck out, man. But the
turn that-
German internet, man.
There we go. You missed all of the things, Hyru. All of the things. Right. Let me get the music back on here. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's make sure it's on the right. Oh God. What's happening here? Oh, it's still on my other computer. Spotify has decided to disconnect. Good. Do you know what? I'm just going to start from the start again because apparently it's decided to just not turn it on. Yeah, you guys should hear it now. All right, well. I mean, that last question was daring, but it was very smart. I actually think... I don't want to make direct comparisons from this to... I'll tell you what, let's move over here a second. Let's do that. Yeah, I don't want to make direct comparisons from one interview to another because I don't think that's fair, as per se. Why the hell's my music not turning up in that? 1 second. What's happened here? Something weird's going on. I can't turn my volume down. It's like really loud in my ears. That's why I'm getting distracted. Oh, it's playing on the wrong computer. You might not hear it. There we go. Now you can hear the music. Dear oh dear. Having 2 computers, eh? I don't want to make direct comparisons between the 2 interviews because that wouldn't be fair. I definitely preferred that one. And my reasoning for that is not because I thought the other one was bad, but it's because you can tell that Rob actually blasted the PTR. You can tell he tested it to death, which he did. I did a bunch of stuff with him with the Spiritborn and a few other people. And it came across in the questions because it was more directed towards this. You know, I guess that's what most people are looking for. People are looking for 2 things from these interviews, like the immediate future, Season 11, and the long-term future, which they're only going to be able to tell you so much of anyway. Let's be honest. Turn it down? What? Really? What is going on? It should be the same volume as always. One sec. Hey, how's it going, Easy? Why is it so loud? What? What is going on? I've just turned it down a bit. Right, tell me now, guys. What's the volume like now? I might have to turn the monitor on and listen to it 1 second. It should be the same as always. That scared me for a minute because I don't want to deafen you. No, it seems alright. I don't know why it's so loud on your phone then, Hyru. That's weird. It might have been loud before because I had it on the wrong computer. It should be the same now as always, Hyru. It doesn't matter when I'm gaming or not. It's the same on both screens from what... So I don't know what's going on, Hyru. Anyway, so what I was saying was, you can tell that Rob blasted the PTR. You can tell he played it. Like I say, most people are looking for the immediate future, Season 11, and they're looking for what obviously we know there's an expansion coming. What juicy deets can we get? But they're not going to give us any juicy details that isn't coming on the big platform. You know, they're going to give it on the biggest platform they possibly can because that's the business set. You know, that's the smart business decision, right? And so his last question was really smart because he didn't ask anything. Like, you look at Rax's one the other day, he asked some direct questions like Paladin and stuff, and they just played dumb, essentially. Because they're not going to tell you anything, and they're not going to give anything away, and they can't do anything else other than play dumb. Otherwise, you just either saying yes or no, and then you're giving the wrong impression, then it goes on the internet, and then, you know, you can't do anything other than do that. What Rob did was ask, should we pay attention to the Game Awards? Which, to be honest, if they were going to announce it, it's one of the biggest. It's the biggest platform on the planet now. It's what E3 used to be. You've got Gamescom. Yeah, you got Gamescom in the middle of the year, and then you've got the Game Awards, haven't you? So that they said we should be watching it very strongly. I imagine we may get our first taste of the expansion in December. Yeah, and it is extremely close. In fact, actually, if we move over to this screen, I can't remember when the Games Awards are actually going to be, but I always watch them. I might actually watch them live this year on stream rather than watch it in my front room. Games. I didn't actually watch it last year. Actually, it's the first time I didn't watch it because I was so tired from work, I think. It's on December the 11th. Okay, so this is 2 days after the season release. Yeah, that makes sense. Season release is Tuesday, Games Awards Thursday. So we'll watch this live. There is a good chance that we might see the expansion announcement there. There's a good chance for it. I'm not going to say one interview is not better than the other because I don't think that's fair. And I think you end up in a situation where some people agree and some don't on either side of the fence. For me, I preferred Rob's. And like I say, because I thought the questions were more focused. Like, like I say, what came through to me was you can tell Rob actually blasted the game in the PTR. He knew exactly everything. Not everything. He knew exactly the details to ask that people really wanted questions to. Like, there was so much stuff in... There wasn't that many things in Rax's that weren't, like, kind of obvious to me without them actually saying it. In this one, they told us things like upcoming leaderboard features that they're definitely going to add to the game. Halos. I mean, look, I worked on leaderboard systems when I worked on F1 Clash and that in the past. I worked on every single event system in that game. I actually created half the event system in F1 Clash, and all of them had leaderboards in it, all with weekly cycles, all with clan leaderboards, all with, you know, like top 10, top 25, and blah, 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 all with promotions and demotions. I did all that stuff. So I get where they're coming from. And that's kind of that's not exactly how theirs is going to work, but it's a similar thing, right? They want to add it so you can have cycles, and they tested the reset stuff in the PTR, and they want to have it so that you can get rewards based on your ranking, and they want you to have your own individual journey rewards, which just don't care about competition. So you feel like you've got a reason to go and do it, even if it's just to show I can achieve this, and then you just don't care about it anymore. You know, I mean, that stuff's all really healthy for the game. So we're not going to get that in Season 11, but that's for the future. We got that stuff. I mean, they told us things like we're getting cooldown reduction on gloves and rings. I think that was a juicier detail than anything I personally got from Rax's, because that is the immediate season 11. That's a big change. They're changing the Celics, and they're taking it, well, by the sounds of it, they're taking all of the resource caps off everything, which is a really big buff to Spiritborns because everything was capped there. So you might end up using the Celic more on the Spiritborn. We'll see. You know, for example, we got some actual immediate details that they could release about the upcoming game that isn't like NDA'd. So I feel like the questions were more focused for the general audience for like the immediate. He didn't really ask that many into the future questions that were obviously not going to be able to be spoken about. He asked that his future questions were more about systems in the game and like their philosophies and how could you improve it. And those are things that are less likely to be NDA'd because it's not an upcoming product that's not been spoken about at all. There's absolutely no details. So I think honestly for me, I enjoyed that one more. I actually think that was a really good interview. What's everyone else's thoughts? Like, did you enjoy the interview? I actually thought that I thought Rax's interview was fine, honestly. But like I say, I've got to be honest, it did shine through that Rob had blasted the PTR and Rax had not. Like, Rob knew that game in the PTR near enough inside out. Unsurprisingly, because he played it like 24 hours a day, every day it was on, you know. He knew all the systems, he knew what was going on. It wasn't all hearsay, like. So I think, yeah. I'm trying to think what other details. There was so much stuff. I'd have to rewatch it. There was actually a lot of details that came out of that will affect the PTR. Like, yeah, they're reducing the pit scaling. Not surprised by this. I said this already in my stream. There's a good chance they might do this at some point because the PTR, like Spiritborn builds were hitting 90 for general accepted aid, and if they fix that bug, that'd be brought down. If they bring that up by 5 to 10 pits on average, loads of builds are going to hit around 90 to 100, and that's their philosophy. He actually got a rough number out of their viable build philosophy. You know, we should take that with a pinch of salt, but they said somewhere around the 85 to 95 region, 100 being nice, and anything above that is just, you know, there will be builds that do it. But, you know, we actually got some details from them. And I think, actually, the developers were very good with their answers for the most part. Obviously, they're always going to be conservative and try no promises and no shutting anything down, like, unless there's an you know, but I think they were actually pretty good with their answers as well, if I'm being honest. It was a smart way he worded it, yeah. I'll be watching the Game Awards. I'll probably watch it live. To be honest, I've been saying this for a while, like, if they're going to announce the game for it to come out like next October, let's say, or next summer, it's got to be announced soon so they can market it for long enough. That's just what they do. So the Game Awards would be the most likely place to do this, I guess, now, because it's the biggest platform. It has the biggest viewership until next summer. And that'll be too late. Next summer will be too late. So, yeah, that would make a lot more sense. Well, it's his reach as well. I don't know. There's a number of reasons, right? There's a lot of history there, Violent. You don't just throw things and relationships away. He's worked with some of them before. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying his was worse or better. It's just for me personally, I preferred Rob's as someone who's blasting the game. And it came across like Rob's blasting the game, you know? No more Indestructible and Sanctification. They said Sanctification is going to be more, what was the words they used? I don't know, better in a way. I don't know exactly what that means, but they said they want to make it feel better for the seasonal mechanic and that they are looking to potentially bring that back going forward, not just in season. But if they did that, they would bring it back down again to make it slightly less better or slightly less good because they would want it to be healthy for the game. Yeah. Mythic items having better outcomes, not having the bad outcomes would be good because obviously that wouldn't feel good. Having a 4GA mythic that then bricks with Indestructible would have felt awful, right? Hey, Master Prime, how's it going? Ginge as well. Thank you so much for the Prime, Ginge. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Your co-worker cranked it up and you couldn't hear it? Oh, sorry, Crazy. Well, I mean, it'll be up on his... I imagine it'll be up on Rob's... It'll be up on Rob's YouTube or something in the nearest future, I imagine. So you can probably rewatch it back. It was worth a watch, though. Yeah, I enjoyed that one. I think the questions were well put forward. He targeted things like dungeon layouts, all the stuff that we get frustrated with. He's actually targeted those things. And some of those were covered by Rax as well. So we need to give credit where credit's worth giving, right? There was some overlap there. And I think Rob did a good job of trying not to overlap. That's why he didn't ask about loot filters, probably, because it was already asked about. I think he probably narrowed down his questions to make it stuff that wasn't covered so much. It'll be soon, Bone Mill, yeah. Good for hardcore. I mean, look, we know we got solo self-found coming because that was really revealed in Rax's stream. And I think with all these leaderboard rewards and the halos and everything they're talking about, when that eventually makes it to the game, so there's some actual tangible, like, prestige in the game to being the top player of whatever category, I think that will be, that would be really cool for hardcore players and that, because there's one thing doing something in a softcore, there's another thing doing a hardcore, I suppose, right? You're going to be playing Diablo 3 State. It is a great game. I haven't played it properly in ages. If I had a chance to ask a question, what would I ask? I don't actually know. I haven't thought about it, Hyru. I won't get an opportunity. I'm not big enough. Hey, Tiny Ramp, welcome back. How you doing? I don't actually know. I think I would struggle because I'm a developer myself a little bit. I can relate to where they're at in their shoes. I've been in their shoes just from the games I worked on, in a way, and not quite on such a public platform, because even though the brand I worked on was Formula 1, it was a mobile game, not Diablo 4, which has got an insane presence on the internet. I would do solo self-found, yeah. I probably wouldn't start on solo self-found unless there's a race or something, and we were specifically doing that. But I would do solo self-found later in the season, probably. For sure. Yet, well, I mean, that's a good thought to have, Hyru. No, I know, Violent, I know. I'm trying to stay neutral there, that's all. I'm really not, everyone's entitled to their own, totally entitled to their opinions, and you're not wrong. Yeah, I know, Violent. It's, I feel for the developers because the thing is, right, it may seem like a year's a long time to develop stuff, and I don't know how big their team is, but it goes so quickly. I mean, look how quickly this year's gone. We're nearly in December. And there's only so much you can do each cycle in a season, and the game is constantly evolving, and you've got to throw some plans out the window because they're no longer line up with the vision of the game. It's hard. Making games is harder than people think, especially when you've got a lot of moving parts like these sorts of games have, Yeah. If you were elected to do questions, knowing your background, I believe some of your questions would respectfully skate around NDAs like Rob's last question. Yeah, if I was going to do any questions that might target areas that would potentially have NDAs, I wouldn't just outright ask questions that you're not going to get an answer to. The reason for that being is, A, it's just awkward, right? You're hoping for getting lucky moment, but actually I wouldn't want to catch the developers out. I wouldn't want to make them feel awkward, and I wouldn't want to catch them out. I wouldn't want to make them feel like they've been caught out by accident. And also, it's a waste of a question. If you're only given a certain amount of time, I'd rather ask something that's got at least some chance of getting an answer to it. I mean, I actually think the way that Rob asked about the Games Award was a very smart question, because they can actually answer that question without actually giving a tangible thing that people can then go off on the internet. If they'd said anything about, let's say, for example, yeah, watch the Games Award, the expansion is going to drop there. Obviously, they're never going to say that. But imagine they said that. It'd be all over the internet, and that's it. The hype's gone. It'd be over the internet in 5 minutes. All over it. You know what I mean? It's it's just the way the world is. Oh, yeah. Exactly. The only time I've ever been in those shoes is when I got asked questions on the F1 Clash Discord. And they used to ask me questions about upcoming stuff, and I always had to, like, dumb things down. I was occasionally able to say, yeah, we're looking actively into this, and then, you know, but if it's like a bug or something, but upcoming features I could never really talk about. You know, it's just, that's just the nature of the game. That's NDAs for you. So I wouldn't really go to the point where it's like, I'm just going to ask you a question that's quite blatantly almost asking you to either play dumb or break your NDA, like, which you will obviously have. You know what I mean? He did. Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, I'm going to judge the interviews for me personally based on how I feel post-interview. Now, I enjoyed the Rax one. I enjoyed it. But I've actually left Rob once feeling like, yeah, okay. That's made me feel good. You know what I mean? We're going to be waiting a long time for a lot of that stuff. It's not going to happen in the next 2 or 3 months, probably. You're going to be looking deep into next year before you get half those leadable things. But having some idea what's coming, getting some of those philosophies, it is nice to hear. I've actually heard some stuff from people about how, you know, in the past, like how developers aren't PR people and how they don't necessarily get things across, and sometimes that can be the case. But it is sometimes nice to hear from the actual developers what their philosophies are, because then it kind of gives you that insight. You don't think they're out to get you. You know, it doesn't mean they get everything right, but it means that you understand that they're at least on some sort of the same page. You know, it really came through in that interview that they were at least Zaman, or however you say his name. He came across as a hardcore D3 player. I've got my day one D3 character. I'm never deleting him. You know, that kind of stuff. You get the human side of the developer. They're not just robots making a game that clearly just want to do what they want, and they hate the players. You know, that kind of sort of like attitude, I guess. Diablo's fruit crushing skulls. Nothing else, and we would be hyped. Maybe. Oh, foot. Oh, right. Yeah, foot crushing skulls. Yeah. Well. Hey, bitter sweets. How's it going? How was your stream last night? I saw you playing some Battlefield for a bit. Anyway, I thought that interview was really good, actually, to be fair. I really enjoyed that one. And, some of those features, they get me excited. Like, I would actually compete on the leaderboards and stuff, you know, if we had tangible rewards to it, to be honest. So, yeah. I mean, that's good. And the changes around sanctification ease me a little bit. I didn't really play with it too much in the PTR. I didn't have time, but I didn't want sanctification just to be like this complete and utter RNG fest. But I also do get their philosophy, like they want it to be almost like a Vol Orb from PoE. They do want it to be like a slam, and some people are going to win and some are not. But you want to, if it's the seasonal mechanic, it should feel better than not, I suppose. And then in future, they can make it slightly less rewarding, which is basically what they're saying they're going to do. So we'll see how it ends up panning out. Lots of class balance stuff they talked about, which sounds really good. The pit, they even went into dungeon layout changes and stuff, and how they even went into how they're generally aiming for the tower to work and why those should feel better, and then how the pits might go more crazy and stuff. You know, I think that stuff's like really valuable because it tells you that's things that's frustrated the audience for God knows how long. They went deep into like toughness. They went into like they're changing attack powers to be your weapon damage only. I don't know if any changes are going to come with toughness before season 11. As to how it's represented, to make it clearer, hopefully, but we'll see. Yeah. Anyway. I'll probably have to rewatch it. There was actually a lot in that one, to be honest, that was really interesting. And you did a really good job. Cool. All right, well, before we crack on with some gameplay, I'm going to go use the restroom. And I'm probably going to go slap some food down for my cats. It was a bit early when I came on to do that. So if you just give me 1 minute, guys, I'll be back. And then I guess we'll just crack on with some gameplay for tonight. I'll be back in a sec, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm back. Cats are happy. And I'm ready. Right, I'm going to go... What am I going to do to start? Let's have a look at the whispers to begin with. I was originally going to do a variety stream of some kind today, but I forgot... Well, I thought Rob's interview was tomorrow, and it turns out it was today, so... I might as well just crack on with D4 today, and I'll play something different tomorrow maybe instead. Let's have a look what whispers are like. I'm still searching for these Best of Chaos items. I think I've given up on trying to get them this season, to be honest. Right, what we got? Of course, if anyone wants to come join, just come jump in, guys. You're more than welcome, as always. Facts, actually, I'm going to change my stream title first. Let's do that. Where are we?
Hello. Greetings.
Alex. Oh, God. 2 seconds, guys. Bear with me. Just need to get the title name. Alright, we'll just do something like that. And alright, that's one. And anyone know who how RAM has doubled in prices or something? I mean, it's probably just supply and demand, I guess. I don't know. I haven't had to look at RAM prices for a moment. You can't? You're working easy? Oh, that's a shame. How many hours you got left to work, dude? Yeah, I hope you're good, by the way, Easy. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to say hello too much earlier because that sound thing came up. But I hope you're well, man. I hope you're well. Oh, man. Go have to get another drink later as well. I didn't fill up before stream. I've got enough for now, though. No, that is actually my last club. Okay. Sorry, I should be alright for a bit. Alright, let's go do some whispers to start, and then I'll see what I fancy doing. Alright, we're going to do Erevar to begin. 1 to 2 hours left, then your weekend starts. Nice. Oh, at least your weekend's in a couple of hours. That's not so bad. Don't even know if I've got the materials for Sky, have I? Oh, I have, yeah. Good. Yeah, also, yeah, boss materials going into your currency. I wouldn't be opposed to this. Absolutely, just get rid of all this. Sure, make them not tradable. But I honestly think it'd be better just not to fill your inventory up with them all the time. And fill up your stash with them. You know? I mean, it'd certainly stem the whole RMT question, wouldn't it? AI center causing high demand. It could be, to be honest. Yeah. You're good, Easy? Glad to hear it. Well, no. They haven't said that is happening, Hyru. They asked the question, what would people think if they did that? And I think the general sentiment is that most people would be okay with it, but... yeah, exactly that, Violent, yeah. So, I you know, maybe we'll get that, maybe we won't, but they did ask the question about what was the general thoughts on it, and, I mean, Rob's general stance is the same as mine, which is we'd be fine with it. I wouldn't be able to gift mats to anyone anymore, but you need your own mats to be able to open the box anyway, right? To open the chest now. They changed that a while ago. I'd rather not have my stash and my inventory just feeling overburdened because of boss mats all the time, honestly. Personally. And the trading market wouldn't be quite so whack, yeah, exactly. It would also solve the problem of everyone's going to go farm Belial for 24 hours a day because you wouldn't be able to trade them or buy them, right? You'd have to earn them. That would somewhat solve that problem. If we got that problem for if we got that solved for season 11, it would solve that problem. Stackable keys. Which keys are you talking about, Tiny Rant? Are you talking about Nightmare Dungeon keys? I mean, yeah. The only way they could do that is obviously if it's got the same exact modifiers on it and exactly the same dungeon. That makes it, there's a lot of different, you'd still have too many here to be able to fit them all in, probably. So I get where you're coming from, though, yeah. Yeah, I do get where you're coming from. Oh, I've got 15 of those now. Nice. I might go do some Infernal Hordes for a bit. Didn't realise I had so many of those. Oh, PvP zone ones are reset. Let's go do those quick. Yeah, it's a good point, Tiny Rant. I'm not sure how they would easily solve that with the current system because, like you say, if you take all the dungeons in that rotation for the season, all the positive affixes and all the negative affixes, you've got 3 different things that can change. So, yeah, it's just so many different permutations of what things could be. It would still massively outweigh the size of our inventory, I think. Oh, we come over here. That's rude. Yeah, so I was just thinking about it. If you had 5 different locations with 5 different positive affixes and 5 different negative affixes, that's 5 to the power 3. You're already up to 75 different combinations, I think. Or it might be 72. But it's... You get what I'm saying. Sorry, is that right? 125, sorry. Maybe 122. I can't math. 5 to power 3, yeah. 5 times 5 times 5, yeah. Give or take. So, yeah, that's what I mean. And there's definitely more than 5 locations. And, yeah, so I'm not sure that's a perfect solution with at least with the way their inventory is right now. I'll just wait back, so I'm just waiting for the whispers here. In fact, actually, that probably did nothing for me, did it? Oh, it didn't. Good. I'm going to have to come back and do that one again. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and listen.
It is done.
Was just typing that, Bleed. Yeah. Yes. It's not a bad suggestion, but it doesn't practically work with the way their inventory is right now. So you still have a similar problem. It's not an yeah. Dungeon keys is a different problem entirely. I don't think that one will be easy to solve without fundamentally changing how the keys work. Yeah, sound in. Just getting the 3 whispers from this. I always try and hit these PvP whispers when they're up because they're just so quick and easy to do mostly. They take like 2 minutes, if that, each. And then they're done for, what was it, 24 hours or 48 hours, however long they cycle for. Especially when the big guy is already there. Nice. Hello. Easy claps. I'm probably going to have to go and hand this in before I can do the next one, though. Yeah. Yeah. Chaos out of that. X-Files. Fantastic. Alright, let's go back and get those last 3. Might as well. It does sound like they're addressing some of the mobility issues in the PTR as well. Some of the overly high mobile stuff like... Oh. Like the Elite Barbarian is... It sounds like that's getting a little bit of a nerf. In one way or another. The way that came across. And then, somebody... Yeah, so they're trying to reduce that disparity, I think. Yeah, I'm on. 5 more seconds. You can do it. There we are. Nice. Okay. Easy claps. Alright. Let's go hand this stuff in. I'm going to go do some hordes for a bit. If anyone wants to come jump in with me, let me know. Just jump in. I've got a load of keys now, so justify doing some again today. Who knows, maybe I'll get some better chaos items. Let's make a load of these. Hordes, yeah. Alright, well, we'll just crack on. If anyone wants to join, they can just join midway through, I guess. Nice, let's do it. What we got? Masses, Hellborn, Burning. Oh, it's this one. Okay, one of these. Use the gorilla, pulls them in. Alright, let's see what we got now. I guess we got 9 waves. We got to take the goblins, really, haven't we? Oh wow, this is an old track. This is. I heard this one in a hot minute. All of the old school Bullet for Valentine fans. Still remember the first day I heard this track, actually. Cheeky goblin down there. I liked how Colin used the word cheeky once in that interview as well. I was like, giggity. I like that word. Use that word all the time, I do. Oh, we got now. Alright, YOLO. None of those options are really lining up. We'll YOLO a Chaos Wave, see what we get. Looks like E for Fiends, I think. E for Fiends, yep. Interesting to see where we land on this one. We haven't had any of the giggle options yet, really. Well, I suppose we had the E for goblins, but that's not going to on its own make us get like crazy total. What do we do? I'm gonna gamble it. Screw it. I probably should take the Aether one, but I was praying that we get the goblins, which we didn't. Never mind. Oh wow, that actually hurt. Let's pick these up. Just giving us that option we didn't have before anyway. Okay, good. Oh, it finally gave us that one. Okay. Gave us all really good options there. I would have loved those earlier on. What we got? Take that, 'cause it'll scale up on the Aether Lords. But it's still going to end up over 1,000 somehow. Even with the really, really quite rubbish start. Not too bad. 1,400? Yeah. Not too bad.
You will find only your own death.
3 GA pants. What's the chances that this is going to be a mother's embrace? Oh, it's a ring at the midday hunt. Fantastic. I've got 2 of these at 3 GA in 2 different slots. And I don't need it. Thanks, game. Got me excited for a minute there. Finally chopped a half-decent chaos item. Dear oh dear. Yeah, cooldown reduction on the gloves and the rings. That's pretty big. That was one of the things you were really struggling to get in the PTR. Especially where the Shaco couldn't get to 54% anymore. Still got 2 spots open, by the way, guys. If anyone wants to come jump in, by all means, just let me know or just come jump in.
On your return.
Okay.
Use it well.
Same start as last time. Great. Terra's a bit slightly better start. We'll say this. Okay, we'll take that. We're just praying for the A for Laws mod, and then we'll be golden. I've not heard this song in ages. Banger. Alright, nice. Another A-Fiend one. We've pretty much got all the A-Fiends ones now. We just need the Lords mod. Say that, fast spawning events. Nice. Yeah, just jump in, Zach. Yeah. Anyone's welcome to jump in. We're just chilling. Just chilling. I actually dropped in my first one, I dropped a 3GA Chaos Pants, but it's not one of the ones I'm looking for, sadly. It wasn't a useless one, to be fair. It's probably the best Chaos Unique I've found this season, or one of them. But it's not one that's useful for this build, sadly. But yeah, just jump in, man. Yeah, more the merrier. I've got another 13 keys after this, so quite happy to rinse through those. That'll keep us going for a fair while. Yeah, Simon, jump in. Honestly, guys, just jump in. 28k mana. That's disgusting. Nice. Nice. Yeah, how you doing, Simon? How you doing, Zach? You both good? Chilling now, just off work. Nice. Well, hopefully work wasn't too bad for you. Oh, now it gives it to us. The one we actually wanted the whole time. Okay, thanks, game. It's teasing us now. Are you jumping? Are you jumping in, Zach? Suppose we're almost done with this one now. Can we collect that one? Oh, cool. Says we can. Good. All right, fair enough. I mean, that'll be in a second, right? Didn't even see his HP bar. Bye-bye, Bartok. It's all right. We're just about to start another one, Simon. You must have been pretty close, but yeah. Guess that's why Zach didn't join. Should make sense. 480, yeah. Sorry, I mean now we got Zach and you in here. We got a 4-man party. We should blitz these things.
I forge more than horseshoes. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Not a good start. I guess we take this one. At least it's some sort of guaranteed ether all the way from start to end. I stand by what I said before, Gorsh, that I'm not gonna say which one I think is better than the other, but for me personally, I enjoyed. I think Rob's one was more tailored to me. It came across like Rob had blasted and tested the PTR in pretty good depth. You know, he had a pretty good handle on where the game was going immediately. And I also think he didn't ask any silly questions where you clearly weren't going to get any answers. I don't know. It's always a tough one. Like, do you actually go for it or not? But they clearly are not going to tell you, yes, there's expansion, and yes, there's going to be Paladin, and yes, there's going to be this. They're not going to say... And they're also not going to say no, because you can't win. So playing dumb is the only thing they could really do. You know what I mean? It's... I don't know. For me, I left that second interview feeling like I feel like I got more information from the second one. You know, they spoke about leaderboard stuff. They spoke about philosophy on things more. They actually gave details on some of the stuff that's changing for PTR. You know, from pit scaling going down, or at least that's their intention, to sanctification getting a little bit of juicing for the, because it's a seasonal mechanic. That the fact it might come back as a eternal feature, but it'll be less juiced for that because it'll be an eternal feature and so on. Like, there's loads of stuff. Cooldown reduction on gloves and rings, that wasn't on the PTR. That's gonna be big. They're changing them. They're uncapping all of the resource caps, but they're making the melted heart scale its damage differently. So it'll still give you loads of damage, just not based off of how much resource you got necessarily or something, so you don't need a cap anymore. You know, that's just what I got from it anyway. There's loads of stuff in there, right? I mean, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's my take on it. I don't really want to... I don't really want to put one person down or the other, you know? But it definitely came across like the second interview. It definitely came across like Rob had actually played the PTR, like properly played the PTR and understood all the features. That definitely came across like, and that's not even me trying to be mean or favoritism or anything. It's just it came across that way, right? And it showed. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like I said, we got quite a lot of information. I think I might have to watch it again because they did actually reveal quite a lot of stuff. Not just stuff that's like addressing PTR stuff. They actually did reveal some future things that they are definitely working on. You know, the rewards for leaderboards. It's fine that they're not coming to start with. I can appreciate they're actually quite cumbersome things to code. I've coded similar things, so I understand. But giving some idea of like what their thoughts are and where they want to go with it and stuff, you know, that was really nice. Yes, you be nice, we'll be assholes. Well, I'll smile and nod. Yeah, I think so. And I honestly think his last question was quite smart. It was almost like asking... He didn't ask anything that would quite obviously require an NDA to be breached to get an answer to. Or you were just hoping for pot luck that they weren't NDA'd under something and they've been told they can answer it, I guess. So I guess it's very much that situation of like, if you don't ask the question, you don't ask, you don't get. But at the same time, sometimes it's very obvious what you won't get. You know what I mean? And him asking, like, should we be excited? And then the way they excite... I mean, it would line up with when I would expect a big announcement to be. It'd be then or summer at Gamescom. They're the two big platforms. The biggest platforms, right? For the worldwide gaming audience these days. E3 doesn't exist anymore. And so the Games Awards would align if they were going to make any major announcements. And it is very close to the release of Season 11 and such, so yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Goblins or Ether. We're taking goblins, I suppose. YOLO. Oh, equals. That's not so bad. that's been a good one, this one, because we've got loads of Aether Lords stacking. Hang on a minute, guys. I just need to go pick up all my ether that's everywhere. There we go. What do we got next? Oosh, not quite so nice. I guess we'll take the masses one, right? What we got in the last one? Honestly, I'm tempted just to go for faster events. Oh, I would have gone for faster events probably. Again. But I guess it doesn't matter. Either of those would be fine. Yeah. Just because we got, I think we got Ether Goblins as well somewhere. Oh, well, maybe we didn't. Maybe it was the last round. I've lost track of what's what. No, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was the last round we got those. You clicked it? Oh. Oh, we got two. Well, I made over $1 billion gold in the last 3 days from doing these, so that's good. You can actually earn some good gold from doing these. It's always nice. Well, no one else has expressed, so I think just stay in until you're ready to go. Until you're ready to drop, Simon. I think if anyone else wants to join, they can just shout in the channel, and then we can just swap people out. Obviously, you can drop whenever you want to as well. But I don't feel, you shouldn't feel pressured. It's a bit quieter right now, isn't it, in the community? So it's not like we've got a heaving queue of people wanting to join. Here we go.
Greetings. How shall I guide my armor?
Hey, Dark Soul, how you doing, man? Is there any actual upgrade to picking Bartok instead? In T3 and T4 you get guaranteed Chaos Armors, and you get about 200 to 250 ether back from killing him as well in T4. So you don't lose all of it, you lose some, but it's the fact that you guarantee, and he drops a lot of items as well, so that's the trade-off, I guess. You get a lot more drops from him individually than you do from the council, and you get guaranteed chaos items. 3GA Meteor Glove, Zach. Nice! Meteor build, question mark? Yeah, how you doing, Dark Soul? You good? You're glad? You're good? Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Oh man, that's not the greatest start, is it? Guess we'll take this one. That's not the greatest set of options, is it? Ush. Oh, let's take this one. Oh, trust me, I know Dark Soul. I had one 3GA earlier. That's probably the best thing I've had from him ever. It wasn't one I wanted. It wasn't a useless one, but it wasn't one I wanted. But yeah, I nearly always get 1 GAs and they're useless. But, you know, I suppose you're just doing it with the hope of RNG on your side, right? Occasionally you might get the 12 Chaos Armors drop if you're really lucky. Hit the jackpot and get loads of them. That's happened to you already? Nice. Shoot. Like this one. Hello, mate. Where you gone? The cat's turn up. You looking at your bed? Wow. Nope, he's gone. You got a mythic from the Chaos Cache. Hey, nice. What mythic did you get? Screw it. Shattered Vow. I actually made a build in the PCR that used that, funnily enough. Yeah, hopefully you'll get some buffs in the future. It's got really nice stats on it. It's the aspect that could use some love, to be honest. I found I had a poison build which was okay in the PCR. It wasn't Giga, but it was okay, and it used the Shattered Vow. It was better with the Shattered Vow because it gives 110% duration increase, which is a multiplier on dot damage. Because what it takes is you do X amount of damage over Y time. If you double Y time, the X damage gets doubled as well. That's what happens. It's gonna be a rubbish run, you watch. Depends on the rest of the options. Yeah, I don't know of any this season that's using the Shattered Vow, sadly. Not the Spiritborn, anyway. We're very limited with what you can equip in the weapon slot, really. That's true, Ironforge. How you do, man? So the Melted Heart is definitely going to be more valuable in Season 11. I and others fed back about the Nessicum. The Spiritborn Glaive. Hopefully that will get some love. We don't know. But we fed back that really needs some love. Shatter Vow is usable. It's just not necessarily GG on the Spiritborn. But on Barbs, it might be in some cases because you've got 4 weapon slots, I suppose. Say this one. Things like the Lycander, it does have a place where it's the only weapon in the game now that has % resource generation. Will it be used in GG builds? Probably not. Farming builds, maybe. Yeah, so I get what you're saying, though. There are some you look at and go, yeah, that's just not useful. I'm sure they will at some point bring them all up to that space. The Melted Heart has been directly targeted this season to make it not a meme. That one will definitely be used in some builds, and it will definitely be usable. Yeah, and hopefully the Nessicum's the other big one that really needs some love, yeah. Hey, Nemesis, how you doing, dudes? Yeah, no worries, man. How you doing? I appreciate I stream quite late our time. Glad to see you, man. I hope you've been keeping well. Yeah, I'm good, Ironforged. I'm good. On a bit earlier today because there was Rob's dev stream, which was pretty good, actually. I quite enjoyed that one. Got some juicy deets for the Season 11 launch, so that's going to get my brain racking, for sure. Let's put that one. Work been keeping you busy, but off tomorrow, so you can sit up a bit later. Nice. That's always a winner. Awesome sauce. What have you been playing recently, Nemesis? I did this wrong because I'm intrigued to see what Soul Spires can actually do. We started off with one of the Soul Spire ones and we've got all the bits in place now. I'm intrigued to see what you can actually do with it because I never tried since the recent patches. It's going to be rubbish probably, but we're still hitting over 1,000, which is not awful. I mean, it could be worse. I feel like we take that. Yeah. Well, we're going to hit over 1,000 easily, which is not awful. So, and we've got it so they spawn off of masses or have a chance to, and we've got the masses can respawn on deaths, so you got a reasonable chance of spawning the Soul Spires. I don't think this is going to be as good as our previous runs, but we still got one more wave after this. Oh, it's not a terrible run. We've still got one wave left. We're at 1,100. Just wanted to see, like, how does it compare to just a normal, like, Aether Fiend run? Because they were coming in anywhere from, I don't know, 1,000 to 1,000 to 2,500. 2,500 being a really absurdly good run. On average, about 1,500, I'd say. Maybe a bit higher. Yeah. I think we're going to start with 2 Soul Spires. Should do. Oh yeah, Aether Lords are really good now, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad they buffed that as well. That's what I typically go for. I was just intrigued to try out a different strategy. I mean, this has worked well enough that we'll get our rewards. To be honest. Oh no. Game go burr. Whoa, that was some latency. What happened there? My game actually jammed up for like 10 seconds for some reason on the server end. Did everyone else get that? Or was that just me? Huh, interesting. I mean, my immediate reaction was look at the stream to see if my internet's died, but it didn't, I don't think. I didn't drop a single frame on the network side, so I don't think it was my internet as per se. Weird. Alright, well, I mean, oh, we still got one more wave. Holy, okay, I was behind on the waves, fair enough. Screw it, we're going all in on Spires. We're going all in on Spires, nothing else. I just want to see what we land with, because we've got an okay total as it is. We're going to hit 1,500 plus. Like, easily, I reckon. Whoa, it's spawning all of the Soul Spires. What's going on? It's meant to be reduced Soul Spires. They're everywhere. Easily 1,500. So, I mean, it's not awful. It can work. We did get the yellow and the orange treasured spires things. We got the masses. We got the on-death masses causes more masses. So, yeah, the Soul Spires when masses die. Masses spawn potentially when masses die, so you get multiples of them. And we've got 2 or 3 event speed ups, which is honestly for any run, you get the event speed ups, it's going to drastically improve your total. So they're actually really valuable, probably one of the more valuable ones in general. I mean, that's not a terrible total, that's okay. How many speed ups did we get? We got 2 speed ups. Soul Spires drop 563% ether on death. Let's pick all that stuff up. What did I get? X-Files, nice. More salvage fodder. was going to salvage that. We're starting another one, I suppose. Just crack on.
See some steel you need.
Hey, thanks, Darsoul. Appreciate that, dude. Oh, it's nice and chill right now because we're obviously that late into the season and just playing with people in the community who still want to play. I'll probably play something different on stream tomorrow. Keep myself entertained while we got some downtime. I really appreciate that. I say tomorrow, I'm not entirely sure what I'll play. I mean, it'll either be Arc Raiders or it might be that Ball Pit game, which is like a roguelite bullet hell kind of game. It's pretty fun. I've been playing it off stream. But I rarely get downtime where it's like, okay, there's actually nothing major going on for the next couple of weeks. So I'm just going to take one stream this week and make it a stream of just playing something else because I don't get a lot of time to play other games. I'm normally, if I stream 4 days back to back, because I do quite long streams, like my normal stream time is 7 or 8 hours-ish. By the time, and then I don't go to bed immediately, so by the time I've gone to bed and I woke up, I'm nearly on stream again. I barely get time to play games outside of stream, so... It was acting wacky with my mouse. Oh, Arc Raiders. I actually really enjoy it, and I will be playing some more this week. I don't know if that's what I'll play tomorrow or whether I'll play that Ball Pit game. I think it depends how stressful I want the game to be. Arc Raiders is definitely a high, like, you know, stress, high octane sort of game, and it's fun though. But obviously you can just get wrecked. And then the Ball Pit game is just like, it's just chill, right? Play D2R. Is it worth picking up D2R just for a couple of streams though? If I was going to do D2R, I want to get into D2R, you know what I mean? That's the thing, Rangda. And believe me, I've got 10,000 plus hours in D2, so I love the game. But I think if I'm going to go back and do D2, I'm going to do it properly, probably. But yeah, how you doing, Rangda? You good? I don't know. Also, I'd quite like to play something that's just a different speed, a different pace of game. I don't do that a lot at the moment. It's good for my sanity and my mental state, to be honest. Especially where we know we've got another big season coming up at the start of December. And it's going to be, you know, that's going to be blasting all the way through December and January, probably. Or at least December and half of January, minimum. Nice. That's the one we didn't get in the previous ones. I probably will get back to playing D2R again at some point. Maybe I'll give it another real proper crack when there's another actual league start or something. If it lines up sometime where it's not on top of a D4 one. The same as I'd quite like to get back and play D3 again at some point. I honestly haven't played that in such a long time. Yeah, it's been a long time since I played D3. But again, I've got, in all the years it's been out, I played it on day one. I've got over 10,000 hours in that game easily as well. But it's just been a long time since I picked it up and played it. Yep. Yeah, I guess so. Build a server, it's struggling with all of the stuff going on. You can feel it, so yeah. It's not too bad, but you can feel it when it happens. It's a slight... You're especially if you got a really high like teleport evade or teleport field or something. You can feel it. Hey Zane, how's it going, man? It was actually a really good interview, to be honest, Zane. It's hard for me to summarize everything, but they did get into some pretty good juicy details. Like a lot of stuff coming up in season 11. Obviously, we played the PTR a lot. It has Simon, yeah. So obviously, like I smashed the PTR. It sounds like some of the main concerns for the PTR are being addressed, so that's good. There's going to be cooldown reduction on gloves and rings. That's new. That was actually quite hard to attain on the PTR because of the changes to the masterwork and tempering. Sounds like sanctification is being made slightly juicier because it's a seasonal mechanic. Might come back as an eternal feature, like permanent in the game beyond the season if it's popular, but it wouldn't be quite as juicy. They'd tone it down a little bit for a non-seasonal mechanic. What else? They spoke about upcoming leaderboard stuff, and going into the future. So like you're talking like probably like well into next year level future, but the sort of rewards and like the sort of competitive rewards you'll be able to get, and personal stake rewards and stuff, so that's really nice. A load of balancing stuff. Talked about dungeon layouts and how they're trying to improve those, and how they rebuilt all that tech for the tower, and they can backform some of it to the pit if they want to, and how they can go more crazy in the pits now, because that won't just be your go-to leaderboard competitive part of the game. The tower will be, so that it frees up the pit to do more crazy stuff. What else? Honestly, there was quite a lot. He actually asked some really good questions. Oh yeah, final question was, should we be watching the Games Awards? And the answer was a very strong resounding yes, which doesn't surprise me. So I will probably be streaming the Game Awards on that day. That's actually, I think it's around the time season 11 starts. There's not really a good option here, is there, really, to be honest? Let's just do this so we start with some ether. Screw it. You played D2R for about 5 hours and I was done spamming potion from the inventory. I went and played D3 guild baits. Fair enough. It's fine. I mean, that's just... It's obviously... It's still based upon the original game, so it does suffer from some old game tendencies, but that's just the game, I guess, right? I know, right? It's a good run. It's a good run. Good run. Yeah, so that doesn't cover absolutely everything, Zane, but that covers a whole bunch of stuff that came up. Definitely left that interview feeling like, yeah, okay, now I'm actually quite excited for Season 11. And I feel like we got more answers and more actual details from that interview personally. That was more tailored towards me as a gamer, and me as a Diablo fan, and me as a blaster, I suppose. And as a community player. Because Rob's a community person as well. He plays a lot with the community himself. Yes, we take that one, right? Oh, wait, we're going to hit 2,500 here. Easy. Class changes at all? What, class balance? Only a little bit. They did say that the Melted Heart of Selig is still going to scale the resource like it did, but that the way the damage scales is going to be different, so that they can uncap. Instead of capping the things that were broken on the PTR, they're going to uncap everything that wasn't capped, but change the way the damage scales. So it doesn't scale off of quite as much resource, but it gives a bigger set of damage to it, so it's more consistent across the board as an item, the Melted Heart itself. Something like this. I can't remember exactly what they said. We'll have to see what the patch notes comes out with. So they've done that. What else did they say? They did say that a lot of the mobility skills were being looked at again, so I guess that refers to Teleport Sork. Leap Barbarian, they heavily hinted that there was going to be some nerf to the Leap Barbarian craziness that was going on, because that was whack, apparently. Completely insane. I don't know what or how much, but they heavily hinted at this. What else did they talk about? They talked about damage multipliers as a whole, and how I don't think this is coming in Season 11, but it sounds like they might even go as far as changing glyphs to not be generic multipliers in future. Like, there's just too much generic multipliers and the passive treeing and the glyphs and all this, and that just ends up being more beneficial than other things. And I guess they want to take a philosophy like you should be building up a lot of different things across your build to build power, and then they can balance the game accordingly, rather than this thing makes you do bigger numbers. I don't think that's coming in Season 11, but they sort of talked a little bit about that. And it kind of makes sense, because that's one of the reasons the numbers go crazy. There's just so many generic multipliers everywhere, or just multipliers in general. Well, that was a very good run, guys. 2,800 plus or something, give or take, or 2,600. Yeah, no worries, Simon. GG's. Flicker step, wonderful. How much gold do I get from that? I think there will be a lot of class amendments and changes when we get the PTR notes, which will be later in the month, I guess, in a few weeks' time. Got nearly 100 million gold from that. Not getting totally broke. Hey, nice. I was going to say, hey, we got a spare space, guys, if anyone wants to come jump in, by the way. Few key points from Rob's interview. All classes will be about... Oh, yeah. They're reducing the pit scaling a little bit, which doesn't surprise me. So everyone's going to be able to do, on average, 5 to 10 pits higher than they did in the PTR, which is nice. Sanctification Indestructible was removed. Yes, that's good. Bosses will have around 60% reduced life, but will do more damage. I think that's what I got from it. Cooldown reduction on rings and gloves. Melted Heart will be rebalanced and all caps will be removed. Yep. Perma TP going to stay in the game, but you need the Oculus Unique. That's do you know what's funny about the Oculus Unique thing? I said this 2 seasons ago, I think, that Perma TP is fine, but it should require an item to do it. Like, it should... and I was like, the Oculus is the perfect item. This should be the thing that you have to equip to have Perma TP. And that's fine. Like, there's no problem with having Perma TP if there's a specific thing that makes it work. Like the Oculus. Like, I said that ages ago that the Oculus should do that. So I'm okay with that. And everyone should be watching the Game Awards on December the 11th. Pretty much. Well, I think they're striving towards that, Gilbates. Whether that will be perfect in Season 11, I don't know. T. Morton, yeah, for sure, dude. Jump in. Welcome in, man. How you doing? If you need my battle tag, dudes, just add me up. Oh, I don't have a queue going. Just add me up. And just come and jump in. Thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, anyone's welcome to come join if there's a spot. We just had a really good run there. We got like 2,600 or something. We didn't even run any Chaos Rifts. Madness. Might need to make a space strategy. 1 second. Alright, I don't really know anymore. There's too many people. Too many people I play with too often. There we go. Yeah, Ether Lords is the way to go, Simon. That's what I normally do, yeah. Unless I decide to test something else out. Yeah, I mean, look, that was a pretty good interview. And, yeah, I think Sorks shouldn't be unhappy about that. You know, using the Oculus to get perma TP, that build will be really good for... That build is designed for speed farming. You're going to teleport around, you're going to blast stuff, you're going to have perma teleport, it's going to be really good. But you're not going to be able to do that on... It's not going to be every single skill on Sork is just suddenly going to be able to perma TP and have the Giga weapon at the same time. Some builds just straight up won't be able to use the Oculus because it won't fit in a slot. But some will just be like, we can use the Oculus, but it'll be a weaker version for speed farming, you know what I mean? I don't think that's fine. I think every class should have these options in some form or another. Yeah, if you get the 3x to start, it's, you know it's going to probably be a good run, Simon. Well, Marksman just progressively lost all his points. Not such quite a strong start, but we'll take the Ether Fiends here still. Gee, okay, I'm just gonna stand here. I guess I'll go stand in the circle. We got, look at this. We got a Bone Spear. Oh, not Bone Spear. It's oh, what's it called? Bone, whatever it is, Bone Shrapnel, whatever it's called. It's been a moment since I played Necro. Look at this. This is disgusting. We've had a few people playing this season. It's pretty good. I'll just stand in the circle so it counts. Yeah. Craziness. Love it. Bone Splinter, that's the one. Thank you, thank you. I knew it wasn't coming out my mouth. Look, it does look really fun, that build, doesn't it? I mean, look at it. It's cracked. Absolutely crazy. But look at that as well. What the hell is that? Jesus. It is. It's crazy, isn't it, Damon? Yeah. How you doing, Damon? You good? Imagine the lag with you spamming. I don't really need to. It's great. I can just have. I can sit here and have a good time. I'll just go and do the objectives. Everything. All the cannon fodder is just gonna die. It's already dead. If they made it so you could cast while moving, it would be your favorite build. I see. You have to move and then cast. I see. Yeah. That'd be pretty OP. Is this one of those builds that won't work like this next season because you needed the Chaos Uniques to make it work? I haven't played Necro this season, so I haven't really got a true handle on it. Would make it just insane, Morton. Well, it looks insane already, to be honest. It's, you know, you're just, I'm imagining you're just sitting there holding a button down and winning. That's pretty good. The only reason you can't just do hordes completely. It's just because you actually need to have people go and unlock the objectives, I suppose, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly what I just said. You just need people to go activate stuff, don't you? And then you just kill everything. Yeah. It's definitely cracked having one of those in the hordes. Holy cow. Madness. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Teamwork makes the dream work, eh? Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Aether Lords. Let's go. Have you played any other builds this season, Morton? Or have you just stuck to Necro? I don't think you can gamble just one Rangda. I'm not sure if it lets you. I think you have to gamble at least 10. I think that's just what the system... The system doesn't even allow it to go down to 1, I don't think. Yeah. Oh, nice. And has this been your favorite? A bit of a blaster then, are you? I've only stuck to Spiritborn myself this season, but I have played about 20 Spiritborn builds this season. No exaggeration. I did something like 15 to 20 on the PTR. Kata Druid's your favorite? Yeah, it's a popular build. Yeah, the unlimited, the infinite Kata farming build. Yeah, yeah, it's a very popular build this season. Actually, I mean, Kata's been popular for a number of seasons for different reasons. Guess we'll take this because we're scaling up all the Aether Lords. Ravens is fun. I played that in the PTR for Season 10, but I ended up picking up just before Season 10. Mobalytics asked me to be their Spiritborn class lead, class writer, whatever you want to call it. So I've ended up focusing this season on Spiritborn a lot more than I would have beforehand. I always played Spiritborn a whole bunch since it released, but I will be focusing on that as my main, I guess, going forward for at least now. You cleared 112, Magneto. Nice! GG's. I did see your message, actually. I think I hearted it, heart emojied it or something last night. That's really good, man. GG's. Yeah, I bet. It feels good when you achieve something that's, like, actually really stretching your character and such, isn't it? Exalted Hordes all day long. How's your day going, Magneto? You good? Good. Glad to hear it. Just about to start your work day. So you thought you'd start it with a Pit 112 clear. Love it. The best way to start the old workday. I hope your workday goes well for you. Yeah, we'll take the goblins. Why not? I know we only got 3 waves left, but it is the best option there for this run. I guess we'll say Burning Rain. Guess it's out of masses. Hey, Breakpoint, how's it going? How's it going? How you doing, man? Good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. How's your PoEing going? You've got your stuff res cap. Should be good to go. Nice. Sounds good. Not the best run, but it's good enough. Guess the options didn't stack quite like we did the round before. We just got all the right options in the right order, I suppose. Take the gold though. Actually useful. Nice. Hey, Troll, how's it going, dude? All right, I'm actually, before we do the next one, guys, I'm a dum-dum, and I forgot to fill up my drink, my water flask, so it's empty, and my drink is empty. So I'm just going to go quickly pour myself another drink. So I'll be back in, I don't know, about 1 minute or something. I'll be back in a sec, guys. BRB. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. It looks like we've got a spare spot, guys, if anyone wants to come jump in. Am I going to make new planners before the start of the new season, or try and... No. So I will be making... Every single planner I made on D4 builds will be converted into Mobalytics before Season 11 starts. Every single one that I think is worthwhile, which is about... There's going to be about 12 to 15 of them, give or take, including... And then there'll be some leveling guides as well. So yeah, there'll be full guides. They won't just be planners. So you can look for those. I'm waiting for Mobalytics to update, so they've got the Season 11 stuff, which we should get sometime in the nearest future, hopefully. Hey, PD Wellen, how's it going, man? How's it going, dude? You was looking forward to a day off. Guess who got called into work? Oh, no. Another 14-hour shift. I hope they're compensating you well for that. Yeah, not bad, PD Wellen, not bad. Does anyone want to come jump in, guys? We've got a spare spot. We're just running some T4 hordes at the moment. Trying our luck at that chaos drop. Chaos unique RNG loot. Loot luck. I guess we can start without anyone, and then if anyone wants to jump in, they can. Okay. We'll do that. Yeah, Gio, come jump in, man. Honestly, we've got a spare spot. Anyone's welcome to come join in. Yeah, no props. Just come jump in. How you doing, how you doing, Gio? You good? Well, I guess we'll start with that one. The usual work from home grind, yes. Oh, I know what you mean. Wink, wink. Oh, glad to hear you're well. Glad to hear you're well, buddy. $3,617 ether from a 6-wave. Holy cow! What did you get? Did you get the goblins? You must have got a goblin chaos rift from that, surely. How you doing, Source on the side? You good? Yeah. Okay. Wow. That's a pretty total from a 6-wave. Holy cow. Very nice. Doing good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Grab the ether there. What we got? What we got? Okay. Ether thing is nice. You rolled 100, Magneto. Nice. Hit the jackpot. Finally! Shame you only went in with 100 points, I suppose. Imagine if you went in with a lot more. Would have had all of the points. All of them. Hey, Ubellion. How's it going, dude? How's it going, man? You'll take the win. A win's a win. Doesn't matter how you got there. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, Ubellion. I'm good. All good in the hood here. We watched Rob's dev interview earlier, which was actually really good. Some very good information came out of that in general, and yeah, it's just, I mean, I'm excited for season 11. I can't speak for everyone else, but I'm excited for it. And yeah, it was all public. It was all public on live. We actually had a pretty good summary of it a minute ago by Oldman, but it was there's going to be cooldown reduction on gloves and rings, some class balances, melted hearts being balanced, some of the mobility skills are being balanced in general, hits are going to be reduced in scaling a little bit. There's lots of leaderboard reward features that are actively being worked on with no timeline, so that'll be next year at some point, but that all sounded really good. Or varying kinds, like personal rewards, competitive rewards, etc. And they said you should definitely watch the Game Awards, which is it's like pretty much straight after the Season 11 launch, so yeah, we'll probably see some good stuff, juicy stuff there. It was worth a watch, Ubellion. It was actually really good, yeah. Yeah, same, Simon, yeah. There honestly was a lot more in there than that. That's just a really quick summary of some highlights I can remember off the top of my head. That's fair enough, Simon. Each to their own, right? I mean, there'll be people on the other side of that fence, and they're totally entitled to that opinion as well. They're both good games in their own right. But they do target different audiences, and you know, they're in the same genre, but they're two very different games. Yeah, same. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They didn't give anything away that couldn't possibly be given away. And actually, Rob didn't really throw any questions at them that were NDA, obviously going to be NDA'd. He didn't throw any of those in. The closest he got was, how much should we be watching the Games Awards? And they said very strongly. It was a very smart question because they can actually answer it without saying anything they shouldn't. Other than that, it was all stuff that was like, yeah, it's more like immediate future stuff and philosophy and stuff they can talk about with features we're going to be seeing in Season 11, but maybe aren't complete, like the tower. They said it's in beta, they're going to be improving it and that sort of stuff. I'll be interested to... Yeah, the cooldown reduction on rings and gloves, my reaction was, oh yeah, that's quite big. I'll be interested to hear what your thoughts are, because for me personally, like, it just came across like he'd actually blasted and tested the PTR, you know what I mean? And the questions were very tailored with that in mind. So, the information we got was, I guess, to anyone who's blasting the game regularly, it would be probably more interesting, I guess. If I was to take a... I mean, look, if they're going to announce a big expansion or something, they're going to want to do it on the biggest platform possible. That pretty much is the Games Awards or Gamescom in the summer. Gamescom's been and gone, right? So now you got the Game Awards, and then you got to wait till Gamescom next year, which honestly will be too late in the year to then market it for long enough to release it for Christmas. So the Games Awards would make the most sense to have its first announcement, and they do a lot of game reveals at the Games Awards. That would be the most likely. All right, no worries, you Bellin. That would be the most likely time for it to happen, but obviously we don't know for sure. But that would be the most likely. I'm not sure if they meant they wanted to add many more. I know which bit you're referring to, Ian, because I thought I heard that as well. I think they might have said they don't want to add many more torments to fill the gaps. But it was hard. I'd have to go listen to it again. I might have misheard. I know which bit you're referring to, though, where they were talking about the smoothing of the progression. So we'll see. The problem with adding more torment levels is it then means like there's more difficulties that people aren't able to play with each other in. It creates more like segmentation for players and stuff, right? No worries. Yeah, I was just saying, Ubellion, that if they're going to announce an expansion, it would be, you'd expect it to be one of the biggest platform. It'll be on the biggest platform possible to get to as many people as possible, and the Games Awards is one of those. So there's a good chance we might see that there, but obviously none of us know for sure. They do a lot of game reveals at the Games Awards now. So anyway, I'll probably watch that live on stream this year. I didn't last year, and I think the reason for that was, oh, I know why I didn't watch it last year. I didn't watch the Games Awards last year for the first year in ages because it was on the same day. I think it was on the same day my Christmas party was on, if I remember rightly. My work Christmas party. I want to say they landed on the same day or something like this. Or maybe my work Christmas party was the next day. I really can't remember. But I didn't stay up and watch it. This year, it doesn't matter. I've got work anymore, so I will probably... It will be very close to the season start. But I'm sure I can carve a few hours out to chill and watch the Games Award. And hopefully some of you will come watch it with me and we'll see all the juicy stuff for next year. That's true, Gilbates. Yeah, it was something like that. I'd have to go back and rewatch it to get exactly what they said. It was something along those lines, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of stuff that came up, and I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that could change. Not all of it's going to happen with Season 11, though. But we got a lot of interesting insights as well. Yeah, Mortem, thanks so much for jumping in, dude. Appreciate it. Your build's looking pretty sweet. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Guys, we've got a spare spot if anyone else wants to come jump in. BlizzCon is September, exactly. No, that's too late. For them to first reveal the expansion, that would be too late. If they wanted to release it in 2026. That would leave them less than 3 months to market and get it out and sell it. And most games won't typically release just before Christmas. It's too hot a commodity, Christmas, to compete with things. Their first reveal will have to be earlier than that if they want to release it next year. Gonna dip out too? No worries, Hank. Thanks for jumping, man. I mean, it's not completely impossible that the game might release next October. Like Vessel of Hatred did, that means that it would be just after BlizzCon. They could have the game in some playable form, like whatever's going to be in there at BlizzCon. And then it will actually release in October. That's not completely out of the question.
Greetings.
They did, but that's not Blizzard and Microsoft rebellion. Just take... it's the amount of time they'll want to market it. 16 weeks is not a long time. Possibly. I haven't got the facts, so I don't know. It was a good one, though. I know that much. Yeah. Guys, we actually have a second spot available if anyone else wants to come jump in, because a couple of people dropped out. Yeah, so... We'll see. There's a good chance we'll see something Diablo 4 related at the Games Awards. What we'll see, who knows? We'll see. Oh, yeah, no worries. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, no worries. I think Gio's just rebooting and he's going to come and rejoin. Does anyone else want to come and jump in? We've got one spare spot. Gio's just going to come and rejoin. If not, we'll go as a 3-man to start with. I think it's likely we'll see an expansion. I'm a little surprised they didn't release it this year, but well, look, if they didn't release it this year, then I guess it wasn't ready to release this year, right? I'd rather they work on something a bit longer and get it actually ready to release and then release it, to be honest. Well, we're just waiting for Gio to come join us. And then, as I say, if anyone else wants to come jump in, by all means, just come jump in. Beast in the Ice is a whisper. Alright, let's go run it quick while we're waiting. Hey, Fuserel with the 7 months. Fuserel, thank you so much for the Prime. How you doing? How you doing? I appreciate it. Are you already there, are you? Sweet. Got Hammer whispering. Doing well, glad to hear it. What are we doing? Oh, just chilling. We're doing some hordes now. We watched Rob's dev interview earlier. That was good. Now we're just doing some hordes. Well, we're waiting for Gio Eric to come and join up, and we've got a spare spot if anyone wants to come jump in. And we're just doing some hordes at the moment. trying our luck at the Chaos Unique drop, you know, loot luck again. Yeah. Come jump in, Fuserall. Do it. Hey, Adrian, how's it going, dude? Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you? It's been a hot minute. I hope you're well. You been blasting D4 this season, or did you take a break this season? Hey, Vegeta, how you doing, man? Yeah, some trouble IRL. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope things are looking up for you. Back to pit pushing. Nice. Well, next season, it'll be tower pushing, not pit pushing. Yes! Something new. But hey, it's good to see you, man. I hope you're keeping well otherwise. You just got home, Vegeta. Nice. Noxious Resonance and Rake. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that'll be strong. It won't be as strong as Evade Rake, though, I don't think. Totally just breathed in the same time I drank something. Oh, dear, one sec. Oh, nearly killed myself on stream. Jesus. Oh, dear. Yeah, you have to let me know how the Noxious Resonance rate goes, Adrian. I'll be interested to see how far you manage to take it. Hey, Bargashi, how you doing, man? I'm good, I'm good. How are you? Yeah, same Futural, yeah. Well, they already said they're reducing the pit scaling by a little bit, so it's going every build's going to be about 5-10 pits higher anyway. So that's going to make a lot more builds viable, right? And I say that with quotations because everyone has a slightly different idea of what viable is, right? Yeah, I definitely breathed in the liquid. It's not liquid to breathe, no. We're just waiting for Fusel to join up. You got a 48 edition, you lucky so-and-so. Oh, the Quill Volley build's okay, yeah. I slapped that together, to be honest. So Adrian, I'm now the Spiritborn class lead for Mobalytics, as of just before Season 10 dropped. So, I haven't done that many builds this season, because that was too short a notice, but for Season 11, I'll have a full class coverage. Well, generally speaking. Yeah, thanks, man. Oh yeah, there'll be a lot of builds that will get at least 90 to 100. I would have thought without sanctification. Skill issue, definitely. Breathing in liquids is definitely, and not being able to do this is definitely me having a skill issue. I agree. Absolutely. What a noob. Why can't I breathe in liquids? Oh, great cash materials. We'll take it. Vex rune. I'll take that as well. Yeah, you and a few other people, Simon. Alright, let's crack on. Oh, I've got another hold up in the game. What the hell? It's weird. I've had that twice tonight, and I don't really know why. Interesting. Oh yeah, nice. Evil Laws, let's go. Let's doing it again. What the hell is going on? Is it just me getting these server holds up, or is everyone else getting it as well? So that's twice in the same instance. That's weird. Like, my internet's fine because my stream PC hasn't dropped a single network frame. I meant in the Infernal Horde. Yeah, Fusual was having a few. Okay, and I meant in this Infernal Hordes because Tiny Rant, we might be on different server nodes. If you're in game and I'm in game, you know, we're not necessarily on exactly the same server instance. While the people in my team will be. Okay. Maybe there is some issues going on with the server, who knows? I don't think it's my internet, because my, like I say, my stream PC hasn't dropped a single frame due to any reason, let alone networking. Yeah, that's tight. Well, yeah, same Simon, yeah. Nice. We'll take the Evil Laws plus Ether as well. That's nice. Hey, thanks for lurk, Crazy. Appreciate it, appreciate it. let's see what we get now. Where are the strange chewing gummies? What do you mean, the strange chewing gummies? Do you mean the jelly beans I do, Adrian? The dirty jelly beans? Well, I only do those generally if someone subs to my channel or drops 5 gifted or something. It's like a little cherry on top for supporting me, I suppose. No, you're good. Yeah, don't die on my account. I did do a bunch of hardcore myself, actually, earlier in the season. I took part in the Maxwell hardcore event, but I got so far with it, and then I had a gazillion other things to do. And I quite like playing with people, and most people don't play hardcore over here. Alt tab is your best friend in hardcore. Well, it can be. I say, don't die on my account. It's done it to me again. This is weird. I don't know what's going on. It's like I'm getting congestion or something in the network. Wow, 500. I actually did get 500 ping. Holy. What? Why was my ping 500? That's disgusting. I hope not, Hank. That'd make me sad. Get my Fox Zap stick out. Shoo! Shoo, Foxy, shoo! What's going on with that E-Lord? Couldn't even target him for some reason. It's good, isn't it? Oh, sorry, I missed your message, Adrian. Okay, I mean, I'm pretty chill. You know, as long as it's reasonable, I'm pretty chill. I was gonna say, you do sub to my YouTube channel, so if you want me to do a jelly bean, I am quite happy to do one for you. I don't actually have many members or subs or whatever they are called over in YouTube, to be honest, so it's not something I normally have to consider or think about. You just have to let me know. Yeah. Yeah, give me a number between 1 and 7. When I finish this horde, I'll do one for you. I was going to say, I'd say it's not something I normally have to consider, so I don't really have many over there. Hey, Sharp Chaos, how you doing, dude? That character name, Ratana, makes me imagine a katana made of rattan. Maybe that's what they meant, I don't know. What's the philosophy behind the name Ratana? Or Ratana? I don't know how you meant to say it. Maybe I'm savaging the name in my accent. My pronunciation. Pretty solid run, 2,500. We'll take it. It's a random name. There you go. Just random. Could be anything you want it to be, Bimmerbot. Go wild. Rattan katana it is. Nice. Give me a number between 1 and 7, Adrian. I haven't done any beans yet tonight. Suppose it's not. There's no time like the present, is there? Just give me a number between 1 and 7. Oh, yeah. I was going to say 56. That's not between 1 and 7. Number 5. I could do a number 5. That's okay. Let it be 5. Prob from last stream. What's from last stream, Zach? Sorry. Oh, Taters is here. How's it going, Taters, with the 5 gifted? Caraceros, Atomic Tampon. Nice. Finn LW, Crits, and Shady Salamander. If any of you are here, please thank Taters for the kind gift sub. That is awesome. Thank you. Number 4. We have a number 4 and a number 5. All the beans were last stream. Oh, we had a fair good number last stream, to be fair. Or the stream before, whatever it was. Hey, Sparty, how's it going, man? Well, that's 2 beans. It's time to get all beamed up, everybody. It's time to get giggly with beans. All right, hang on a second, guys, in my party. I'm just going to do these quickly. Let's move over a sec. Which one do I start with? We'll start with the fun. Well, we'll start with the number 4 one, the fan favorite. Taters, thank you. That's completely out of the blue. This is apple or wasabi. I know which one you guys wish I had. Let's see what we got. I think that's apple. It's very, very sour and spicy, though. But I think it's meant to be apple. It's a confused number 4. It's not quite as hard as the normal wasabi beans. Thank you, Zach. I will drink after the second bean. I have got... It was quite spicy, to be fair, but it wasn't as powerful punch as a normal wasabi bean. I have got a chili or cherry bean, though, so let's see what we got here. And this is for you, Adrian. Thank you so much for the continuous support on YouTube. I really do appreciate you. Yeah, bean, 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 bean. All right, let's see what we got. I'm pretty sure that's cherry, and my face is not going to fall off this time. Yes! The excitement all over my face, because that was nice and sweet and beautiful, and it hasn't burnt my nose off. But thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all. Hey, Alex, how's it going? Whisper on the pit. Oh, yeah, let's quickly blast the pit just to get the whisper. Go on. It'll take like 2 minutes. Yeah, that was definitely cherry. I can normally tell if it's gonna be a chili one because it has 0 sweet in it at all. It's just all kick in a nutsack level spice. You stick it in your mouth, it's like, hello, kadoosh, right in the cooners. Except in your mouth. Nice rush down here. There we go. $50 points to Gryffindor for taking the jelly bean or flavor. Yes. I'll take it. Yeah, don't die on my behalf. I'll feel bad, Adrian. Dear, oh dear. Hey, Tim, how's it going, man? How you doing, dude? I think you'll be happy with hardcore next season, or, well, if you want more of a challenge, it's certainly going to be more... They did say they're reducing the T4 damage a little bit, but the damage is going to scale and the pit's going beyond pit 100, so I think we'll see more hardcore deaths next season, which means the leaderboards will be more competitive in that sense. Two Lockers Talismans. Oh god, okay. Yeah, I mean, there will be a lot of changes from the PTR to the final version, of course. But the game is certainly more challenging. They are definitely trying to make things more dangerous, and I say that in quotations. So I think there will be a harder experience in the top end for hardcore. Maybe even while leveling as well. I'm not saying it's going to be like giga hard, like Elden Ring level hard. I'm just saying it'll be more challenging, you know what I mean? Yeah. But I mean, I don't mind a bit of extra challenge as well. It certainly was more challenging on the PTR, that's for sure. Like, you know, you definitely died a lot easier. It was maybe a bit ridiculous at times, but they say they've toned some things down, so we'll see. No, they weren't gill baits. I mean, I had some pretty good gear, but I was able to just straight up tank the breath. The breath didn't one-shot me in PTR. But you can just actively avoid those as well. But they didn't one-shot me, no. The main feedback for Belial for me in the pits was it felt like Den Mother on crack. Like, Den Mother is probably the worst boss because it keeps disappearing all the time. But Lyle disappeared even more than Mother did. But apparently they've reduced the boss health by about 60% across the board. or to 60% across the board, or whichever way around it was. But they're making them more dangerous, so maybe they will do more damage, but they'll have less HP, so you'll be able to kill them quicker, but they'll be able to kill you quicker. We'll see. We're going to have to see where the PTR actually lands. I mean, I can't say exactly, obviously we need to see what the final patch notes are, but I was at least in the PCR with the gear I had and counter, you know, and stuff on, the counter attack on that. I was straight up able to just tank that breath, even with dodge and without it. And I probably had about 8,000 to 9,000 HP or something. Yeah, it does. Beyond, so the damage didn't scale beyond pit 100 before. Only the HP, and they're now making it so the HP will scale less, but the damage will scale with them to some degree. And I guess we'll find out exactly what when we get there. Wow, this is not the greatest start, is it? It's all about creating more dangerous monsters rather than just damage sponges. Yeah, exactly, yeah. What's that even theme one? It's going to be more valuable to us going forward. Hey, Tiny Rat, no worries, man. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you, appreciate you. Catch you soon. I would say Puffing Masses, I guess. Best of a bunch. Lots of fiends, nice. Hopefully things will pick up a bit second half of this. Yeah, we'll take the speed up. Aragon 276. Oh yeah. Yeah. Should have been a better run, I don't know. We didn't really get the all the stacking later on. I guess we didn't get the Ether Lords till about halfway through. Still about 1500 though. It's pretty good. It might be 1600. It's pretty good. Oh, we got a lot more in that last wave than I expected, actually. Not bad.
You will find only your
Bring a midday hunt. Zephyr Zontek. Stacking the gold up. Oh, I see. Fusel weren't back there. Fine. Let's go salvage this stuff quick.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Keep hold of that one, I suppose. No, I don't need to. It's literally worse than the other one I've got.
What's still got some good in it? See some steel you need?
I'll see you spawn in and it's just like 1,000,000 balls of lightning. Oh, we got IA for things, doesn't it? Alright, we'll take that one. Yeah. We're waiting for the... Well, I'm praying for the Ether Lords to spawn. We're pretty geared up for our boys. Yeah. Faster events, definitely. Set a Chaos Wave, I think. No, no goblins. Big sad. That wasn't a bad one, to be honest. We actually landed Ether Beans, and that's kind of pretty much all we've stacked, so... Ush. I would say this. You should never go to casino. I even lose at roulette if I only bet on red and black. I mean, it's a coin flip, right? So it's a 50-50, theoretical. Well, it's a coin flip plus one particular other option, which is 0. Yeah. It was looking quite dry this run. It's not turned out to be incredible, but it's definitely turned out to be better than it was looking like it was going to be. Given we've had really bizarre options here. I'll tell you what, this will net us more than 15 because we've got the Soul Spires grant us more, so. Wow, this is an old Bad Omens track. Holy moly. I think. It's like a slightly different avenue of their newer stuff. It's a bit less heavy than this. Is this gonna be my round? Nope, doesn't look like it. Good. Yeah, I'm not actually sure how old this one is. It's quite an old one. I haven't heard this one in ages. Is this old or new? Let me have a look. That's very heavy for bad omens. Yeah, it's an older one. I thought so. That would make sense. No worries, pretty well. And thanks for jumping in, dude. A fuser as well. Okay. Guys, we got some spots open if anyone wants to come jump in. Got 2 spots, in fact. Anyone's welcome to come jump in.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Hey, Zaid. How's it going, dude? It has been a minute. How you doing? Yeah, I'm good. How's life been treating you? Been treating you alright. Plus, it's been a while since I played Diablo. About a month. What have you been playing instead? I mean, it's on its quiet period now before the next season, next month, so... Next year should hopefully be a slightly more exciting year for the game with expansion... With the expansion looming and such. Apex, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, God of War Ragnarok. Oh, Ragnarok is such a good game. I mean, actually, I used to smash Apex loads before I started streaming. I haven't played Xenoverse 2. I played Xenoverse 1 way back. And yeah, I mean, Ragnarok and both of those, both of the Nordic God of Wars. I love all the God of Wars games, but those two are just near perfection, those 2 games. Ragnarok is such a good game. I will likely go back and play that again at some point in my lifetime. And I will probably love it just as much that time as I did. It's just fantastic. That was my game of the year for the year it released. It came out the same year as Elden Ring. And I think even the creators of Elden Ring were surprised they won over Ragnarok. Because they were both so good, right, in different ways. But Ragnarok really was incredible. Yeah, well, I hope you've been having a good time, man. It's good to see you. Still being a degenerate streamer over here. Nothing new on that front. You lost your level 180 on Xenoverse 2. So how do you have to explain to me, how have you lost your level 180? Because I've not played it. It's been a long while since I played Xenoverse 1, so honestly, familiarity's out the window right now. I just know I did play it at least a little bit way back. But you're going way, way back, probably. You switched over to the PS5 version. I had the PS4 version, and when I switched over, I did. Oh no! Does it still exist on your PS4 version? And it just didn't transfer to PS5. Is that what you're saying? Or did it do a migration and it didn't migrate your character? Oh, ads. Okay. Got a raid coming in from the man of Letters. How's it going, Letters? How's it going? 1 second, I'll get you a shout out when I'm not in a situation where I can get giga blasted. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I am Immortalized. If you've not crossed paths with me before, I befriended Mr. Letters over here during, well, when I started streaming again, I guess, about a year and a half ago. We were both playing Last Epoch and been friends ever since. I was playing Raiders, Ark Raiders with him the other day, actually, on his stream, which was good fun. It's the first time we played together in a long while. How you doing, dude? Thanks for the raid, by the way. Guys, if you have not checked out a man of Letters here, he is a really good friend of mine, super chill streamer. He does a lot of variety, but he is super chill. I highly recommend him. And I'll give you a shout out. There you go. Link is in the channel. Go show him all the love, guys. Yeah, good, Letters. Good. Just chilling. We had another D4 interview earlier, so now I'm just playing with the community for the rest of the stream. And welcome in, old wifey. Voven again, how you doing? Northrop, how you doing? It's good to see you, good to see you. I hope you had a great time in the stream. I'm pretty sure you would have. It's always good vibes over in Letters' stream. You're back from Adzaid. What I asked was, is your character still sitting on your PS4 version, it just didn't transfer over? Or did it migrate and delete your character? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it is, Letters. Yeah, yeah. I'm doing a variety stream tomorrow of kinds. I don't know exactly what I'll play yet, to be fair. Either Ark Raiders, maybe some Ball Pit. I don't know. That Ball X Pit game. Depends how chill I want the stream to be. Do I want to get, like, really down and sweaty and feel like I'm going to punch people because I'm getting slayed by 16-year-olds who've got better reactions than me on Ark Raiders? Or do I go play something that's solo and really chill and then I can sit there and not do that? I don't know. We'll see what I'm fancying. Raiding and running. No worries, old wifey. Thanks for jumping in. Thank you so much. Hope you have a great sleep. Yeah, I saw you were doing Lord of the Rings online. How's that going? Is that fun? More chatting and discussing. I mean, that's half the streams though, right? Chatting and discussing. The gameplay is sometimes secondary. It depends what you're doing. We'll have to jump in some more Ark Raiders at some point, whenever we get a moment to. That was fun. Oh no. So it actually deleted it. It migrated and removed your character. Oh, that's poop. So what level's your new one? How much have you been degenning this game? Like, how close to 180 are you on your new character? Yeah, Letters. I mean, that's great. If you're enjoying it, that's the main thing, right? And it's even better if you've got a community you can have a good time with. Yeah, for sure, letters, for sure. God knows I can talk for England when I want to. Wow, this run's not going well right now. What the hell's happening? What the hell? E for Fiends. I don't know what's going on here. We haven't had a very good run yet so far. Yeah, it's fun. I haven't played in a few days, but I'll probably be on it over the weekend, I imagine. Fair enough. Yeah, I feel like I understand. Like when you lose a character or something, it's pretty deflating, especially if it's really high level and you put a lot of time and energy into it. I'm actually concerned we're not going to make Bartok in this run at the moment. What the hell? I don't know why. We haven't had any Giga options, but we've got a few Ether Fiends ones. What we got here? Alright, I mean, that's better than what we've had. Might at least let us get to Bartok. Go ham beast, ultra instinct, everything. Yeah, I get it, trust me. I've lost characters before where it's just like, oh, something's got deleted and you're like, do you know what, I put like 1,000 hours into that. And you just cannot be bothered to do it again. That happened to me on my very first Final Fantasy X playthrough. 800 hours, 100% everything. Completely leveled up every character, every weapon, had everything. Every endgame item. Beat every boss, all the Dark Aeons. On PS2, no matter. So it was, you know, back in the days where you had to actually earn it. And yeah, it was about 800 hours to level everyone up. Everything. I could like one-shot every last boss with Yuna with a melee weapon. It was ridiculous. The only ones I couldn't were the top Eon bosses where they had enough defense that her melee didn't one-shot them anymore. And someone stole my memory card for my PS2. And that was that. Gone. I don't know why they did, but they did. And I've played Final Fantasy X many a time since then, but never have I 100%ed it. Like, literally could score Blitzball for my own goal with any character in any game. It was ridiculous. I just went backwards into my goal, shoot the ball when I saw. Score, 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 score. I think my highest score ever was 97 or something. Basically maxed the score out because I could just score on demand. I didn't have to move. I just got the ball, shoot, got the ball, shoot, got the ball. It was ridiculous. But yeah, my memory card got stolen from someone when I had a gathering or something. It just disappeared. I never got it back, so that was a little upsetting. It's one of the hardest to 100% that game in terms of the sheer quantity of content to do it. Yeah, and that was the OG Final Fantasy X as well. Like, they made some things a bit more streamlined. No worries, Sade, no worries. Yeah, so I totally feel you. I totally feel you. I know, right? I don't even know why they did it. I really don't. But it is what it is, I suppose, right? That was a long time ago. It proper deflates, you know. Just sheer amount of time I put into actually achieving that. From an internet cafe PC, stole some RAM. What? Oh dear. You want it back, you still got the memory cards. Oh, you despicable man, you Mango. Breaking my heart. Dear, oh dear. No, you can keep it now. You can keep it. How you doing, Mango? You good? Well, at least we recovered that to Barsuck. That was looking really tragic at one point. That's one rotten Mango. Giggity. Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. Two banished lords. Good. Ah.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
We've still got 2 spots open, by the way, guys. If anyone wants to come join. World boss in 90 seconds. I don't know if I can be bothered to go do a world boss. Takes too long with a resilient. And I don't really need anything from it, as per se. Alright, I guess if no one else wants to come join, we'll just crack on. Yeah, thanks for letting us know, though, Boomerbot. Obviously, if anyone else is looking to do a world boss, yeah, come and join Boomerbot. We can wait a second. But yeah, if anyone else is interested in a world boss, it is pretty much now. Oh, I just got that. Nice. Yeah, let's jump him. Yeah, for sure, Simon. For sure. I mean, I've only got 4 more keys after this, and then if no one else has got any, I guess we'll go do some pits or something. Oh, yeah, no problem. Them pesky crossplay settings, eh? I might change the music over, as much as I like this stuff. I'm gonna have a look. What else we got? Yes, I saw this playlist earlier and it's got some bangers in it. To get the season journey, the season journey done with your wife makes sense. Yeah, no worries, letters. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Honestly, really appreciate it. Go pick up your new ID cards. Yeah, for sure. I'll catch up with you soon. I'll try and hit one of your streams again when I see you online. Well, hopefully we'll have a better run this time. Nice. Have a good night, dudes. have we got? Oh, let's take this. That's actually a pretty solid wave 1 start, honestly. Soul Spires. Hellborns and Soul Spires. I guess we'll take that one. I would say this one. It's just sort of like unanimously, generically, one of the best. What have we got here? Alright. Well, we'll take this one again, I guess. At least we're getting increased speed of ether events. Hellbones, Hellbones, Soul Spot. Okay, well, we'll take this one. Everything's just dead before we see it. Like, what the hell is going on? I don't even get a chance to see the enemies. I'm just picking up ether. Madness. That's a grazer. Ooh. Not bad. About the same as last run, wasn't it? We didn't really get any of the Giga options, so it never really fired properly. Another sunbirds. Exactly 666 ether. Nice.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? What? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
We still got a spare spot, by the way, guys, if anyone wants to jump in. Immortal Sin, how you doing, man? Just running some hordes at the moment. I think I've got... How many keys have I got left? I've got 4 keys left. And then I guess we'll find something else to do. If you want to come join, by all means. Oh, Bimmerbot's got 25, apparently. Trying my hand at some Chaos Unique RNG again. Not going well, though. You can't get killed with the Blackwing boots, yeah. I'm just looking for better versions of my Chaos Uniques in any slot, to be honest. For sure, no worries, man. Happy wife, happy life, though, eh? Yes. Hello, cat. You alright? Well, black cat just appeared out of nowhere. Bless him. Okay, well, let's crack on. Let's take ether things. You're already speed running 100, so I'm not sure if I really need them. Yeah, I mean, I suppose unless you really need to... Unless you need them to push, then I guess you don't need them. It's more of a I want them thing, right? Sorry, Tom. Salty hordes. There we go. Hopefully the Aether will start to stack up. We got. We'll do a chaos wave, screw it. Oh, last few hordes have not been throwing good options us really. What is this? I know, right, Bimmerbot. What's everyone's favorite Pokemon? Good question. What is everyone's favorite Pokemon? I know what mine is. Charizard, good choice. Snorlax, good choice. Hectorus, Gengar. That is, in fact, my favourite as well. Yep, I like me a bit of Gengar. Hey, top 5. Thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Gengar for Jameson as well. Hey, nice. Got some Gengar lovers over here. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Gengar's just always a favourite of mine. I got Pokemon Blue when I was a kid, and my brother got Red. And they always just resonated. I got Gengar and just slapped everyone with him, you know. Mewtwo, yeah, fair play, fair play. You only know Pikachu, fair enough. I mean, that would, a lot of people would say Pikachu to that question probably. If you're especially if you're going with just the original series of Pokemon, you know. Love a good Shadow Ball. Oh, I bet you do, Simon. Slowpoke, Togepi, and Ditto. Fair enough. Got all this ether on the floor. Everywhere. I mean, we're still pretty low, but at least we'll get Bartok. These last couple of runs have not really given us particularly great options, which is sad. Snorlax, Gengar, Tyranitar. Tyranitar's a good choice. Series 2. Some solid options right there. It's been a while since I played a Pokemon game. Used to play Pokemon Go an awful lot. Actually, funnily enough, Niantic at one point had a London studio. When they set that up, they tried to poach me from the company I worked for. I even had a conversation with the person that tried to poach me. It was the only time I ever did that. Because it was Niantic and they made Pokemon Go. So I had to entertain it, really. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't end up going with that opportunity because they shut the studio down about a year later. So it wouldn't have worked out for me. I mean, obviously I could have never seen that coming. But they never offered me anything that was worthwhile moving from my company. You know, they were basically offering me the same or less. And I was kind of like, well, why would I move? You know what I mean? It's like they expected people to just go join them just because they wanted to work on Pokemon. I was like, that's not enough for me. Don't get me wrong, love the brand, but... Yeah, exactly. It was exactly that. You're in the strongest position you're ever going to be when you're looking to join a company. And as long as you're not desperate for a job, like desperate, you've got some flexibility to try and, you know, if they want you, they'll have to get you, you know? Gengar fanboy. Nice. Sounds like we've got a few of us in here. Yeah, that was our worst run yet, I think. Blimey. I'm not really sure what happened there. Just got savaged by the RNG. By the RNG devils. A 2 GA chest. Ooh. Is there anything useful? It's a mother's embrace. Oh. Big sad. Big sad. Blaziken? Yeah, good choice. Oh. When I get the money, my first tattoo is going to be a Snorlax. Nice. Where are you going to get Snorlax tattooed is my question. Giggity. You bricked a Druid amulet with GA on Call of Wild today. How did you brick that? Carful forearm. Nice. Well, that is a big sad on that Chaos Armor. Big sad. The darn tempers went wrong. Oh, no. Yeah, well, that would have been nice. Having pedestals for put your warp in here for boots, for chests, or whatever, you know. Oh, no worries, Spirit, thanks so much for jumping in. Appreciate it. You just finally got a Gengar tattoo this summer. Nice. Took you a lot longer to get than I wanted, but it was worth the wait. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about tattoos, though, right? They don't go anywhere once you got them, so. Where did you get it, Jameson? Absolutely, Brimbot, always. Guys, we've got 2 spots if anyone wants to come. Oh, it looks like someone's joining. I was going to say, we've got spare spots if anyone wants to join, guys. I am, like the old man I am, though, going to go visit the restroom again because after being sick, I've just been drinking fluids for days and now it's just going through me. So I'll be back in 1 minute, guys. BRB. All right, I'm back, guys. With or without the Mega? Oh, you have Batman and Doctor Who tattoos, Magneto? Nice. I've just got my big sleeve here, and I've got my tribal dragon over here. Right arm, Jameson? Nice. Awesome. I bet it looks amazing. Do love a good tat. And that tramp stamp, well, you're not meant to tell people about that, Violent. See, that's meant to be a secret. Right, does anyone else want to come and join, guys? Alright, I guess we'll crack on. If anyone wants to join, they can just jump in. Oh, we're just doing some hordes at the moment, Adrian. Trying my hand at some Chaos Unique luck and failing miserably. How's your pushing go? Oh yeah, but that's just generally the case though, right? Hardcore generally doesn't push as hard as softcore in most cases. Occasionally you might get a build so tanky that people will actually dare to do it, but quite rare. Oh, what did you try to link there? Is that a picture or something? I've got an anti-link thing, sorry. For good reason though, to be fair. Nice, you're probably best posting it in the Discord. It's where most people... I've got a specific channel in there for images and stuff. I mean, it's there mainly to protect people. Not that I'm suggesting any of you would come in and post anything malicious, but you do get people do it, sadly. It's the internet after all. It only takes one person to ruin everything, doesn't it? Let's try Chaos Wave. It is hard, Adrian, yeah, because you can't target farm the Chaos Unique so much. Yeah, I get you. Trust me. I get you. Hey, thanks, Adrian. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, absolutely, man. I really appreciate hearing from you. Well, I should take this one, I think. Oh, we got. Oh yeah, we'll take this one. Come here. There we go. Oh yeah, tune. Not this one. Guess we take that one. No, no. That one. It just will not give us the Evil Lords one. No, you're good, Adrian. I'm just chilling, honestly. It's been a long week. We're just chilling. Smashing demons brainlessly. Of course, Adrian, yeah, we've got a spell. You can jump in whenever you like, dude. If you need to add me, just type in !B tag. I lose track at this point. I have to remove people to add people, so I just... It's really not personal at all. It's just... Normally, I just YOLO it, to be honest, at this point. You might already have me if you do, you just jump in, but if not, just add me. It's not personal. My friends full list. So in the busy times at the beginning of seasons, I have to delete like 20 or 30 people a stream. No joke. It's not personal at all. Yeah. It's crazy. I wish there was a better way of adding people to your party, because then I wouldn't have to do that. But that's... Yeah, just add me up again. Is that you, Midnight? So that's what I mean. Like, someone's added me. I've actually got to remove someone's add these already. Yeah, add me up. Type in !B tag. All that. I'll add you. Yeah, 1 second. Let me make room for you. This is my point, right? I mean, it's crazy. But it's just, it is what it is. It's really not personal. I mean, I'm removing people I play with. I'll just have to add them back when we get to it, I guess. Right, so I sent you a friend invite. Hopefully you got it. Oh, this run hasn't actually ended up terrible. Do you know what? I'm just going to take Ether events faster, because it should land us 1500, which is not awful. Well, it wouldn't really solve the problem for me, Magneto. What would be better is if there was a system for me to add people to my party without having to add them to my friends list. The only other thing I could do is add people to friends list, invite to party, remove from friends list. You know, I try not to do that unless I have to, but it's... Yeah, I mean, obviously for me, it's a type... For normal people, like, the friends list cap is probably fine. But for, I guess, for any streamer who's playing with the community, it won't take you that long to fill up your friends list and then hit that problem. I can't remember what the cap is. It's like 150 or something. Yeah, 200 or something like that. And obviously I have got a certain number of RL people in there, like my brother and sister, and there's one person on there I will never remove from my friends list, because if I did, it will never get added again, because he passed away, sadly. One of my closest friends from university. So I keep that out of pure respect to him, really. Because we used to play a lot of games together when we lived together at university. But other than, you know, there's very few people that are completely off of bounds. It's a handful, maybe, and that's it. But yeah, it doesn't take very long to hit that. Well, for me, it's, I say, in a busy period of the season, it's multiple times a stream. He's full as well. It's okay. It's not just me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Taters. Yeah. Yeah, he's on there. Mr. Luke. This guy here. Yeah, very sad. He was only 26. Accidental OD from... Not on bad drugs. Like, he was one of these guys at university, right, who liked to drink, as we did when we were younger in England, and he always did really stupid stuff. And he wasn't a big guy, right? He worked out, but he wasn't big. And he decided one day to arm wrestle this absolute behemoth slab of meat of a man, and this guy literally snapped his arm in an arm wrestle. I'm not joking, right? It was pretty grim. So obviously that had to be repaired, and that had some pretty significant metal work that came with it. And as a result of that, he had ongoing acute chronic pain, I guess, for it. So he had this pretty strong medication for it. And yeah, I think he went off it, went on holiday, came back, went back on it, and that was that. Really, really, really sad. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those conversations when we found out, we were like, what? Yeah. I could talk about it. I mean, look, bad stuff happens to good people all the time, doesn't it? But yeah, I keep him on my friends list. We were really close at university. We lived together for a long time. And he was one of the only very few people from university that came visiting me in my hometown, actually. Which was the last time I saw him after university, after I moved back to where I'm born. He came and visited me. We had it was a really nice catch up. Yeah. Just is what it is. The chronic pain. Another cold front coming. Oh, I'm sorry you have to suffer that. I've got an issue with my left knee, actually, but that's probably because I fell on it on a concrete hockey court when I was young, which knee first into it. I didn't have to have any surgery, but I never did have anything done to it. And now it does this weird clicking. So it's not arthritis, but it is such. But it's definitely gets worse in the cold weather, so I understand. I manage it because I don't have to move too much, but yeah, I appreciate it. I get what you mean. But anyway, yeah, there's very few people on my friends list that are off limits. He's one of them, though. I guess you get that, Taters, yeah? Yeah, exactly, Mark. Yeah, how you doing, Mark? You good? Having some sort of, like, invite system would be really nice, or party invite thing, yeah. Gotta go clean your build plate on the printer? No worries, Mortal. No worries, man. Invite group by B-tag. Yeah, that too. Yeah, exactly what Mark White said. Yeah, yeah. It is the first time bleed, but it was a long time ago, that one. That wasn't the worst ones. My two closest mates I've lost were both called Luke, but spelled differently. The other one was worse. I had to do CPR on him. That was grim. That took me 2 years to get past and be able to talk to who that did. It's not really a positive. It's not really a very nice topic to talk about. But like I say, good things happen to bad people. And as you go on in life, everyone experiences things they don't want to. Right? It just is what it is. Guys, we got. Oh yeah, Adrian, are you joining? Oh, okay. I'll give you mine. Yeah, one sec. I learnt bottling things up a long time ago was the worst thing you can do. At least for me, it is anyway. You get in your head too much. Oh, you wrote me in game, did you? Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah, got you. I like to keep things positive here, but also real, We all have things that happen to us in life, good, bad, and indifferent, and we're all human beings at the end of the day. A few of those, they help. Loss of cartilage, it probably is Taters, to be honest, yeah. I've got this lovely scar right on my kneecap. The funny thing is, right, it's now illegal it's illegal here to have concrete courts. But back when I was at school, they weren't illegal, and they hadn't converted into the AstroTurf, which is what typically most of them will be. Now, if you fall knee first with skin onto AstroTurf, you'll probably shred your skin, but you won't destroy your kneecap like you would on concrete. Yeah, that was good. The good thing is, I won the game for us. I saved a goal. Bad thing is, couldn't walk properly for a while. But anyway, we're here. It didn't break me. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, eh? Life happens, you just have to roll with the blows. Exactly, Magneto. Like, honestly. Honestly. I've had a lot of very fortunate moments in my life, and and as I say, as you get older, everyone has to experience loss at some point, sadly. Or some kind. steroid injections. Well, I haven't had any of those yet. Who knows for the future? Who knows? Maybe in a couple of years' time, I'll be able to buy myself a new kneecap. Or something. You know, we're getting to that point in the world now where you've got AI that will start building AI for you, that will build robots, and then that's it. We'll start having implants and all sorts. You wait, and then it will be cyberpunk. Yeah. Not a million miles off that now, are we? You fell at work, tripped over your desk, landed on your bad leg. You've got a lost nerve feeling in parts. Oh, that's not good. Was it an actual accident, or was it an accident due to things that shouldn't have been there? Cybermen, exactly, Magneto. Hey, Endo, how's it going, man? Welcome in, Raiders, welcome in. You're not finishing quite so late tonight. Not quite so much of a degenerate tonight, I see. I hope you had a good stream, dude. Let me get your shout out before we start this. Endo, my friend in RL. Raided us a few times recently, actually. Hopefully at some point I can catch you in return. We'll see. Depends on when I finish and timings, I guess, but... There you go, guys. Check out Endo, please. He's a really nice guy. Really good friend of mine in real life. You got connective tissue disorder. That okay. I don't know exactly what it is, but sounds not fun. And you being a klutz, I feel you. Yeah, I'm a klutz a lot. Always bashing myself on corners and stuff. You know when you walk past a desk and you're like, oh, I'm miles away from it. Kadosh! Ow! My knee! I wanted to see you rub your nipples and give me a dance. Is that better for you, Endo? Goodness me, what are you getting me doing? It's only 1 o'clock in the morning. It's only Thursday as well. That's Saturday behaviour, Endo. What are you doing? I went on a cruise, found a really good whiskey bar. You had a drink package. Little did I know that increased my uric acid levels and gives you... Oh, well, it can do. A friend of mine suffers from gout. And he tells me all the time, when he goes on like he has to go on a special diet or something if he's got it, if it's come on. He's like, I can't have red meat, I can't have dairy, I think it is, as much. I don't know, there's certain things he says he can't have, but he suffers from it quite badly. Then again, he doesn't always listen to his doctors. He does just go, do you know what, I've got gout now? Red meat and beer! And he just starts ploughing it into his system like an absolute maniac, you know. And then he wonders why he gets it. Oh, dear. Oh, well. Gotta love it, eh? You're lagging yourself out. Well, that's not fun, is it? What were you streaming the same game today, Endo? Was it Mortal Shell, is it called? Yeah, that's the one. I think that's what it was called. Oh no, you were streaming Ark Raiders last night, weren't you? Or was it last night? Yeah. Were you playing some Ark Raiders, were you? You'll need to PM me your details so I can add you on there. So I can play with you sometime. Elites. I guess we'll take this one. You think you glitched the build? Oh, I can't view. You got private profile. I'm sure your build is absolutely beautiful. How many displays do I need? I have 2. I have my main monitor, which is completely delegated and designated for gaming. And I have my productivity monitor on my left, which is essentially, the ratio of it's crazy. It's like 2 full HD monitors on top of each other. And it's fantastic for vertical viewing and stuff like that. That's all I've got. I don't have 25 monitors. Not yet. Honestly, to be honest, I like to keep things as simple as I can, given within the regions of what I try to achieve. The less is better sometimes. Like having 5 monitors is great, but it puts pressure on your graphics cards and It's more stuff to go wrong. But if you know, if it's a reason like I need a third monitor because for some reason I need more screen space and it just don't have enough anymore, then sure, I'd buy a third monitor. In fact, if I needed a third monitor, I would buy another one of these productivity monitors. I'd move my laptop holder and I'd put it over here on the right, and then I'd put that laptop holder somewhere else. That's what I would do. But I don't need it right now, so I'm not going to. 5 screens. I haven't. I've got 2 right now. Well, actually, my productivity monitor is essentially 2 monitors. Like, I'm not joking. It's huge. It's a lot bigger than it looks in the picture. It's vertically quite high. Imagine 2 full HD monitors on top of each other, and then it's that. Yeah. But it's not really made for gaming. It's only 60 hertz. The picture on it is okay, but it's not. It's nowhere near as crisp as my main gaming monitor is a 4K 32-inch ridiculous Alienware monitor. It's insane. It's fantastic for gaming. The response rate's insane, and the colors are great, and all that stuff. But the monitor on the left is made purely for productivity, like screen space and like having, and it's nice and vertical. So for reading chat as a streamer, it's actually really, really good. I don't have a monitor turn around. I don't need that. I've got a monitor that's physically that tall anyway. You got 3 monitors, including an ultra wide. Okay, yeah. So if you're using one and splitting up, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. 5 on my desk plus a laptop, but 2 in the laptop after work. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having loads of monitors. I'm just saying I don't have them, that's all. I guess we'll do this. Those options don't really do much for us. But yeah, if I ever needed another monitor, I'd get another one of these productivity monitors. And that essentially would be the same as having 5 monitors, I suppose. In a way. I mean, it depends what you're doing, Morton. I actually do know someone who does real-life trading. That's what he does for a job. He used to do it in London. He used to trade commodities, but he now just privately sits at home and trades in his private time. He made so much money. He made mega money because he was so good at it. And now he just sits at home and he's got like 9, 10 monitors all peppered around with various different trading related graphs and all sorts. Honestly, it's mental. You go in and look at it and you're like, what the hell's going on? But he has a system and it works for him, and he obviously needed that for some reason. Needed quotations. Exactly. You see what I mean though? It's all purpose. It's all fit for purpose, right? For me, I don't need more than what I've got right now, so I'm not going to get more. But if I ever did need more, I'd get another one of what I've got on the left, because it would give me so much screen space. I mean, I could actually make use of it, to be honest. If I suddenly found myself with some spare money, maybe I would invest in another one. But you know, I would be able to have my OBS up half screen on the right, and I'd be able to have something else up half screen on the bottom over here, and then my left one could be purely for my stream chats rather than stream chats and various other bits. You get what I'm saying? My main one, my center one, is purely for the stream, like the gaming or whatever I'm showing you on stream. That's all that is for. And that is that machine as well. That machine is completely and utterly set aside for that purpose, with no strain on the hardware other than what I'm playing and using on that computer. No extra cameras, no extra... Oh, okay, it's got a stream deck on it. It's virtually nothing, but all of my mic, all of my other hardware is connected to my stream PC, which it's got a very nice amount of hardware in it. So it's all of the extra strain would go on the stream PC. It's not, which doesn't then mean that the game frame rate's affected, and it means the game frame rate doesn't affect the stream frame rate. So yeah, my setup is actually quite complicated. After all of what I've just said, my setup is actually quite complicated because I've got 2 PCs set up with you know, all the stuff I've got set up. But I've tried to keep it as simple as you can, considering, you know, you tried having 3 screens when you were younger, but it felt redundant. If I would, yeah, I could make use of 3. I just don't need 3. There's a difference between needing and wanting, if you want to put it that way, I guess, or needing and... I don't think need is the word. For me, anyway. I'm sure some people could easily make use of them, and that is to their own prerogative. Yeah, no, yeah, definitely not. Yeah, I definitely don't need another screen just for Spotify. We're good. I could do that for my Stream Deck. I've got 2 stream decks and I control my Spotify mostly from my right-hand stream deck, to be honest. I have got Spotify on my stream PC if I need to adjust it with mouse, but I can do it from my stream deck as well, so it's... Yeah. 1 game, 1 stream, 1 build. Makes sense. If you've got a reason for it, then why not, you know? I'm sure some people could easily make use of 10 monitors if they wanted to, you know, like one for gaming, 1 for productivity, 8 for porn, right? Oh, sorry, I didn't say that. Yeah. There probably are people out there that do that, to be fair, but you know. Yeah, you can always make use of things, exactly, right? Oh, dear. Just, could you imagine? You just have a full-on screen that's just designated, completely designated to showing your follower count on something or something. And every time it goes up, you just got this huge number that goes up. And I was like, oh dear. That'd be a bit overkill, wouldn't it? Dear, oh dear. Oh, I mean, Adrian, honestly, I never expect that as such a thing. You know, it's I honestly genuinely appreciate you being here, and the fact that you're a member of my YouTube anyway is above and beyond what I could ever expect, genuinely. The one who guessed the hours on this druid, I pushed into it. What, you want people to guess how many hours you put into it? And you're going to give them... You're going to... Okay. All right, I see. Okay. All right, I see. Guys, on softcore, Mr. Adrian here, have you turned your profile to... Can you turn your profile to public, Adrian, so we can have a look at the build at least? Oh, actually, no, I guess we can't, because we can see... Can we see your hours played on that? I can't remember. 1 second. Oh, yeah, no, we can see your hours played. Okay, no, you can't do that. Okay. All right, we're doing this blind. Guys, on softcore, Mr. Adrian here says... Whoever guesses to the nearest hour how many hours he has put into his druid, and whoever is closest will get 50 billion gold, apparently. So I suppose we'll take answers in the chat. 365 and a quarter. But it's not Harry Potter, mate. It's not 9 3/4 on the train station, you know. So to the nearest hour. Come on, guys, throw in. How many hours do you think he's put into this character? Whoever is closest to the nearest hour will get 50 billion gold in softcore. In softcore, yeah. So, all right, Adrian. Any more for any more? I won't enter because that seems highly unfair. And I don't really need 50 billion gold. I'd rather it goes to someone in the community. Come on, there must be some more people here that wants 50 billion gold in game. No. Just for Adrian's druid. I don't even know the answer. I can't even see his build. Anarchist says 215. Chaotic Kami says 75. Rangda says 89. Magneto says 426. Team Awesome 32. Bimmerbot 127. Geo Eric with 365 and a quarter. So we'll say 365. Any more? Simon says 160. All right, we'll give everyone like another 30 seconds or so. Everyone, to the nearest hour, how many hours do you think Adrian has put into his druid? Doesn't matter. You can't see the build or anything. It's total random. I don't even know. But whoever wins gets 50 billion gold, apparently. That's what I've been told. Which is pretty disgusting, to be honest. Disgusting amounts of gold. Okay, Adrian. Jameson says 278. It is a lot of gold this season. It's more than I've ever had. I mean, I'm sitting on 7.5, and I farmed 1.5 of that in the last couple of streams I've done Hordes. I've barely spent any on trading. I've maybe had 10 billion in total this season. So 50 billion is a lot of gold. Okay. All right. I know the answer now. I know the answer now. Right, last chance. How many hours do you think Killua here is a Nagi's druid? How many hours do you think he's put into his druid? We don't know the build. To the nearest hour. Whoever wins gets 50 billion gold. You have 4 characters, so gold goes real quick. It does. Yeah, masterworking can get pricey, for sure. Alright, okay. Well, Marksman's like 1,234. How much of a degenerate do you think Adrian is, Marksman? I mean, actually, has there even been that many hours since the season started? How many days is that? Like, without sleep at all? Like, that's 51, nearly 51 and a half days without sleep. And I mean, okay, there probably has been 55 days since the season started. Just about. What was it? It was late September, wasn't it? I think. Yeah. You're basically saying he's not slept since the season started. I mean, that's... Yeah, he'll need more than toothpicks on that. He'll need some serious amount of caffeine. Yeah. Okay. So, the answer is... And I'm going to double check this. No, I'll do it now. I'll do it now, Adrian. And then once we finish the Horde, we can source it out. So, the answer is... Just double checking. The answer, in fact, is actually 23. It's actually not that many. So I believe that makes Morton the winner. Because he is the nearest to the hour. With 32, you were pretty close. You were the opposite way round. So G's Morton. We will sort you out some gold shortly. GG's. Very kind of Adrian. Yeah. Actually, to be honest, Team Autumn, this is the first season I haven't really done any giveaways because there's not really much point. Like, normally, we'll just have people that come in and go, I've got a 4GA Rod of Kepaleka. Do you want to give it to the community? Yeah, sure, no worries. Like, even if I'm using it, I'll just give it away. But obviously, with Chaos Uniques this season and all being account-bound, items were kind of off the menu. Runes were a lot harder to obtain this season, so we won't get... Like, last season, we had hundreds of them, like, between us. It was ridiculous. Like, legitimately as well. We didn't get them through ill means, you know? This season, obviously, a lot thinner. So I do giveaways. I just haven't really needed to this season. Most people have just been happily farming away, which is healthy for the game, to be honest, if people feel that. But, yeah, I mean, gold is one of the biggest things that is available. Can you give away one jar rune? I could probably just... If I've got one, you can have it, Bimbabot. I don't need to give it away. I probably do have a spare jar rune. I don't need. I'll have a look in a minute. But yeah, bear with us, Team Awesome. When we get a space to sort you out, we'll get you that gold. No probs. I mean, to be honest, you should be saying thank you to Adrian. He's over in the YouTube channel, but he's in the party right now. He's a pretty hardcore player. Like, he does a lot of pit pushing and leaderboard pushing and stuff. You know, it's... I'm happy to be a middleman and facilitate these such things, but there are a lot of people in the community that like to help out others, which is awesome, to be honest. I imagine there'll be a bit more of that next season with the less account-bound focal point of the Chaos Armors being removed and stuff. That is true, Jameson. I think that was a misstep in the Chaos Armor, making Mothers Embrace such a common drop for it. Or even making Mother's Embrace a drop for it at all. Trust me, I know. I've had enough of them. There was for sure some improvements they could have made to the Chaos Armor mechanic, like, system, but it's been fun though. I think it's just the absolute lack of target farming has made it quite painful for some people to obtain what they want, even after hundreds and hundreds of hours, you know, still not got what they want. I think that will frustrate people after a while. You need to have some chase, so you don't want to just give everything to everyone. But it's the lack of control that feels bad. Even if it takes you 100 hours, if you feel like you've got some control and you've just been unlucky, that is what it is. But if you're just relying truly on RNG, it's like, I'm not just unlucky, it's just, you're just pressing a button and hoping you get the right thing. Oh, damn, that's a real nice ring. Willpower attack speed, yeah. GG's. Hey, Profit Gaming, coming in with a follow. Welcome in, dude. How you doing, man? How you doing? Adrian, what do you do? Adrian, do you want to pass that gold to me and then I'll pass it over to Morton when I link up with him? Yeah, how you doing, Profit Gaming? You good? Because I will give him the gold. It might just make it easier. You're already in the party with me, and then whenever I link up with Morton, I will give him the gold. I've got literally no use for 50 billion gold. I'm sitting on 7.5 and I'll never use it, or 7.7. I'll never use that. Working instead of grinding. Oh, no. How many hours of work you got left? It's never fun when you got to work instead of grind. I feel you. I already had you added, didn't I, Morton? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, okay. 2 people left. Just join up, Morton. It's okay. It's okay, Adrian. I'll get Morton to join. Yeah, I saw Gio, yeah. He's going to join the party, Adrian, so you can do the trade. 7 days on, 7 days off, 12-hour shifts. Oh, blimey. But you're done at 10 p.m, so then you get 7 days off. Okay, well, that's not so bad. I dare ask what you do. I used to have a friend who works on an oil rig, and he used to do 14 days on, 14 days off. I can't remember what the cycle was, but it was a similar kind of cycle, but, you know, longer periods, I guess. Because they had to fly him out there and stuff. But at least you're done at 10 p.m. I don't know which time zone you're in, but hopefully it's soon. Oil field. Okay, I was pretty close. I was actually really close. I said an oil rig for my friends. We don't have oil fields in the UK. They're all in rigs. In fact, I think he was working over in Africa somewhere. You know, more volatile, but... Yeah, no worries, Killer. I'm just... Oh, right, Morton. Yeah, I'm the same most of the time, Morton Mega. Mountain time? Yeah, yeah. Well, it's good to meet you. Are you I'm assuming you're a D4 player, are you? You're looking forward to getting home and playing some games, I guess. Don't get me wrong, I've really enjoyed this season. Actually didn't get started till 10 days ago. Okay. Wish I'd have played at the start because it's been more fun to me than the last few seasons. Yeah. It had some form of loot chase. It's just a bit too aggressive on the RNG, and I guess that's it's actually a really hard line to find, to balance. I've been in the developer's shoes, and I'm obviously in the gamer's shoes all the time. It's not that easy it's not as easy as you think to get the balancing right on these things sometimes, to make it feel perfect, you know what I mean? It's actually quite hard. Oh, damn. You're Paragon 292.5. Well, you're higher than me. You're ranked in the top 5 pit speed 100 ones. Are you? Let's have a quick look. I don't really do speed running. I did know the #1 guy, though. Let's have a look if he still is. Someone might have gone ahead of him now. I've got to try and remember where it is now. Where the hell is speed running leaderboards again? Here we go, speed runs. Ah, someone's done it in 43 seconds. All right, well, I know Mippy personally. He was the guy that got to 45 first. Jesus Christ. Someone's done a 40. I mean, you're literally shaving off seconds here. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. I'm just having a look at the overalls here. That's mental. 43 seconds. Like, literally, there's a 2 seconds between the top three. That's crazy, isn't it? So, we're on Sork. Speed runs. Which one are you? It might have changed since you last played. I guess people push, don't know. I don't know. 8th. Rhyme? I don't know. Anyway, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's just what happens with leaderboards, though. People get... I mean, I was 2nd overall on the main leaderboard at one point. But I'm now like 133rd or something because I posted 133 pit in like the 7th day of the season or 6th day of the season. I'll be down here somewhere now. But if I've been trying to find 147th now. I've been trying to find better gear for a long time. You can see, look, it's an old version. I posted ages ago. And I did it comfortably. If I had really, really, really GG gear, I would absolutely be able to get myself into 140 plus. Like, definitely. But I just haven't dropped anything that's worth using. I'm not going to try and push unless I've actually got the gear. You know, I can't. It's just not worth my time. No. I was on pit push. I was on speed runs. Speed runs. Sork. Speed runs. Oh, there you go. See, there you go. Sorry, you are correct. Now I'm on speed runs. There you go. Profit Gaming. Yeah, you're number 8. Yeah, I see you. I mean, you get very close at this point, right? I mean, number 1, that's crazy, right? 130, 1 minute 31. Yeah, very nice. GG's. But yeah, the rogues are insane. I get the money. Did I add you? You shouldn't have to add each other. You should be able to trade in this party, surely. No, you're all right. I'm confused what's going on, Adrian. All right, no worries, Adrian. Just, if you need to leave, just leave and go get the gold and just join back on me. It's fine. You can't even think that fast, Rangda. Oh, Bimmerbot, yes. Jar, let me have a quick look. Sorry. Thanks for reminding me. I'm probably do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I've got a spare one. Yeah, just jump in, Bimmerbot. You farmed for a 2GA cat. I've had a 2GA and a 3GA today. Neither have been useful for what I need. And I rolled over 40 to 50 caches the other day and got nothing useful at all. The grind is real, yeah. He did win, Adrian, yeah. Storm. Yes. I say, just grab the gold and join back again, Adrian. That'd be easier. Yeah. Hope that helps a bit, Bimmerbot. You found a 4GA chaos, but not useful. It's so painful. Yeah. That's the thing. I'm not going to try and push 140 plus unless I've got the gear. It's just a waste of my time. I'm not about wasting my time, you know. You're stealing from the guild vault. Why not? At this point in the season, I doubt they'll even notice. Hey? Oh, dear. Good times. Exactly, Simon. Exactly. That's why I'm not bothered about pushing the pits any higher this season. I might try and do some tower pushing next season with Spiritborn. We'll see. Find a 5 GA Mythic and then go Brick it and Cry. Well, Profit Gaming, they are... Your guild rules. Your guild, your rules. Well, it's not exactly wrong, is it, Adrian? It did sound like they're improving Sanctification for next season because it's a seasonal mechanic. Their Indestructible will not be an outcome anymore. And they said they're going to be making it more beneficial, like scaling with rarity, so like your mythics won't really roll bad stuff, apparently. I guess we'll see. They'll give us the final details and the final PTR patch notes, and we'll find out exactly what. But we heard that today in the interview. They did say they were thinking about if it goes well and people like it, they want to keep it as an eternal feature, like infinitely in the game. But they would make it less generous if it was an eternal feature. But as a seasonal mechanic, they'll make it more generous because it's a seasonal mechanic. You should feel good for using it. I don't think someone wants to take their perfect mythic item and then brick it with Indestructible. That would honestly make someone rage quit the game. It just would, wouldn't it? Let's be real. Well, that's exactly right, Prophet. Exactly. It probably would make people rage quit. Especially if you feel like it's mandatory to compete, which it probably will be. 2G8 air, crit and core. Nice, Bimmer. Hey, that's a really good air petition. GG's. You just ranked 336 on Hell Ties with a Druid if I recorded it. And that was just the 109 I did for my glyphs in 100. Nice, yeah. Oh, you'll probably be able to get higher than that then, Simon, for sure. Anyway, it sounds like they're doing some stuff there. We'll find out exactly what when we get there, I guess. I think we'll be waiting about 4 weeks, 3.5 weeks till we get those patch notes. I'll be deep diving into those. We'll figure out what's been savaged and what's not. All I can tell you is a hell of a lot of feedback was given. I actually enjoyed pit pushing to start with, but I didn't really realise how much of a grind the Chaos Armors were going to be to get. It took me 4 days just to get the 4 I wanted in different slots. So, let alone, better. I don't even have a 1GA Hesher Ekasungi on because this one was the bugged one that rolled 800, but with no GA on it. I just haven't found the set to be able to swap them around since. I've not found another Hesher Ekasungi that would allow me to have as many gorilla skill ranks in it, so it's not ever going to be better. I've had a few others drop, but they will never be better than this. So yeah, it's definitely been a grind, that's for sure. Alright, we're just waiting for Adrian to come back. You're looking for a 2GA Ami, Ink Glass Cannon. Ink Glass Cannon, been farming for that since season start. I mean, yeah, those are super high in demand, I imagine, for the Sork players. Or at least they would have been. Definitely be pricey to acquire. How long do you reckon you need, Adrian? Just so I've got an idea here. Then go temper and brick it. I love the positivity, Prophet. Well, you'll be pleased to know that tempering is not going to be quite as painful next season, one way or the other. Neither is masterworking, actually. For better or worse. Don't wait for you, go for 1 round. Well, the thing is, I don't think Morton wants to join for 1 round. He's waiting for the gold. I guess we'll run a pit or 2 while we're waiting. Why not? They're a bit shorter, aren't they? Hey, Gamer Dog, how's it going, dude? How you doing, man? Your Xbox is killing you. Why? What's it doing? Oh, external SSD. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I hope so, because I don't have 50 billion gold to give away. You got some rest and work wasn't too taxing? That's always good. Yeah, I'm not too bad, Jamie Dog. Not too bad. Hey, I don't know if you're here, Mortem. Can you just accept this so I can run 100 while we're waiting for Adrian? He's only take like a minute or two. I don't know if he's actually here or not. What the hell was that? 1 second. What are you doing? My black cat's being restless, aren't you? What are you doing, eh? You being a rascal. Yeah. Yeah, jump in, Game Door. We're actually waiting for Adrian to get some. He's giving some gold to Mortem here. I don't know. Mortem, are you here? I've been running hordes, but I probably won't run a horde until this trade's done. If we can get that sorted soon. I'm trying to, Adrian, but I don't know if Mortem's here. I can't start anything until everyone's actually here. Oh. Oh, he dropped. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that works. I think he's just grabbing the gold. I don't know all the ins and outs. Yeah, we'll just run a couple of these until it's sorted. Adrian, and then we can go do some hordes or whatever. You did do a Pit 111 with the Bull Kuna build last night. Hey, nice. Yeah, nice. Is that using the Storm Strike? Oh, you've not even tried the pit. Oh, you're talking about using Yokon's Catalyst build then, surely. I mean, the top pit pushing sorts are using Hydra, aren't they, I think? Storm and Air are next grind. Okay. Fair enough. I have played quite a bit of Sork in the past, but I haven't played Sork this season. I've played mainly Spiritborn. Is it only PC players? No. It's Xbox and PlayStation as well. But you have to submit a clip. You have to record it, submit a clip somewhere so you can post it to them. You go submit and then you go video URL, my name, the class, etc. But it does do PC, Xbox, PlayStation. Yeah, there are some PlayStation, Xbox in there, yeah. I mean, this is like an unofficial leaderboard. You have to actually submit your times. It doesn't count everyone in game. There'd be a lot of people who probably haven't submitted stuff, right? Yeah. You can sort keyboard and mouse or controller as well. Nice. Yeah, I didn't see that bit, but that's even, you know, you can sort by what peripherals people are using it too, apparently. Oh, you've got those, okay. We'll go this way. Nice. Very impressive. To be honest, the only people who are going to be like really active in the leaderboards now are either the very, very top people and then the odd occasional person. It's not going to be quite as active as it was. So if you start posting top times, they'll probably stay quite high. You know, when I submitted my 133 in the first week or two, that's obviously gone down massively since then because people have put in a lot of time since then. I mean, you're talking weeks and weeks and weeks of time. Nice. Yes, this is Sparta! Indeed. Yeah. Yeah, my submission was... Yeah, I'm like 140 and I was pre-patch, yeah. But I'm not going to bother trying to push unless I get the gear. I just can't be bothered. It's just such a waste of my time. But that's what I mean, you know, it's very active in those first few weeks and then it slows down, so. No worries. Propagate, thank you so much for jumping in. Appreciate it. It's nice to meet you. I appreciate the lurk if that's the case and hopefully catch you around. All right, how are we guessing on Adrian? All right, let's run another one quickly. And once it's sorted, we go back to Hordes again. Yeah, no worries. Wonder if your Spiritborn would be better now at the higher Paragon? Probably. You know, I mean, every little helps, doesn't it? Not sure it will suddenly push you up 10 or 15 pit levels, necessarily, but... it should bring some power with it, at least. Let's boost through one more. Hopefully Adrian will be done then. Just looking for better masterworking, yeah. Just requires a lot of resources and gold, right? Hit 115, 40 Paragons ago. Nice. Yeah, nice. You have to let me know how you get on. Oh, so Paragon Ball's done. What should I focus additional points on? Or maxing out your glyphs, I suppose. Like, not just activating them. So you want to make sure you got all your legendary nodes, all your glyphs in, all your main core clusters. And then, yeah, just there'll be certain glyphs which you can take all the dex nodes and it'll benefit them and stuff. Okay. Well, just... you only get mini bonuses at that point then from the clusters, I guess. Oh, I don't mean maxing your glyphs up. I mean maxing out the dexterity or willpower, whatever it is. You know, every 5 you get the additive damage. Claiming all of the stats within the area of the glyph. Finally got a GA Gorilla 3 times Masterwork Hesher. GG's, that's better than Mind Source. Adrian, how are we getting on, man? Hello, cat. Yeah, the evade rake. Yeah, you get used to it. It goes away next season anyway. Adrian, are you there, dudes? How you getting on, man? What are you doing, cat? You should be able to clear 120, Magneto. The build's more than capable of it. What are you doing? Oh, he's loving on me. Yeah, If so, let me know. Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right, let's just crack on with... Does anyone want to join for a horde? I think Adrian's trying to sort something out with his console, which is the account that's got his gold on. So once he's got that, we'll sort you. We'll hit you up, Mawsome. But I guess we'll go crack on with a horde while we're waiting. If I had 50 billion, I would just fund it myself, but I don't. I don't have a coffee jelly. Yeah, nice. Yeah, jump in, Charmed. Coffee jelly. And then it'll be good, yeah. Yeah, we'll just wait for Charm to come join us. What are you doing, Cat? What are you doing? Hey? Alright, you're good, mate, alright? Dear, oh dear. This cat is spoiled rotten, I tell you. Cool, anyone else want to come join? For a horde?
Greetings.
No, I believe you, Adrian. It's just we're sitting around, that's all. Hey, Sir Pickles. I'm good, I'm good. How you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. Alright, let's crack on. Actually, this is my last horde key. Or 10 wave one, anyway. What have we got? And that is why you don't really gamble. Probably for the best. Oh well, at least it's a virtual bot. Doesn't matter, does it? Tomorrow is your last day of PTO. Back to work then, are you? Bet you're not looking forward to that, are you? Hey, Gaming Hellfire, how you doing, man? Good, glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Nice, Ether Lords, finally. We literally ran out of monsters for a second there. This run's going pretty well so far. Not too bad. What we got? Oh yeah. I honestly think this will net us more because of all the Ether Lords and stuff. How long do you think it will take you to get to... I'm not going for 300 Paragon, but if I was a while and you'd want to go and do pits, I guess, over and over and over and over again, it would take a while. Halfway is 285. So I'm not even halfway yet. $250, and that took a while. Yeah, I normally get to about 285-ish. Somewhere around there. 275, 285. If there was more tangible reason to push the 300, I'd probably do it. I'm okay. I mean, this is more than high enough. You can pretty much complete your builds with this, right? Be awesome if at 300 your glyphs empowered entire board. Well, that'd be very elitist though, because nearly no one will get to 300. That would be enormously unfair on the leaderboards. But depends how you look at it, I suppose, right? I know it's a real time commitment to get there. True, Magneto, true. Oh, it's 284, is it? Not 285. Okay. 284 is halfway, sorry. Not 285. Yeah, is that... Yeah, fair enough. No, I think... I don't know. First 100 that get to Paragon 300 get their names etched into a Hall of Fame or something would be very cool. The initial Lilith kills, season 0, yeah. Giving you a reason to try and achieve content first or stuff like that would be nice, yeah. Yeah, OG Lilith was a lot harder than what it is now, that's for sure. Yeah, for sure. Nice, Magneto. Nice. Hey, Simon. Thanks for the look, dude. Appreciate it. Still not hit. Still not hit the old Chaos Unique train yet. Black Panther is back. Hello, mate. What's up? Hey? Bless him. So, quick look at... that was actually my last keys. I don't know if any of you guys have got any 10-wave ones. I've used all my 10 waves today. Oh, I'm being traded by a Bimmerbot. Why am I being traded? Okay. No, you can't trade compasses. No, it's fine. One of you can just open one. That's great. I've got those at 8 waves, but obviously they're not 10 waves, are they? I've probably got about another 3 10 waves left in me today, give or take. See how long they take. Hopefully we can get this gold sorted in that time. You've got over 100. Holy crap, Charm Cows. You'd be farming. I mean, I've used 15 or 16 today. Something like that. He's been weird. 119 total. Wow. You really have been farming. Holy moly. We got Soul Spire, Soul Spire. Nice. Evil Lords. That's what we want. Thank you. 192 spirit paragon spent, so we'll tinker with him some. Yeah, nice. Sounds like you got some fun ahead of you. Right, what have we got here? Options are not so great. Yeah, 2 I thought you meant 292. Because I remember you saying you had more than that before. Math is hard. It's working, Adrian. That's always good. What was you missing, Magneto? I think he already won. You're probably best just coming and giving me the gold, Adrian, and I'll do the trade. It's fine. Might make it simpler, honestly. So just add me if you need to. Same battle tag as before. Oh, there you go. There's Morton in YouTube. It's that guy, Adrian. He's in the YouTube with you. If you guys want to sort it out between you, then obviously that's fine too. Yeah. If you guys want to... I think he might be on a different account on his Xbox, Morton. I think that might be what's been going on. Yeah. He's literally in the YouTube with you now. It's that guy there, Morton. So if you wanna do the direct, if you wanna directly trade it with him, by all means, that's no problem. I'm happy to facilitate if you prefer. Just let me know. So there was a gear piece I was looking for. Gloves with ranks to rake. What other stats are you looking for? You got it, Morton. Nice. Thank you very much, Adrian. Sorry I was being a bit pushy before. I was a bit confused what's going on, that's all. Yeah, nice. Sorry about the wait, Morton. Oh, well, thank you for being patient. Probably a better way of putting it. I mean, 50 billion is pretty significant, right? It's worth waiting for. Max life or armor. Okay, let me have a look when I go back to town. I know I have a GA rake pair of gloves. I think I kept them. I'm probably not going to use them, so we'll see what stats they've got on them. No, I never thought you were, Adrian. Just, you know, I don't know what I don't know, right? I'm sitting here in the dark, so I just wanted to make sure I hadn't like promised something that wasn't actually going to happen, or wasn't going to happen before I need to go offline. You know, there is that consideration as well. No, I appreciate consoles can have their issues, same as PCs. And Ancestral Banished Lords, probably not, because I've not really kept any non-chaos items, really. I'll have a look. I doubt it. Obviously, in other seasons, I may well have done, but this one, because chaos items are kind of so prominent, I've not really kept much else, to be honest. I did a massive spring clean yesterday. Oh, Hellborn. Right, off to the Chaos Waves we go. Holy cow, look at all the ether everywhere. Jeez, Maurice. Because we got all the Ether Lord stuff, there's so much ether everywhere. This Chaos Wave actually ended up being pretty good. Look at it, it's everywhere. Jesus. Just pure RNG luck, I guess, probably, Adrian. Either that or he's a wizard. I like to believe he's a wizard. Wizards are good. We like wizards. Okay, alright, nice, not too bad. Got 2 GA amulet. That's likely to be rubbish, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, I don't have a Banished Lord, sadly. Does anyone have a normal, non-Chaos Banished Lords lying around, GA, by any chance? Ancestral? I have virtually no uniques that aren't Chaoses at this point. Yeah. Might be. It might be. You might just have to go farm one from Duriel and Dariel, I think. Sir Pickles.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Skywall's gonna have a look for you though, and so is Magneto. Yeah, no worries, guys. Thanks for looking. You think you do? You think you got to go drop so you can go sing? All right, nice. I dare ask what you're singing, but good luck. I'm sure you'll do a fantastic job of it. Does anyone want to come and join, guys? I've probably got like 2 more of these in me. Oh, you get paid to sing with a church choir? Well, that's sick. My dad does all sorts of stuff like that, but he doesn't take payment anymore. He just does it for fun. Yeah, that's awesome. Good. Well, have a good time. We've got a spare spot, guys, if anyone wants to jump in. It looks like Adrian actually does have a Banished Laws for you. Oh, Adrian, that's exactly what they're looking for, I think. Okay. Adrian, do you want to come? Do you want to come give that to me? Sir Pickles, hang on a minute. Let Adrian come and give me this Banished Lords. And then once I've got his Banished Lords, I'll get you to join up. And then that's sorted everyone. Yeah, no worries, Profit Game. Honestly, thank you so much for jumping in. I hope the rest of your work shift isn't too bad. And yeah, I'm on pretty frequently, so hopefully see you soon. Cheers, man. Catch you around. Do you want to throw us that Banished Lords and then I'll trade it over to the guy, Adrian? Because he's going to come and join up anyway for the last couple, I think. Yeah, it's the official D4 mug. It's got D4 on the back. Inarius on the front. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I bought it as a treat to myself before I quit my job and became a full-time degenerate streamer. You can get it on their store. One sec, I'll find the link for you in a minute. Let me do this trade quickly. Where is Adrian? I'm waiting for Adrian to go. Okay, I'll find a link for you. 1 second. I mean, I'll obviously Blizzard has different stores for different regions. Let's say Blizzard, Diablo, merchandise, store. I mean, this is the UK one, so you just have to go find it on your relative store, but it's in there. Should be anyway. There it is. I warn you, it's not cheap. But it is awesome. Adrian, trade it with me. I'll give it to him because he's not in the party right now. I'll get him to join if you don't mind dropping after this, because then he's going to come join me and I'm going to trade it to him. But honestly, very much appreciate the amulet. That's awesome. Thank you, man. I'm going to give it to him when he joins. If you don't mind making... I think I was going to get him in for the last couple of runs I'm going to do tonight. I just got given a 2GA Bubby Yucca, so that'll probably do. But I really appreciate the offer. And how you doing? How you doing, Bubby Yucca? Same with Skywolf. You got a 1GA. Really appreciate you looking. Ads blocking audio, though. Oh, ads blocking audio. Adrian, do you want to drop so I can get the guy in and I can trade this to him? Right, I think you guys should be back now. Yeah, so Profit Gaming, I linked the UK store link. If you're in the US, you'll need to look on the US store, but it should be in there. It'll come from your relative region. It's not cheap, I warn you, but it is awesome. Bubby Ugger, I was just given a 2GA Banished Lords, which I'll give to him. Really appreciate the 3GA offer. Thank you so much for looking. Same as Skywolf. Just, are you going to drop Adrian? Because I need the space so I can get Sir Pickles in. So I can give him this item. And I think he was going to come and join us for a couple of hordes as well, if that's okay. Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. I appreciate the gold and I appreciate the item. Obviously, he had a couple of runs with us already. Sir Pickles hasn't. And I'm only going to do a couple more and I'm going to go to bed, to be honest. Yes, it does, Magneto. Yeah, I've got liquids in it right now, but basically you can twist it out. I don't know if I can show you very easily. No, I won't do it because it'll spill everywhere. But yeah, it twists out. So you wash the metal bit and you don't wash this bit. It's actually quite smart how it's been designed. On desktop, pop out the mini player and unmute the stream while ad plays. Child Chaos is just teaching you all the pro Twitch hacks. You know what you're guessing soon. Nice. Yeah, thank you, Adrian. Are you dropping, Adrian? Just, I want to get Sir Pickles in. I'd prefer you to drop rather than me kicking you. I don't really like doing that, to be honest. How you pop out of me? Oh, it's up to you, Charm Chaos. I just need a space for Sir Pickles, that's all. How do you pop out in a mini player? Oh, it's an icon if you hover over it. Oh, it's okay. You're good, Charms. Eavesdrops. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you so much. Right, let's... Sir Pickles, do you want to jump in the space now? Yeah, there's an icon over it, I think, similar to like other video watching applications where, you know, like a box with an arrow and you click it and it pops out the player. I didn't know you could do that. That's actually a new trick that I've only just learned. I've been streaming up full time to basically streaming full time to Twitch for a year and a half or 18 months. So 19 months, so, you know, you learn something new every day. Well, one sec, Charm Chaos. Let me just trade this item to him quickly before I forget. Yeah, hopefully this helps you out, Sir Pickles. I don't actually know. I guess you can pop it out and watch it whenever you like. Just apparently the ads don't go into it. I assume. No worries. Hopefully that helps. You should, it's actually, that's come from Adrian. So, again, thank you to Adrian. Oh, we're good to go, Charms. We're good. Right, praying for some good RNG, eh? Star Wars Cantina. When it comes on. I don't know where it's gone. It'll probably be... It's obviously delayed. It'll turn up at some point. Where's it gone? Well, that's good. Good job, Blurb. Something's gone wildly delayed there or wrong. I'll have a look in a second. It's not normally that delayed. Huh, I'm not sure. One sec, guys. I'm not sure what's happened there. I'm going to refund your points. If it comes on, then lucky you, you get a freebie. I don't actually know what's happened there. I'd have to look into it. Blurps just decided not to funnel through the audio clip. It'll probably just randomly turn up, you wait. At some completely sporadic time. The system will decide, nope, now you can have it. Guess we'll run that one, why not? Ether everywhere. Literally, like, that's just dotted everywhere. Have to go off. Lost many channel points, but has been fun. No worries, Rangda. Thank you so much for being here, man. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or evening. Forget which time zone you're in. See you soon, I'm sure. Oh, I guess we'll say that one. This cat is definitely prowling. I don't know what you're after, mate. I fed you not that long ago.
guess we'll say buffing masses. $1,100, not too bad. What have we got? This one here, I guess. Alright, what we got? Hellborns. I guess we'll just say that. Some amount of guaranteed ether, isn't it? Okay, what's this one? Last one. Oh, not too bad. 1686. What was the chest piece I just got? Banished Lords. Oh yeah, you wanted me to have a look to see what rate gloves I've got. See, I've got GA rate gloves. It's got attack speed and overpower in it, so you'd probably roll. Well, yeah, these aren't going to be perfect, right? That's the best I found. That's what I've got there, Magneto. It's on screen right now, so it's not going to be a perfect roll for you by any means, unfortunately. Okay, well, I'm not going to be getting rid of it anytime soon, so I'll just keep it there, and if we link up, you're more than welcome to it. I won't use it myself. I guess you'd roll the attack speed into armor, because then at least you can scale up your unyielding hits, and then your overpower at least gives you some amount of tangible damage, and then you're just a little bit squishier because you don't have the max life, right? I guess. Alright, I've probably got one more in me, guys. If everyone in wants to run one more. Oh, I don't know where my cat's gone. He's vanished. I came on a bit earlier tonight. I'm not going to stay on I'm not going to stay on longer because I'm seeing my parents tomorrow. I don't want to be dead to the world. Yeah, we'll just give everyone a second to join him. Everyone here? Nice. Oh, I'll take that one. Why skip Chaos? The thing about the Chaos Waves is... Oh, just kicked my cat. I didn't realise it's underneath the desk. The thing about the Chaos Waves is it's RNG still. There's certain ones that are good and certain ones are bad, but we haven't actually laid out any bonuses for anything yet. I tend to... honestly, I mean, you are praying for the goblins at that point. I haven't had the goblins once in 2 days worth of hordes. So, unless we got lucky... in the earlier waves, I tend to prefer laying the groundwork for a run, and then if you happen to roll 3 options later down the line that don't make sense for that run, and you got Chaos, then yeah, roll a Chaos. I guess that's my general approach, and 9 times out of 10 we end up with a decent run, but doesn't necessarily mean that's the best approach. That's just, yeah, that's just what that was quite early on. We haven't really had time to lay. If I get an option for Ether Fiends, I will generally go for that. If it's the +2 Ether Fiends, I will probably go for the Chaos Wave. But if it's like elites convert into Ether Fiends, or obviously the Ether Lords, or masses drop Ether Fiends, or anything like that, I normally would prioritize that because it's pretty strong consistently for the round. I mean, there are some other very good Chaos Rift ones as well. I mean, you can end up in a situation where the Chaos Rifts do not net you as much as your normal round as well. Like, if you get enough plus Ether Fiend Ether and you've got all the Ether Lord tech and everything in, you can end up costing yourself Ether. It is possible. Unless you get the Goblin round, in which case, obviously, that wins outright. But again, it's RNG. It's actually a lot rarer than it seems. Yeah, not bad, Crazy Monkey. Gonna be ending up soon. I'm getting quite tired, actually. Yeah, how you doing, Crazy? You good? What have we got already? Say that one, because we've got the etheric mirrors. We got the etheric masses can spawn Ether Fiends, so having more of those is good. That's good. I'm doing good. Just trying to fix the rake build. You had the wrong aspects. What aspects did you have on? Having the wrong aspects definitely won't help.
Yeah.
This is the thing, right? If we don't get the Ether Lord one now, then yeah, we'll take the Chaos Rifts, and hopefully that will at least bump us up enough so we'll get Bartok and then maybe get lucky, but we'll see how the rest of the run goes. Wild Claws and adaptability wasn't on there. Yep, that would pretty much brick your build. Wild Claws is absolutely mandatory. The build doesn't work without it. It's the Wild Claws that does all the big damage. And adaptability is just an enormous damage scaler on the build. It just is. One of the biggest, if not the biggest, outside of, well, the initial base damage coming from Wild Claws and stuff. Yeah, it's not giving us good RNG here, but never mind. guess we'll say that. Oh, what we got now? Yeah, so in this case, right, nothing here is useful to the run regardless. So might as well just go Chaos Wave. Maybe we get lucky. No, we didn't. We got the Ether Lords though, it's not so bad. This will net us a decent amount of Ether. It's alright, we did pretty well out of that wave anyway, to be honest. All is good. What have we got here? Alright. You learn that the hard way, crazy. Yeah. Since we just outright avoided every option that we wanted, but never mind. We've still done okay considering. Oh, someone just went very weird with my headphones there with the sound. Sounded robotic. No, you're good, crazy. You're good. Yeah, I imagine you felt a pretty drastic power increase with those two, with the correct aspects on. Nah, it's alright. We've all made these mistakes, Crazy. Don't worry about it. Trust me, I've made all sorts over my time in this game. All right, nice. GG's. Oh, that will probably be my lot for tonight. Is my cat still under there? No. Okay. He's a blooming ninja, this cat, I swear. In and out, in and out, in and out. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much for the horde keys there, Charmed, where I ran out. Thanks, guys. If you just want to drop whenever you're ready, I'm probably going to call it there for tonight. Getting a little bit sleepy. I got absolutely zero that I needed, but, you know, the grind. I got about nearly 1 billion gold, though, so I suppose that's not so bad. Yeah, absolutely, Game Dog. No worries. I was going to have a quick look to see who's online. I think I know who I'm likely to send you over to tonight already, but I'm going to have a quick look to see who's online right now. Yeah. Cool. You got to 275. Nice. Almost the same as me. Perfect timing. It's the end of your workday and it's a Friday, Albert. Nice. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to flick over to this screen here. You probably see it on my face. I'm starting to feel a bit tired. All right. Well, it's definitely been an interesting day. We got all that exciting info at the start of the stream with the interview. Lots to look forward to in season 11, I believe, and the Game Awards in December, probably. And then we just smashed a whole load of hordes and stuff. It's always fun. Thank you also very much for being here today across my channels. Really do appreciate you all. It really does mean the world to me. If anyone hasn't hit the like or subscribe button, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. I'd love to see you again. Get my bearings. And I am on four days a week. Try and be on 5 days a week. Likely to be on 5 this week. Mainly ARPGs. I probably will do a variety game or game tomorrow. I don't know what yet. Maybe Art Raiders. We'll see. Just to keep my sanity. But yeah, I'm on quite a bit. So hopefully we'll see you in the future. I have got Discord. Zach just linked it in Twitch. I will also link this in YouTube. For anyone that hasn't joined who would like to join, it is the best way to get a hold of me off stream. Talk to me about any builds, join the clan, be part of the community. So, yep, feel free to join. We'd love to have you there. If you do decide to join, please do the verification and please go to the role selection channel. Choose the game that you're interested or games that you're interested in by clicking on the little emote. That will unlock the channels that you care about, and the ones you don't care about won't show, and you won't get spammed by them, so that's good. And it's totally fine if you don't want to join. I won't be offended. I appreciate everyone doesn't want to join a gazillion Discords, but it is there if that is of interest to you, so feel free to. Yeah, I think so, Charmed. I was going to do that today, but I got the days mixed up with when Rob's interview was going to be. So yeah, it'll probably be a bit more of a chill. Well, I say chill. You'll probably see me less chilled on stream, raging because I'm getting smashed. But you know, we'll see. Maybe I'll play something else. I don't know. I'll see how I feel tomorrow. Yeah. So next stream, as I say, will be tomorrow. I'm likely not to be playing Diablo tomorrow. Just while we got a little bit of downtime, I'm trying to take some time to play some other games. I don't know exactly what I'll play yet. It might be a chill game. It might be Arc Raiders. I don't know. I'll decide when I get there. But hopefully I'll see some of you then. You know, I'm still there. I won't be dead. We can still talk Diablo. I'll just be doing something else for a bit. Which, like I say, is good for my sanity. And if not, I will likely be back on Sunday with Diablo again for a community stream. I won't be on Saturday because I've got some stuff on with the family. So either of them, hopefully see you guys then. I'm going to send you all over to Fame. I know I raided her recently, but she's a good friend, and she's raided me a whole bunch in the last few months. And there's not that many people online, so I'm pretty sure she'll be on for at least another hour or so before she logs off, I believe. So yeah, I'm gonna throw you over to Fame. She's just a mega blaster. I'm sure most of you know who she is, and I'm sure she'll be more than happy to play with you if she's got space and blast with you. So be sure to check her out. Come over, show her the love, say hello. She's awesome. She's a lovely person. She really is knowledgeable in the game. Hey, Source, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. And I'm going to go sit in her channel for a bit. I'm going to go get myself a bite to eat first while I wind down, actually. I'm quite hungry. Yeah, I think that's about it, guys. So, YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in. Always appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day, whichever time zone you're in. Twitch, thank you as well. Really appreciate you all. Also, hope you all have a great rest of your day or evening, whichever time zone you're in. And yeah, guys, keep safe, keep blasting. Much love, and I'll either see you tomorrow or on Sunday. Cheers, guys. Appreciate you.